immigrants. But this crackdown has triggered a backlash from once friendly ally Taliban.
Co-presented by
आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक
Co-powered by
पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात।
Two states are set to vote today, one in central India, Chhattisgarh, another northeastern state of Manipur. The polling has started and the first phase of election polling in Chhattisgarh, we have been told, has been confirmed, has started. It's a three-layer security. Because remember, for parts of Chhattisgarh, for example, Bastar, are areas which are Maoist hit. There have been issues of law and order earlier. Bhupesh Baghel, even though he has been surrounded in the whole Mahadev application betting controversy in the past 2-3 days, but he will be eyeing a second term. Meanwhile, that is Chhattisgarh. Let's go to Mizoram. Mizoram also gears up for a fierce triangular fight. Congress will want to make regain its territory. Again, it's Mizoram, the fight basically between three parties. Can Congress manage one way or another to ensure to retain the government? Big moment now for the northeastern state. Remember that BJP will also want to have stakes in the northeast. BJP will want to, specifically after Mizoram, after other states, it will want another state, specifically after Manipur, after ensuring it has been an alliance in other states too. It will be Mizoram's turn where BJP will want to focus on. Let's go across then on the ground. Chhattisgarh is where I'm starting this morning bulletin first today. And Aishwarya Paliwal is on the ground. Chhattisgarh, remember, very crucial, very significant. What does the polling look like, Aishwarya? All right, so these are the visuals that you're looking at, the preparation that is on, the checks and balances being done, specifically with regard to the EVM machines. Bhupesh Baghel, remember, will want to have a second term. Congress is heavily eyeing Chhattisgarh. Apart from another election-bound state, the desert state of Rajasthan, these two states will be crucial for the Congress party to continue to be in the government. Aishwarya, so go ahead. Chhattisgarh is a very important state where the polling is. Do you see queues already or it's a slow start?
It is a slow start because, Pooja, let me tell you, in Chhattisgarh, there are two timings. One is the 7 a.m. timing and the place where I am, the region where I am, the polling begins at about 8 a.m. But the preparations, let me tell you, you'll be able to see the officers sitting inside. So the preparations are on. Officers have started coming up. They have started sitting here. All the charts and everything has been laid out very clearly. This is very, very crucial for the Congress party this time, Pooja, because out of the 20 seats that are going for polls today, 17 were won by the Congress party way back in 2018. So this is a direct competition between the BJP and the Congress party. And for the Congress, winning these seats is extremely crucial. Or if you remember, in fact, Chhattisgarh is the place from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi made that claim. And he also said that the government has now decided that they will give out free ration for the next 5 years. So a very tough battle to be fought here in the state and very crucial, at least the first phase, extremely, extremely crucial for the Congress party. Pooja.
All right, so that's the first visuals on your screen right now. Remember, people, it's just started, so people are going to come in some time. Aishwarya, as I stay on with you, for Bhupesh Baghel, last few days have been very difficult, specifically with regard to the Mahadev betting application controversy, a scam that no Neta wants right when the elections are heading close, but 500 crore rupees kickback. All this, while has been rubbished immediately by the Congress and Bhupesh Baghel. But do you think these controversies may have an impact? Do you think that could be in the background? Or right now, this is today about perhaps the long-term decision that the voter, based on the performance, would have taken?
Well, definitely.
All right, so let me give you some background about the state of Chhattisgarh. It's an election state. It's very crucial for the BJP, for the Congress party. Chhattisgarh is now gearing up for assembly elections. All eyes are on these key battles that could change the game. The first phase of polling for 20 seats, including 12 from Bastar division, will take place today. Remaining 70 will go to polls on 17th November. 60,000 security personnel have been deployed for the smooth conduct of these elections. Meanwhile, remember, this is also a Maoist hit area, and that's why there are members of an elite anti-Naxal unit, Cobra, and women commandos who will also be deployed in different locations, for example, specifically Bastar. Drones and helicopters have also been deployed to keep a vigil on these Naxal activities. Remember, results for the elections will be announced on 3rd of December for all the assembly election states, but it is going to be an important state for the Congress and for the BJP.
ये मुख्यमंत्री हैं, सट्टा जुआ अपराध यदि हो रहा है तो 1-1.5 साल से हो रहा है। कार्रवाई करते, अरेस्ट करते, गिरफ्तारी करते, कोई कार्रवाई किया नहीं। FIR तक तो दर्ज नहीं किया छत्तीसगढ़ में। ईडी को क्यों आना पड़ा? PMLA में, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट में, जब करोड़ों रुपये, हजारों करोड़ का ट्रांजैक्शन दिख रहा है तो ईडी को भी आना पड़ा, IT को भी आना पड़ा।
वीडियो जो है बीजेपी ने जारी किया है ना, प्रेस नोट है, ईडी ने जारी किया। तो मतलब कितना बढ़िया संबंध है। जैसे पहले कार्रवाई करते थे ईडी और प्रेस विज्ञप्ति जारी करता था रमन सिंह। तो ये तो ईडी और भाजपा की मिली भगत है, वो तो स्पष्ट हो गया है।
ये कांग्रेस की पहचान है। जहां कांग्रेस होगी वही भ्रष्टाचार होगा। ये एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं। ये भूपेश बघेल की OSDs, ऑफिसर ऑन स्पेशल ड्यूटी, क्या घर से पैसे मिले थे कि नहीं मिले थे? जेल में है कि नहीं है? 1.5 साल से जेल में है भूपेश बघेल की OSD। आप बताइए 5 साल में क्या क्या हुआ? ये घोटाले पे घोटाला हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? और तो और छोड़िए, गोठान घोटाला हुआ, सब तरीके का घोटाला हुआ। कभी आपने सुना था कि गोबर का भी घोटाला हुआ? भूपेश बघेल ने गोबर का भी घोटाला कर दिया, गोबर का भी।
All right, so that's the state of Chhattisgarh, where remember the netas of the BJP also have they have campaigned for the party, but it is going to be more important that the elections pass off smoothly in these 2 phases for the state of Chhattisgarh, given the law and order situations earlier that have also been reported in the state. Congress will want to eye the second term. Just like in Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh is where they're clearly betting all their probabilities on. They will want to retain among the few states that they have right now. Chhattisgarh is where their focus will be. But if the BJP manages to topple the Congress party in the Chhattisgarh with these elections, that's also going to be a big victory ahead of 2024. So going to Aishwarya now. Aishwarya, like I was asking you earlier as well, that there were some controversies right here about 2 days ago about the Mahadev application, for example. Do you think the Congress has been able to put out enough refusals on it? Is it something that could bother the voter right at this point? But that definitely must have played heavy in the political circles ahead of elections.
Well, definitely, you know, Pooja, and you can understand when none other than Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself from a dais in Durg in Chhattisgarh spoke about the fact that the Congress party, the Gandhis, in fact, he said that all the strings and this corruption road is now leading to the Congress party. You know, he said that all the money is going into the Congress party's coffers. So definitely it's something that's playing on to the minds of the voters. The place where I'm standing, the booth where I'm standing, you know, the voting will begin at 8 a.m. However, the initial planning has already started. So people have started coming in. They are waiting for, all the booths to open by about 8 a.m. This at the moment is the scene here in Jagdalpur, and this has been the bastion, this is Bastar. This has been the bastion of the Congress party, Pooja. And out of the 20 seats that are going for polls today, 17 were won by the Congress party in 2018. So for the Congress, this definitely is a do or die, because according to them, this is their place. And all the other allegations that have been put out by the Prime Minister. We also saw how Home Minister Amit Shah had also taken a pot shot at the Chief Minister, saying he's one of the most corrupt Chief Ministers that the country has seen. So all those things will definitely be playing out, and in about 45 minutes from now, in the school where I'm standing, polling will begin, and Pooja, the initial preparations are full on.
You're in Jagdalpur, Aishwarya. Do tell us about the areas outside. Is it a bustling town, villages? Is there a heavy deployment around you? Because Chhattisgarh, even though not the main cities like Raipur, for example, but there have been other Maoist Naxal violence infested areas too. So Chhattisgarh will be on the edge compared to other states that are going to election this season.
Pooja, 60,000 security personnel has been deployed across the state. So you can very well imagine, how authorities are on the toes. They are making sure that everything goes as per plan. So all those things need to be taken care of. And we speak about, the people coming out and voting. In the year 2018, we did see that the voting percentage was close to 68%. So this is a state where people do step out and they do vote in large numbers. Security, obviously, Pooja, is on the minds of both, the people who are sitting inside, and also from what we understand, there's heavy police deployment, especially in this area, in the Bastar area. Across the state, if we speak about it, then there are close to 60,000 security personnel who have been deployed, making sure that everything is top notch, and also making sure that nothing untoward takes place. At the moment, we'll show you some of the visuals, not going inside the booth, but just showing you the kind of preparations, Pooja, that are now taking place. The documentation is being checked, and in about 45 minutes from now, this is where, the polling will begin. Pooja.
All right, so Aishwarya Paliwal giving us the first visuals coming in from Chhattisgarh, a very crucial state for the BJP, for the Congress party. Will the Congress get a rerun, or will the BJP make inroads? Thank you so much. It's start of the day, Aishwarya, and I'll continue to come to you in the next few hours as well. From Chhattisgarh, let me now take you from central India to the northeastern state of Mizoram. Mizoram is also set to witness the race for power between three parties, basically. One, of course, importantly here in Mizoram, are the regional parties. Mizo National Front, Zoram People's Movement, and then there is the Congress party that wants to ensure, even with one of these parties, it will continue to be in the government. Out of Mizoram's 1,276 voting centers, 149 are remote polling stations. The ruling Mizo National Front, the main opposition party, Zoram People's Movement, and Congress each have fielded candidates for all the 40 seats. So the seats may be fewer than other states, but the state is as crucial for all of these parties, specifically for the Congress party. BJP and Aam Aadmi Party have also fielded 23 and 4 candidates. AAP has also entered into the fray here, in addition to 27 independents already. But security has been tightened. Mizoram borders, remember, have been sealed for now. With regard to law and order situation.
The border is very porous, and we have a visa-free regime. So 16 kilometers on both sides, people can freely enter the other country without any visa requirements. So that can be misused by antisocial elements. So considering the long border that we have and the visa-free regime that we have, we have to ensure that there is no unauthorized movement of contraband goods.
Mizoram is facing a major movement of drugs, and the drugs are transiting through Mizoram, which is then taken to various parts of the country and even beyond. Recently, we have made various arrests. We have seized more than 45 worth crores of crystal meth. We are aware of the mountainous terrain and the difficulties in guarding the entire border areas. Nonetheless, we are up to it. We have formed a separate team of narcotics headed by an SP, which has been able to lay hands on these important seizures.
Silent, please. Keep silence.
Chief Minister incumbent of Mizoram, Zoramthanga of the Mizo National Front speaking. Listen in.
Pathuan le mi puite zara tin zong ei kain ringa tin sarkar po ke manin siam thei ngei kanin beisai.
Ole kapuhi ki campaign topia kitsoda chuampuye chisoya kan namhum himna apoi mod lampang thui soi heta hian MNF lo chon theluin MNF sarkar hnuai chuan zong na tha hun sang sang om ten him nin soi hei hemi chungcha a hian enge nangmani tin theina chan tura poi mod tak nin hriang hei
Sia e tuna chuan
That is Mizoram Chief Minister speaking, and we'll quickly get a translation also for that on for you. And meanwhile, on the ground is my colleague Suryagini joining us. Suryagini, you know, I find it very interesting, and that's a good example to set that the incumbent Chief Minister himself, Zoramthanga, who's there, right there on the ground, one of the first to be coming in to cast his vote. And when a senior leader, whether of a party or of the state like this, as a Chief Minister comes, it is a reflection of encouraging more people to come in. But remember, it will be as much about the BJP that will want, like it has done in the past, any sort of alliances, specifically after elections, but it will be as crucial for the Congress party. So this is going to be very important, remember this time, that while the Mizo National Front won the assembly elections previously, but will it be able to make a return, and will it need an alliance this time as well? That remains to be seen, but for now, 40 seats for the northeastern state of Mizoram, and while, as I said, seats may not be as much as that of Chhattisgarh today, but the state holds a lot of significance for each party, the regional parties, and as much as for the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Congress. They may not be eyeing these election victory alone. They will need the support of these regional parties in Mizoram. So remember, while the Mizo National Front, whose party leader, Zoramthanga, who's the Chief Minister you're looking at, has been able to win this election for the past 5 years, with alliance, of course, but for now, it will be crucial whether the Congress party can also make inroads, just like they will want, again, in Chhattisgarh and Rajasthan. But it has been the BJP that has managed for now to be able to make inroads majorly into the northeastern state. These are the first visuals of the Mizoram Chief Minister who's cast his vote. So, if you're wondering who precisely will hold a lot of sway for Mizoram elections, let me take you through some of the details as well. On top, of course, is the Chief Minister himself. Zoramthanga from Aizawl East is the incumbent Chief Minister of the Mizo National Front. Has he been able to take enough decisions that the party by in itself will be able to return to the government, or will it be other regional parties? Now, Tonlua, who's from Toishang, is the incumbent Deputy Chief Minister. Two senior leaders of MNF continue to hold clout for the northeastern state of Mizoram, but eventually it is as much about two personalities as it is about the work done in the past 5 years. Vanlal Moka, who's the state chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party from Dampa, BJP, whether in alliance, and most likely only in alliance, remember, BJP may not be able to make complete inroads, but like it did in the past 5 years, it will want to ensure at least have some sway with one of the parties to be able to be in government. Lal Sorta, Aizawl West, state chief of the Congress party. Congress has held importance in Mizoram. It has been in the government previously too in alliance, and this time, whether it can have that permutation combination, of course, we'll see after the elections. But Lal Dauma, who's the ZPM president, ZPM, of course, is the main opposition party. Again, in Mizoram, unlike in Chhattisgarh, the regional parties will hold sway, just like, for example, the BRS in Telangana. So the BJP and the Congress party will more be on the supportive lines. So the election started, election season for Assembly, a semi-final for 2024, Mizoram, Chhattisgarh today. We continue to bring you updates on that after a very short break. But remember, at this time, with the election season that's on, you do not want to miss any news, and therefore, to ensure we bring you not only more news and updates, but a QR code to keep you updated throughout these days. So stay tuned to India Today Television.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Feeling burnt out? Do you feel as if your work hours are seeping into your personal hours? Well, you're not alone. Work-related stress is often something that people around the world experience. But is mental wellness at workplaces given the necessary space it deserves? A study conducted by GI Group India says that 57% of the corporate workers in major Indian cities feel that while workplaces may not cause mental health issues, they can certainly aggravate them. The study surveyed 1,088 employees and 368 employers from large-scale businesses based out of Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Mumbai, Delhi NCR and Pune. The study suggests that today's corporate work culture is such that it is bound to aggravate your mental pressures. One of the prime reasons behind this is an erratic work schedule. About 77% of employers and 39% of employees attribute their mental health issues to erratic work hours, which hamper the regular sleep cycle. Another reason is personality conflicts, which experts say, coupled with office politics, can strain work relations and can adversely affect an employee's mental health. Other major contributing factors to mental health issues include the need for social validation and interpersonal conflicts. 66% of employers and 51% of employees feel that competitiveness and peer pressure within their organization compounds their mental stress. But there is a disconnect between employers and employees when it comes to mental health issues at the workplace. While 77% of employers downplay the role of leadership as a causative factor for mental health issues and blame erratic work hours, 79% of employees feel their leadership, specifically indifference from superiors, that tops the reason behind mental health issues. The study says reduced productivity, burnout, and loss of motivation or purpose are the direct fallout of mental health issues. And this is reflected within 70% of all employees, who feel there is a significant impact of mental issues on organizational performance. But what are organizations doing to create a support system for those affected by mental health issues? While 14% of organizations have policies to assist with mental health issues, 54% have no formal setup to deal with mental wellness concerns. When it comes to awareness on mental health, Delhi NCR fares at the bottom end with a 50% score. Experts say that mental health has pervaded public discourse, but it still remains a challenge, especially in the workplace. The only way forward is to regularly sensitize those in the workforce to be receptive to mental health concern and also create a safe space for those who need assistance. With video journalist Manish Jha, this is Chetna Vasudevan for India Today.
All right, so it's the northeastern state of Mizoram that is very crucial, as much for the BJP and the Congress, but for the regional parties, ZPM and the MNF. And this time, therefore, it will be very important as this triangular contest continues. The polling has already started, and we'll continue to get you updates on what Mizoram is looking like right now. Remember, for now, the Chief Minister incumbent, Zormthanga, already there on the ground. Very interesting. One of the first to actually be able to vote, thereby encouraging and inspiring others as well. But it is also, remember, while he's an experienced politician, he's been a chief minister 3 times at least previously, the ones against him also are as experienced, the previous chief ministers from the ZPM. Now, the Mizo National Front and Zoram People's Movement will be very crucial in this election. Out of Mizoram's 1,276 voting centres, 149 are remote polling stations. Apart from that, let's talk about the parties. Ruling Mizo Front and also the main opposition party, the Zoram People's Movement, will hold the most crucial sway. The Congress have also fielded the candidates and the BJP also in the seats, in 40 seats in total in Mizoram. While Congress has fielded on all 40, BJP has fielded on 23. Aam Aadmi Party also has jumped in on 4 seats. In addition to, there are already 27 independents in this. That means that the BJP will most likely and the Congress party may want an alliance if they do not win many seats but want to be in the government. Security has been tightened in the state. Mizoram's borders have been sealed as well ahead of elections to ensure smooth functioning of these polls.
The problem in Myanmar and then refugees and problem from Manipur and from Bangladesh. And here it will be a big plus factor for my party, the MNF, because these people, whether they are from Burma, from Manipur or from Bangladesh, they all have faith if the MNF form the government here in Aijo. And therefore, in order to comfort them, in order to give them shelter, in order to give them food and shelter. So it needs MNF government here. That would be one of the biggest plus points in my coming election. Well, I have a full confidence that we will be able to form the government with an absolute majority.
So just to give you a little background about the northeastern state of what does it really look like and how was it previously in the past 5 years when the elections had happened. Remember, this is one state, all the 5 election states where the regional parties are heavier. 27 seats of the Mizo National Front, only one went to the BJP. Mizoram is one of the states where BJP doesn't really have any sway in the ruling government, even though it has alliance in the NDA with the ruling party. 4 Congress, and there are others 8 as well. So this, remember, is going to be very important for Mizoram with 27. And if the BJP manages to get more seats, will it immediately jump to an alliance? And so will the Congress party. Congress earlier has been in the government in Mizoram and therefore has that level of experience. But it is going to be the ZPM and the MNF that will hold the most sway. But eventually it will be about the alliances, the permutation combinations and the sort of turnout that people of Mizoram will come out to vote. It's a Christian majority, many constituencies. The politics very different from, for example, Chhattisgarh, that also goes to polls today. All right, so you're looking at the visuals coming in from different polling centers in Mizoram. Look closely. And while there is, you can see heavy security and a slow start comparatively. But Zomthanga, who's the chief minister, incumbent himself, one of the first to be coming in. And while expressing confidence, remember, as a chief minister, he's also maintained that it will not be a hung assembly, because that is what his opponents were saying, that it will be a hung assembly, that they will depend on other parties. For now, complete confidence for the Mizo National Front. And he said, we have not yet approached the BJP also. Neither have they. In centre, we are with the NDA, but we are not with the BJP. Remember, for now, just to give you a background, Mizo National Front and Bharatiya Janata Party are in NDA. But in Mizoram, they are not together, at least till the elections get over. Right, big news coming in. Telangana Congress is fielding its state unit chief, Revanth Reddy, against Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao from Kamareddy Assembly constituency. That's a big news coming in. Revanth Reddy is one of the big faces for the Congress party. They have decided to field Revanth Reddy against incumbent Chief Minister KCR, who's of course the biggest face of the BRS. This is the second seat on which Reddy, who's the sitting member of parliament from Malkangiri parliamentary constituency, will be contesting now. So that's a big moment. The Congress knows that it has important stake in the Telangana elections and to field one of its senior most faces. And that means going to be the biggest fight for the state of Telangana. KCR, BRS party will want to, of course, retain the position in the government in Telangana. Congress, desperate to make inroads, and after Karnataka's victory, will want Telangana too. But of course, watching this very closely will be the Bharatiya Janata Party. That is as desperate to have inroads into the southern states. Listen in to what Revanth Reddy said.
कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले, सरकार बनाने वाले, गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए लोग आप देखे नॉमिनेशन में कितने लोग हैं। ऐसा कालेश्वरम कोलैप्स हो गए, वैसे ही केसीआर की सरकार और केसीआर के परिवार कोलैप्स होने वाले हैं। मोदी जी जितना भी मदद करके उनको बचाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे, वो नाकामयाब हो जाए।
So for Telangana, then this is a big moment. Power star and Janasena chief Pawan Kalyan, meanwhile, is the star power with the BJP. Prime Minister Modi shared the stage with Pawan Kalyan, who's a very well-known face in the film circles. He's also now a Neta. And also apart from that, it will be about the backward caste Atma Gaurav meeting in Hyderabad. The superstar tied up with the BJP for the Telangana elections. Even though, remember, his party is already there in Andhra Pradesh. But in Telangana, it's more of a star power push. But could he power BJP into a southern state election victory? Take a look at this report.
It is now official that the Jan Sena is contesting the Telangana election in alliance with the BJP. But the big question is, will the power start help BJP come to power? Jan Sena is a political party with interests in Andhra Pradesh and nil presence in Telangana. Power star Pawan Kalyan's presence in the Telangana political landscape is not just a Telangana story. It is intricately entwined with the extremely hostile politics of the neighbouring state. A part of BJP's strategy is to shore up its fortunes in constituencies which have a significant population of people hailing from Andhra Pradesh. These are the constituencies mainly in and around Hyderabad and in Nalgonda and Khammam districts. Pawan is scheduled to share the stage with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 7th November in Hyderabad. Not only will this help the BJP to tap into his fan base, but will also make it tricky for Kalyan to rupture his relationship with the BJP 5 months from now, should the BJP continue to frown on his political friendship with the TDP. But what does Pawan Kalyan bring to the table? Of course, his stature as an extremely popular actor and his youth connect. 2. The Munuru Kapu is a significant segment among the OBC vote in Telangana, so his presence on the NDA campaign stage can be used by the BJP to tap into this community vote. More so when the BJP has announced that if it comes to power in Telangana, the state will see a backward class chief minister. 3. BJP Telangana chief Kishan Reddy revealed that the Jan Sena had lent a helping hand to his party in the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation elections in December 2020, in which the Saffron Party had done exceedingly well and would therefore like a repeat performance. 4. And the most significant aspect is that even though the BJP has no truck with the TDP, it wants Jan Sena to leverage its relationship with Chandrababu Naidu in order to ensure that the TDP vote in Telangana gets transferred to the NDA and not to the Congress. But will the Jan Sena set the Godavari on fire? Electorally speaking, we will know on 3rd of December. With T.S. Sudhir, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, we have a breaking news coming in from election-bound Chhattisgarh. And remember, because there is a tightened security for a reason, amid the Naxal-infested areas, a CRPF Cobra Battalion soldier has received injuries. There's been an IED blast in the Tondamarka area in Sukma. Sukma is also one of the locations where there has been a law and order situation with regard to Maoist areas. The soldier was deployed on election duty. We are being told that the Superintendent of Police in Sukma, Kiran Chavan, has given this information. So there has been, like I was mentioning earlier, a security scare with an IED blast by the Naxalites that is being reported from the Tondamarka area. CRPF Cobra Battalion soldier has received serious injuries. Summi Rajapal, who's tracking the latest on these elections, is joining me from Rajnandgaon. Summi, while of course the focus is on elections, one cannot ignore the ground reality of parts of Chhattisgarh too when it comes to Naxal-infested areas, and Sukma is one of those areas. What is the information you have?
It is absolutely as anticipated. Sukma, Dantewada, Bijapur and Narayanpur, these 4 districts are the most worst affected Naxal areas in Chhattisgarh, and in fact the Naxals have been concentrated there, and which is why the first incident of an IED blast is coming from Sukma. In fact, in the Tondamarka area where the IED blast took place, the official, as you correctly pointed out, was deployed in the election duty, and in fact he has been rushed to the near district hospital. And Kiran Chavan has given this information, he has verified this information, and this is the first IED blast that's happening. In fact, yesterday evening also, a similar IED blast also took place, and these IEDs have been detected in the past 15 days. So in the last fortnight, it has been a constant challenge for the CRPF personnel to traverse through the jungles, and in fact more than 60,000 CRPF personnel have been deployed across Chhattisgarh, depending on the sensitivity of the polling station. And it's unfortunate that we're receiving this news that the IED blast has in fact given injuries through the CRPF Jawan from the Cobra Battalion. He's been rushed to the hospital, and in fact the officials will divulge more information. But for now, I would like to show you how this entire polling booth in Rajnandgaon is awake already. And here as well, since it is a Naxal sensitive area, the CRPF personnel have been placed here since early in the morning, and they're ensuring the discipline, much needed discipline, and the security that's needed to conduct these polls. And in fact, apart from Rajnandgaon, there are these areas of Jagdalpur where the polling will happen between 8 to 5 p.m. And in fact, in the sensitive, extra sensitive areas of Bastar, the polling has already begun. In fact, 10 are such seats where the polling have already began between 7 to 3 p.m. And it is done for a reason so that people can go out to safely vote. And in fact, each voter will be accompanied by the CRPF Jawan today in the extra sensitive areas of Bijapur, Sukhma and Dantewada. This is that belt where most of the ID blasts have slain the CRPF personnel in the past, and it has been extra sensitive. And in fact, there are many villages where the Naxals have made sure that they reach out to the villagers to tell them that they have to boycott voting. So there's going to be resistance, there's going to be reaction, and this is certainly a part of it.
Also tell us, because you're in Rajnandgaon, that's going to be very crucial for Raman Singh, possibly to seal his fate as well, as much as, of course, this election is important for Bhupesh Baghel. What does the turnout look like? Because while there is a security scare, are people still coming out, willing to vote, to show their presence, as Prime Minister has also appealed for the voters to come out and vote in large numbers?
Yes, absolutely. Rajnandgaon is Dr. Raman Singh's bastion. He has been representing this particular constituency since 2004. And we have a very interesting voter here. The voting will begin at 8 a.m. But this voter has turned up half an hour before. And in fact, he has a very uncanny resemblance with the millennial star that we have in the country, Amitabh Bachchan. And in fact, we'll ask him to say something for voter awareness to all the voters who do not usually come out to vote. Sir, पहले तो आपका नाम क्या है? आप अपना नाम बताएं।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं आमोद श्रीवास्तव।
आमोद श्रीवास्तव जी, आप पहले ही वोटिंग अभी अब 8 बजे शुरू होना है, आप पहले से यहाँ पर एकदम पंक्चुअल होके यहाँ पर आ गए हैं। क्या मैसेज देना चाहते हैं उन वोटर्स को? एंड स्पेशली ना अमिताभ बच्चन का थोड़ा स्टाइल में बोल दीजिए, आप क्या मैसेज देंगे उन वोटर्स को जो यूजुअली जिनमें वोटर अवेयरनेस नहीं होती है?
चुनाव जो है एक संवैधानिक प्रक्रिया है और हम सभी मतदाताओं को इसमें जुड़ने का एक अनिवार्य अंग है हम लोग, और इसी के चलते मैं सबसे पहले अपना मतदान करने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित हुआ हूँ। और सभी मतदाताओं से मैं निवेदन करता हूँ कि अपने मत का सदुपयोग अवश्य करें, निर्भीक होकर, निष्पक्ष होकर क्षेत्र के विकास और उसके लिए ही सही चुनाव करें और अपने मतदान का उपयोग अवश्य करें। मैंने तो मतदान का उपयोग किया, क्या आपने भी किया?
Bilkul, we'll see a lot of colors. In fact, in this particular polling station, there is all the decoration that has also been done. There's a lot of colors, but also the CRPF personnel are very alert, very vigilant at the moment. And there's this rangoli that also been put up, which says, vote for better India, because it is the biggest democracy, festival of democracy, where people should come out for better India, for the change that they want to see. Here, we are witnessing how the voters are also being guided by the CRPF personnel. They're making sure that nothing untoward happens, and all the voters, probably including men and women, will be assisted well. And in fact, the voters have already the voters have already begun to come out, and they are coming out in a few numbers as of now, because the voting will begin at 8 a.m. But we'll show you a lot of colors. And this is the Digvijay College that we're talking about. It has been a fort that was that belonged to Digvijay Das. It was given for education. And interesting polling station, and interesting people coming out to vote as well.
Well, clearly you are at a very important location about Rajnandgaon. A lot of history there, a lot of political future too for Raman Singh. On the other hand, Bhupesh Baghel as well, whether he'll be able to return as Chief Minister. But amid all of this, Chhattisgarh is where security scare remains. An IED blast has been reported. A soldier has received injuries too. We'll continue to get you details, and smooth election for Chhattisgarh will remain a priority. Let me now bring you some international news. It's been a month since Israel witnessed one of the worst terror attacks since Holocaust, when Hamas terrorists literally invaded into the territory and killed not just members of the Jewish community, but other ethnicities and nationalities too, killing over 1,400 innocent people and taking many children and young women hostage. But at a time like that, when the retaliation is on by Israel and also wanting to get their hostages back, there is on the Gaza Strip a lot of also innocent civilians losing their life, as much as Hamas commanders getting exterminated. Here are details.
1 month since Israel was caught by surprise. 1 month since over 1,400 Israelis were murdered. 1 month since Hamas terrorists brought the Jewish state to its knees. What has followed has been a month of an awakened beast. A grieving but galvanized Israel has been on an uninterrupted campaign of retribution, pounding Hamas strongholds in the Gaza Strip mercilessly. The endgame, total obliteration of Hamas, remains elusive. But Israel says it has managed to kill at least 3,000 Hamas terrorists.
We are targeting their infrastructure that is unfortunately embedded in civilian structures as well, underneath them, and they're hiding under population, cynically using them as human shields. So it's not an easy mission, as you can imagine. It's not an easy mission. This is why we have ground forces in Gaza right now.
Israel's ground offensive into the Gaza has thus far killed at least 37 IDF soldiers. And with the Israeli tank forces now at the doorstep of the sprawling Hamas stronghold of Gaza City, the most difficult part of this battle now lies ahead.
Gaza is a massive ground operation of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, and they are taking a bite after a bite from what was under Hamas control, and slowly, they are going to take over the Gaza Strip. I don't know yet what will happen after that, but I'm sure that Gaza City will fall very soon to the hands of the IDF.
Most believe that Israel would be able to wrap up its Hamas hunt in a month. But with Gaza split in the middle and the Hamas still making use of its vast tunnel network to keep the Israelis at bay, a long and hard campaign of urban warfare looms large. And while Israel presses on in the Gaza Strip, the architects of the Hamas terror attack continue to evade capture, sitting in foreign havens. For a month now, the battle has remained confined to Israel. But with Israel's fronts, with Lebanon and Syria hotting up progressively, could the coming months see this war explode beyond Israel's borders? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so stay tuned as we continue to get you details, not just about Israel-Hamas conflict, but more importantly, with the election season that kickstarts today. As I wrap up this bulletin, I also want to tell you about how you can stay updated with the election season. There is a QR code with India Today now coming in on WhatsApp with the #1 election team. Scan this QR code and you can continue to be updated with all the news on your mobile phones. Stay tuned. Thank you.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
won't have any of it. That is the word from the Government of India on allegations of Meta and Instagram tweaking content to make their platforms addictive. India has said that free pass and immunity to social media platforms are over and strict accountability will be enforced.
Social media app can be used maturely or mindfully only after understanding these consequences. That means that there has to be a capping of age. Young children are more impressionable, and when they are looking at content repeatedly, it forms their opinions, it forms their ideologies, it forms their personality, and they get less and less choice in forming an ideology, because that is the only ideology that they are being exposed to.
This comes in the backdrop of a lawsuit against Meta, which also operates Facebook, by more than 40 US states, saying that Facebook, Instagram features are addictive and target kids. The complaint says Meta has repeatedly misled the public about the substantial dangers of its platforms and knowingly induced young children and teenagers into addictive and compulsive social media use. Research has shown that young people's use of Meta's social media platforms is associated with depression, anxiety, insomnia, interference with education and daily life, and many other negative outcomes. Meta has been accused of intentionally designing its platforms to manipulate dopamine responses in its young users to maximize time spent on its platforms. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today TV.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well, extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree. The sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know, it has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms, like you use white refined sugar. it tastes extremely good as well.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
So sorry.
Yes!
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Tira for every you. The bold look of Kohler. Uppercase never ordinary.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali and it is the semi-final of 2024 election season that's kick-starting today with Chhattisgarh in central India and Mizoram in the northeast. Polling has started and I'll be taking you through all the details. First, the headlines. Mizoram gears up for a fierce triangular fight. Crucial battle between MNF, which is the ruling party for now, main opposition ZPM, and the Congress. Congress aims to regain lost bastion. Stakes high also for the BJP in northeast. Big 2024 semi-final. Phase 1 of election voting in Chhattisgarh. 3-layer security for Maoist hit Bastar. Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel will eye the second term. Meanwhile, in the southern state of Telangana, election-bound Power Star ties up. Pawan Kalyan, Prime Minister Modi on same stage. BJP banks on Kalyan's youth and OBC appeal. Will Pawan Kalyan power the BJP to victory? Meanwhile, Delhi NCR continues to be in hazardous category, choking to breathe for the 5th day in a row, but while the AQI has marginally dipped to 400, but still in severe. international news, war is raging for 1 month and counting. Israel says Gaza city split into two. Gaza areas have been reduced to ghost town. Pakistan was rallying for Palestinians, but for Afghans has no emotions. Afghans in lakhs have been asked to leave, while Pakistan claims these are illegal immigrants. But this is, remember, as much about their worsening relationship with Taliban now.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy e-bike. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
As polling started in the northeastern state of Manipur, Chief Minister, incumbent of the state, Zomthanga, was one of the first to come and cast his vote, but was unable to. His vote got delayed because of a technical snag. Mizoram Chief Minister will vote after visiting the constituency. He was one of the first to come and inspire others to vote, but there was a technical snag. He could not cast his vote. And he says that, and I'm quoting here, he said that because there was a technical snag that was reported with the machine that was not working, and we hope that perhaps this does not continue for the rest of the day, because Mizoram will be very crucial. For now, he will visit his constituency and then return for the vote to be cast. But at least remember, for the Chief Minister incumbent to be one of the first to arrive, also sending out a good message to voters irrespective of their ideology.
Today you will not vote. So why? So what were?
Because the machine was not working. I was waiting for some time. But since the machine could not work, I said that I will visit my constituency and I will vote after the morning meal.
Suryagini is joining me from Iswal for the latest on that. Suryagini, go ahead. So that was very interesting. He was one of the first, gave a reaction also on the political future, but could not cast a vote himself. But also apart from that, do tell us about what does political future look like, as much for Zomthanga, for the MNF, but for the parties in Mizoram, one of the states where BJP does not have any sort of alliance, even though MNF is in NDA at the centre.
Well, that's the question and that's the answer, Pooja, that MNF, just a while back, Zomthanga, he mentioned that they are at the centre, they are with the NDA, but over here they are not with the BJP. That's a very politically, correct statement maybe to make on the day of polling, that over here they want to go by themselves, and maybe because somewhere he knows for a fact that the BJP might not be having, many seats. If you look at their kitty, the BJP's kitty over here, in the past election, that was one. So maybe that's the reason why he made such a comment. Now coming back to the new party, which is being termed as a dark horse, the ZPM, Zoram People's Movement. It's got multiple leaders, stalwarts of the Congress and of the civil society. Whether or not they will be able to make a dent is something only only time will say. They have been claiming that it's high time that the people of Mizoram, they elect a new party, they elect new leaders over here. But what happens on the 3rd will, we all will come to know about it on the 3rd. There are so many people over here who have come to cast their vote right now, and it looks like a festival of the sorts. And we try and speak to someone over here. Madam, have you casted your vote?
Yes, I have just finished. Yeah.
Can show your finger, please.
Yes. Yeah.
So she has already put her vote. So what are the things that you look at when you go to vote? Any specific issue that you consider?
What the particular candidate in the particular party that I want should be, should win. Yeah, that's all.
That's a very simple answer that
attitude. Yeah, I casted my vote with a winning attitude. Yeah.
So, people over here, they start pretty early, and the way elections we have, covered throughout the country, and how elections take place over here in Mizoram, especially the campaigning, Pooja, it's completely different to how we have seen. It's very simple, it's very, it's a quiet affair, and it started pretty early, 6:45, that's when Zoram Thanga came in. He couldn't vote due to a technical issue, but what we have been told that he'll be right back shortly and will cast his vote. The final thing that, you were asking me, whether a new political, identity or a new political party will be able to do something over here or not, that's only time can say. But yes, it's a three-way contest, and the BJP is trying their level best to make sure that even in this three-way fight, they make their presence felt. Pooja.
Gani, stay on with me because Mizoram will be very crucial. That is one state where the regional parties have a stronger sway compared to the BJP or the Congress party. And for our viewers, to help you understand more about Mizoram and why it is so crucial, it is of course a border state, but also that is one state where the BJP wants to get in and the Congress wants to regain government. This is our election dashboard, and I would like to take you through all the details here that we have. Let's begin with Mizoram first, which is the northeastern state, and this is where we'll tell you what exactly is the situation looking like. The northeastern state, a border state, who are, remember, the VVIP candidates. Take a look at that. As you can see, ZPM and the MNF. MNF is the ruling party, Mizo National Front. The ZPM is the main opposition party. They hold the sway. They have the maximum leaders. But the BJP won a seat previously, and that is why it is going to be very crucial. There are, of course, the Congress also that has been in alliance earlier in the government in Mizoram, and that's why with Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, it will want to have the hold in the northeastern state. But could the BJP, which has MNF in alliance in the centre, not in Mizoram, would also wait and watch cautiously which party gets the seats this time. And just to look at the seats for the background, just to tell you about 2018, how the northeastern state of Mizoram was. Out of 40 seats in the northeastern state, the Mizo National Front got the maximum 27. BJP did win 1. But it was the Congress party that nevertheless managed to get 4 and the others 8. So will there be an alliance needed, or the regional parties will want to keep their clout running for the state of Mizoram? But it's very crucial. One state where the BJP is not in the ruling government either directly or by alliance, but will want to possibly find an option, and Congress also wants to regain its power in the government. Let me now take you through the details of the state of Mizoram. With the polling that has started, people have started to come and cast their vote already. It is a slow start, but of course it will pick up in the next few hours. But what is important for Mizoram are the parties that are contesting. Mizo National Front and Zoram People's Movement are most crucial. 1,276 voting centres, 149 are remote polling stations. Now, the ruling Mizo National Front and the main opposition, Zoram People's Movement, have the maximum hold in the state. But the Congress party also have fielded all 40 seats, all 40 candidates on the seats. BJP, meanwhile, have fielded on 23. Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal's party, has also fielded on 4 seats in Mizoram. There are also 27 independents in the fray as well. So by no means take the state of Mizoram lightly. It is very crucial. All parties will be eyeing this state. Meanwhile, security has been tightened. It's a border state, so the borders have been sealed for the day to ensure smooth functioning of Mizoram.
Sir, almost all political pundits have predicted that it's going to be a hung assembly this time. How do you see your party from henceforth? Like, will you go into a coalition if required to form the government?
Well, it will not be a hung assembly. It will be an MNF government. I have a full confidence in that.
The border is very porous, and we have a visa-free regime. So 16 kilometers on both sides, people can freely enter the other country without any visa requirements. So that can be misused by antisocial elements. So considering the long border that we have and the visa-free regime that we have, we have to ensure that there is no unauthorized movement of contraband goods.
Mizoram is facing a major movement of drugs, and the drugs are transiting through Mizoram, which is then taken to various parts of the country and even beyond. Recently, we have made various arrests. We have seized more than 45 worth crores of crystal meth. We are aware of the mountainous terrain and the difficulties in guarding the entire border areas. Nonetheless, we are up to it. We have formed a separate team of narcotics headed by an SP, which has been able to lay hands on these important seizures.
So let me give you a little more background to help you understand why Mizoram is so crucial. In Mizoram, it was the Mizo National Front that got 38% vote share. It did get the highest one. It is the ruling party in the government, even though it is in alliance with the National Democratic Alliance, NDA, and that means the BJP at the center, but not in Mizoram. And Congress got 30%. So Congress definitely has a strong clout in the northeastern state. It has been in alliance with the government earlier as well. But 18% went to the BJP, which means slowly and steadily, BJP has made inroads into Mizoram too. Others, including the ZPM and other parties, have also made those details for you. And now going on the ground right now. So these are the details coming in about more votes that are coming in. I'm told this is Mizoram governor. That's right. We can see who's casting his vote. And that's very crucial, remember, that for every citizen to come forth and early in the morning to set an example. This is Aizawl in Mizoram, where the governor of Mizoram has cast his vote. Now, the Chief Minister was, in fact, one of the first to come, but sadly could not vote right away. There was a technical snag in the voting machine. So he's decided to go ahead, have a morning meeting with his party leaders, and then he will return to cast the vote. Remember, these are the days that we're thankful for a democracy where people, irrespective of their ideologies, differences, get to exercise the biggest option that they have, which is to choose their leader who runs whether their country, whether their state, their local areas. And the state elections are always more crucial because that directly will concern the resident of that state. Mizoram also has been long inflicted, remember, with the conflict issues. It is a border state. There are law and order issues too. But it's also a state that has seen massive development. Areas, Christian majority constituencies, very interesting politics of the state. But also it has seen the progress, but a lot more needs to be done. And that's why the leadership that is being chosen by the people today in Mizoram. Mountainous terrains, there are about 149 remote polling stations. So all sorts of arrangements that have been made. From the northeastern state of Manipur, let me now bring you to the central part of India, which is Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh also is in the election mode today. It is the first phase for Chhattisgarh. All eyes will be on the key battles that could change the game. The first phase of polling for 20 seats, including 12 from Bastar division, has begun, and it will be remaining 70 seats that will be on 17th November. In Sukma, for example, because there are Naxalite-infested areas, there are reports of one Jawan of the CRPF's Cobra battalion being injured in an IED blast triggered by Naxals in the Tondmarka area. The Jawan was deployed for patrolling duty, has received injuries. Remember, 60,000 security personnel have been deployed in Chhattisgarh and specifically in the Bastar division to ensure smooth polling. Results with all states will be announced on 3rd December.
देखिए, पूरे प्रदेश के लगभग 20 विधानसभा में लोकतंत्र का महापर्व चल रहा है और लगातार सुबह से ये संख्या जो आई हुई है वो इस बात को साबित करता है कि छत्तीसगढ़ पे कांग्रेस की सरकार को यहाँ से हटाए और विकास की गंगा बहाएं। जिस उद्देश्य के साथ में छत्तीसगढ़ को बनाया गया था उन उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति नहीं हो पा रही है। कांग्रेस ने लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के एक नए आयाम स्थापित किए हैं। इस बार लोग घर से निकल करके कांग्रेस को हटाना चाहते हैं।
भूपेश जी मुख्यमंत्री हैं, सट्टा जुआ अपराध यदि हो रहा है तो 1-1.5 साल से हो रहा है, कार्रवाई करते, अरेस्ट करते, गिरफ्तारी करते, कोई कार्रवाई किया नहीं। FIR तक तो दर्ज नहीं किया छत्तीसगढ़ में। ED को क्यों आना पड़ा? PMLA में, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट में जब करोड़ रुपये, हजारों करोड़ का ट्रांजैक्शन दिख रहा है तो ED को भी आना पड़ा, ED को भी आना पड़ा।
वीडियो जो है बीजेपी ने जारी किया है, है ना? प्रेस नोट है, ED ने जारी किया। तो मतलब कितना बढ़िया संबंध है, जैसे पहले कार्रवाई करते थे ED और प्रेस विज्ञप्ति जारी करता था रमन सिंह। तो ये तो ED और भाजपा की मिली भगत है, वो तो स्पष्ट हो गया है।
ये कांग्रेस की पहचान है। जहां कांग्रेस होगी वही भ्रष्टाचार होगा। ये एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं। ये भूपेश बघेल की OSD, ऑफिसर ऑन स्पेशल ड्यूटी, क्या घर से पैसे मिले थे कि नहीं मिले थे? जेल में है कि नहीं है? 1.5 साल से जेल में है भूपेश बघेल की OSD। आप बताइए 5 साल में क्या क्या हुआ? ये घोटाले पे घोटाला हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? और तो और छोड़िए, गोठान घोटाला हुआ, सब तरीके का घोटाला हुआ। कभी आपने सुना था कि गोबर का भी घोटाला हुआ? भूपेश बघेल ने गोबर का भी घोटाला कर दिया, गोबर का भी।
All right, so let me now go on the ground in Chhattisgarh, and Aishwarya Paliwal is now joining me. Aishwarya, where are you right now? What is the buzz around? Are people coming in? Because I know in areas which are not cities and towns, they are the ones who specifically come. If they are villagers, they'll be the first to arrive early morning, all dressed up to exercise their vote. What does it look like in the location that you're at?
Well, Pooja, the place where I'm standing, you rightly pointed out that we have seen how, in areas which are rural areas, and it's also something that the Election Commission, in fact, has been speaking about, that there's a fatigue when we speak about the urban areas. The queues, Pooja, here pretty long. The women voters have turned up in large numbers, and it actually is the woman voter which both the parties now want should be in their kitty. We speak about the security personnel. You'll be able to see that this very heavy deployment, because this entire Bastar region, is extremely sensitive, Pooja, when we speak about the kind of incidents that are taking place. In the past 24 hours, there have been small instances which have been taking places. There have been certain blasts. One person has also lost his life. So keeping all these things in mind, in this area, in this polling booth station, there are close to 10 to 15 security personnel who have been deployed here. This is the district is Bastar, the place where I am standing. The voting has already begun. And from what we are understanding, we will see that the voting percentage, historically too, Pooja, we have seen the state on an average, the voting percentage is close to 70, which is pretty good. So both the parties are now banking on the fact that people will come out and vote. One of the major things in this issue has been corruption, at least from the BJP side. It was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, then Home Minister Amit Shah, then the BJP President JP Nadda, all of them harping on the fact that this is one of the most corrupt governments that the state has ever seen. But we have the Congress party on the other side, which has now doled out and said that they will make sure that there is Kisan Karza Maafi. So that too is a big issue in the state this time. We'll have to wait and watch, who will win the state. The result will be out on 3rd of December. But at the moment, polling taking place, and in large numbers, people, Pooja, have already turned out here in Bastar. All of them all set to exercise their right to vote. Pooja.
Right, so only 20 seats for now, but remember, many more seats specifically in the second phase. Chhattisgarh, very crucial, as much as Mizoram, for different reasons for all parties. And that's why we'll continue with this telecast. Aishwarya Paliwal is on the ground, and so is Suryagani in Mizoram, and all other colleagues. And slowly and steadily, we'll go across to them in the next few hours. Thank you so much, Aishwarya. A long day for you to get us what exactly this day, very crucial for a democracy, really, where people decide who will govern them. I'm heading into a very short break. I'm wrapping up this bulletin. But to ensure that you are tuned in to all the election news, it is the election season, the semi-final to 2024. We've found a way to come to you directly. Join India Today now on WhatsApp. #1 election team gets you this detailed information with the QR code that you can scan, and always stay updated with election news. Thank you so much.
are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics, and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Do scan the QR code.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Indians are celebrating this festive season with Apple this year. According to reports, for the first time ever, iPhone sales have crossed the 15 lakh unit mark in just the first week of this festive season. And though iPhone 15 is really the latest model, it's actually the previous 13 and 14 models which are flying off the shelves. It's not just the iPhone. Other top-end handsets are also in huge demand. In fact, analysts here say the festive sales are being driven by premium phones this year. On Flipkart, premium segment sales grew almost 50% this year, driven by the iPhone 14 and Samsung Galaxy S21. On Amazon, the segment zoomed 200% on higher sales of iPhone 13 and Galaxy S23. The online retailers, as per a report, has clocked gross merchandise sales of 47,000 crore rupees in just the first week, growing at least 19% over the first week of 2022 festive season. And of this, 67% or nearly 32,000 crore rupees is due to mobiles, electronics and large appliances. Interestingly, it's the top-end smartphone segment which is really thriving. The mid segment is also growing, though the sub 15,000 rupee segment is shrinking this festive season. Analysts say that this could be, in part, indicative of the fact that rural and small-town India have not yet really emerged from their economic uncertainties of the last couple of years. In fact, a study has, however, noted a boom in sales of 5G-enabled handsets, especially in the 10 to 15,000 rupee price band. This is because companies like Samsung, Realme, Vivo have all launched phones in this very segment. According to Flipkart, its big billion sales saw premium smartphone segments grow a whopping 1.7 times over last year. There was a 50% rise in customers opting for exchange schemes and a 160% rise in customers going for no-cost EMIs.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
तब वनवास से प्रभु राम लौटे थे अयोध्या और अयोध्या की दिवाली हो गई। इस बार अयोध्या में दिवाली आई है और प्रभु राम अपने मंदिर में आ रहे हैं। इसी पर बातचीत करने के लिए, राम मंदिर के निर्माण पर बात करने के लिए बेहद खास मेहमान हमारे साथ राम मंदिर निर्माण समिति के चेयरमैन नृपेंद्र मिश्र जी जुड़ रहे हैं। बहुत स्वागत है सर आपका। देश भर में लोग इंतजार कर रहे हैं और प्रधानमंत्री ने जनवरी के महीने में तारीख भी दे दी है। तो अब आप जिस तरह से लगे हुए हैं लगातार इस निर्माण पे, कहां तक काम पहुंचा है और जनवरी में क्या क्या पूरा हो जाएगा, और दर्शन के लिए जो लोग आतुर हैं वो कब तक इंतजार करें?
काम तो देखिए बहुत अभी अधूरा है। जनवरी 22 तक
जी
हम लोगों ने फेज 1 का आश्वासन दिया है कि वो पूरा हो जाएगा। उसमें सम्मिलित है, ये आप जहां खड़े हो ये भूतल है और ये ईस्टर्न एंट्रेंस है।
ईस्टर्न एंट्रेंस,
और ईस्टर्न एंट्रेंस में आप खड़े हो और यहाँ से जो भी श्रद्धालु आएगा वो 5 मंडपों को पार करता हुआ गर्भगृह में पहुंचेगा। लगभग आप समझिए यहाँ से उसको 390 फीट चलना होगा अगर उसको गर्भगृह के सामने पहुंचना है। यह 5 हमारे जो मंडप हैं ये पूरे हो जाएंगे। गर्भगृह में भगवान स्थापित हो जाएंगे निश्चित रूप से। प्रथम तल पे हम लोग का कार्य चलता रहेगा। उसके लिए हम व्यवस्था कर रहे हैं कि बिना किसी सेफ्टी कॉम्प्रोमाइज के श्रद्धालु भी आते जाएं, दर्शन करते जाएं और हमारा कार्य भी प्रथम तल का हो, क्योंकि द्वितीय चरण में दिसंबर 2024 तक पूरे मंदिर को निर्माण पूरा हो जाना है। यानी प्रथम तल, सेकेंड स्टोरी, शिखर, पूरा सारा लोअर प्लिंथ, परकोटा, ये सब दिसंबर 2024 में पूर्ण हो जाएगा। ये परकोटा है।
परकोटा,
हाँ जी। सामान्य श्रद्धालु के लिए ये परिक्रमा मार्ग है।
अच्छा,
तो इसमें एक तरीके से वह वॉक करेगा और कुल उसकी वॉक जो परिक्रमा की होगी वो 795 मीटर होगी। 795 मीटर,
795 मीटर।
हाँ। और इसका आप इसे अनुमान लगाएं कि ये एक तरीके से मंदिर की सुरक्षा की व्यवस्था भी है।
प्रेजेंटेड बाय आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई बाइक। को पावर्ड बाय पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी, वडोदरा, गुजरात।
What do the young and restless of Telangana really want? All right, elections right here. Are you excited? Will you vote? One reason why you will vote.
We need hostel facilities.
Hostel seats too.
What's your opinion on the upcoming elections?
Yes, for youth it would be a measure for employment.
BRS party has been failing every time, ma'am. We have given 2 times of election of this time.
Now this time BRS party bye-bye, only Congress.
What do you like about Telangana?
Of course, biryani.
Elections are just round the corner, and what the youth decides will really suggest, or basically that would hinge to who's going to come to power here in the state. Join me on this special. The stunning Hyderabad city. I'm in Telangana. India Today's election special gets rolling. In fact, Telangana is known to be the youngest state, with nearly 30% of its population considered to be the youth. So it's very interesting to find out what the young and restless youth of Telangana really want. I'm here in Telangana, the bustling city. Elections are just around the corner, and what the youth decides will really suggest, or basically that would hinge to who's going to come to power here in the state. It's surely worth to see elections in Telangana through the lenses of the youth. The number of opinions that you get here is just simply amazing, and they're really the deciding factor ultimately. They form a large chunk of the population, as I've told you. I have with me the students of Sultan Ulm Education Society from different departments that I managed to gather. How's the Josh? Election Josh, guys? Jai Telangana! Oh, Jai Telangana. Lovely. Okay, let me ask you the girls, what are you looking forward to as a youth, a student? What do you want for Telangana?
As a student, I want all the students, regardless of the socio-economic factors, to have access to quality education.
Right.
And all the teachers should have a platform where the enhanced education is provided to all. And the leaders can give initiatives like scholarships, and they can also give funding to the below poverty line students to come in a college where
So quality education, access to education, more than freebies. Does anyone want to speak about the freebies? Are you happy with the scooty announced by one of the parties versus a scholarship? Yeah.
No.
Scooty, scholarship.
No.
What would you pick?
Right, scholarship, obviously, because when we are educated, we might have the ability to purchase that scooty on our behalf rather than getting a scooty directly.
Oh, wow, nice one. What about, what else? Are you looking at women's safety? Do you feel safe in Telangana?
Actually, ma'am, I think the major problem I can see right here is the religious hatred among peoples.
Oh, really? Is that? Okay.
Which is actually leading our country to backward side instead of progress.
But I've hardly seen any communal tensions in Telangana in the recent.
Recently there have been, but it was diverted. So I'm hoping for the party to come in power who can manage the peace between different groups of people.
All right, well said. This government, so basically insinuating that you want to give the BRS another chance.
It's not like that, but still there's a huge difference in new city and old city of Hyderabad and all the other states, and the infrastructure should be considered as an important important impact.
This should be full plank. Correct.
And
that should be part of their manifesto.
Absolutely right.
You know, but they're claiming that they're inviting many companies, they're getting many jobs. Is that true? Would you say that you're seeing that happening?
Yes, it is right.
Please come forward. Yeah.
To some extent, yes, it is true. But I would want more development to happen, and the concentration from core part of the city should move to the other parts of Telangana state, so that there will be development all across the state and people will get equal opportunities across all districts rather than concentrating only in some part of the city or some part of cities in Telangana. I want the development to happen across all districts and all mandals of the Telangana state.
That's very well said. You know, often you have Telangana parents in Telangana, as is in most other states, I guess, that they want their children to go abroad, study abroad, get opportunities abroad. Why do you think there isn't that kind of ecosystem here where, or stress on the fact that I want my son or a daughter to study in India itself? I want them to flourish in India.
In fact, this has changed. I can say that this has changed now. In Telangana, you have got multinational companies coming. The Apple has come, Facebook has come, now Foxconn has also come. So you'll have greater opportunities in the coming years. Let's see who will form the government, and then we can predict what will happen. And
as a law student, I want to tell you that we are looking forward to get associated with the governmental offices, and
so you're looking at government jobs.
Yes. More representation of women in the government, per se, parliament and assembly. And as a future advocate, on behalf of my fellow mates, I would request to get associated with the government.
All right, so you basically government jobs that you're looking forward to.
Yes, ma'am. Even though business students also are looking for the job opportunities, even about the experience freshers are not having. So I would like to request for the placements and even the securities for the girls. Like
women's safety you're saying is a concern?
Yes. Like now it has developed that they are providing cab facilities and all. So I feel like this should be more improved.
Yeah, you're saying that if infrastructure protecting women.
Yes, ma'am. Also, I think there should be better entrepreneurship facilities. Like people should know how to develop entrepreneurial skills. Maybe give them more entrepreneurial learning. Like as a business student, I think entrepreneurship is also a field which could do wonders.
All right. What kind of improvement do you suggest there? Inviting more companies, maybe
Yeah, we could do that, and supporting the small businesses which are already doing their work.
Yeah.
giving them more support, like through finance or anything.
Right, lovely.
Yeah.
I just want to say that the parties should be on their words, like before election, how they enthusiastically promises the youth and public that they'll be giving everything, providing with resources and many more things. But after, as soon as they get elected, they'll be just like celebrating among themselves and neglecting people's hopes. So I just want them to stick on their words, and as soon as they get elected, they should start supplying things what they have promised for, whether it be a scholarship or it be an LPG cylinder for less amount or whatever it may be. And experience leaders should now give chance to young youth members who are really like they can take level high to Telangana. As far as development, okay, Telangana is fine, but for resources and public poverty empowerment, I really want parties to just indulge and help poor as how they ask for votes. I just want them to help in the same way.
Basically, live up to your promises.
Yeah, live up to your
promises, tall promises. A lot of them don't live up to it.
Just don't make promise a word. Just for make it happen, fulfill and and just reach to the hopes of people who genuinely voted for you. Yeah.
And as we are speaking about women empowerment, we want more women ministers so that they can represent us on their behalf.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I guess in the government right now and the elections, so we want the women to take a stand and be our representatives.
Yeah, that's fantastic. All right, great.
I agree with the brain drain system in India. Major people, the smarter people, are going out of India because of the caste reservation. Because like everything, majority of seats and jobs and schools or even in colleges are reserved for categories.
Right.
So I think that should be like removed and laws should be strengthened so that these people can get access to education.
Right.
And I think these reservations should be based on economic conditions, which is actually better. So the smarter people won't go out of India and can work for our country.
Correct.
So
It should be based on your credibility, talent.
yeah, exactly. So we can grab
rather than caste.
yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, caste reservation is a heated debate that's been going on for decades, but ultimately it appears that the youth have spoken. We're only hoping that the government of the day listens. Whoever comes to power, remember, it's their vote behind it. So let's hope this resonates. It took me such a long time to convince some of the youth here to speak their mind. The daylight is down, but at least I've got them to speak. What's your opinion on the upcoming elections? As a youth, what are you looking forward to?
BRS.
Straight up, huh? BRS it is.
BRS.
Why? I mean, why? Okay, tell me why.
He's doing nice development for youth. He's doing development. He's seeing to giving the offers, giving the benefits, jobs. So many things KTR is doing.
Well, this is all surface level information. Give me specifics. Anything that you really feel.
Ma'am, there is no right politician in the city right now because there are more problems in the drainage. They have drainage problems, poor people and everything. There is nothing like which you see the tank in the Telangana. That is not Telangana outside the tankman, ma'am. You can see a lot of problem facing. There are mosquito problems. They are facing problems. They are ration cards problems. They are double bedroom problems. Everything is going to only BRS people, ma'am. No one is helping to another poor people.
Basically, you're saying all political parties have failed to fix your problem.
All political parties, ma'am, basically BRS party has been failing every time, ma'am. We have given 2 times of election of this time.
This is a BRS fan right next to you.
Listen, ma'am, KCR.
Very clearly, he says BRS has failed.
Because KCR has done only for the, you can see here only the Telangana Secretariat and the BR statue and the tankman. You can't see the drainage lines, you can't see the floods and you can't see the water coming through the tankman outside the in the Gandhinagar. All
Problems, actual problems are covered up. Huh?
No, ma'am, no problem has been covered up by Telangana. You can go inside the Musirabad area and you can search every lane. You might face every single problem from a single home, ma'am.
Yeah, look at the emotion that he's speaking with. I mean, you're probably blinded by the development, but here's a man, a youth here who says that he's struggling with poor facilities.
In this area, his development is going on, ma'am.
Yeah, but this is one of the prime central localities.
Already 10 years happened. Already 10. When it will be going on? development. Already third election it is came now.
Problems are more than development.
More than. Straightforward we are now this time BRS party bye. Only Congress. Only
Congress. Congress has not been here for so long. Why are you confident?
From central and state also we are expecting youth Congress party only.
Congress is selling the lands, okay? The Congress has Akasai Chin, okay? Now when Nehru told Ek Bal...
Yes Congress, no Congress.
No.
Yes or no?
No Congress.
But this cafe, Nilufar's cafe, super packed, crowded all the time. And I think this is the best place to try and get some opinions on the upcoming elections. I guess now when your guard is let down, elections round the corner. Clearly, if there's one thing that a political party can promise you, what can that be?
Maybe good opportunities for employees.
Employment opportunities?
Yes.
That's really the primary reason, right?
Yeah.
For youth to vote.
Yes, for youth it would be a measure for employment. So if the government provide the correct opportunities, they may vote for the correct government.
You can choose right.
You can choose right, but employment it is. That's what you're looking for, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Main thing.
Yes.
Anything else?
Education system also, we can expect mainly education system and then next employment.
Okay, but tell me, when you say employment, why do you say it's so difficult? I see this buddy here enjoying your tea. Do you like your chai?
Yeah.
What's so nice about it?
It's different.
Zafrani chai. Okay, what is that one thing you want to ask to the government that will come after the election?
To get more job opportunities.
Okay, job opportunities. All of you, job?
No.
Students. No, what do you want? You want to ask government, what you would ask?
I will ask government jobs.
You want government jobs? 1.9 lakh government jobs or government job vacancies, but they were not able to fill it. And here are the youth who are dying to get a job. But tell me, when you say job opportunities, what's so difficult? Why are you not finding a job?
Actually, from various places we are getting crowded people for the job. So for one job we are getting a huge of opportunity.
You're saying for one vacancy there's lots of people applying.
Yes.
But I surely can't get enough of the charm of Charminar in its full glory right here at the backdrop. I waited until it got dark so that I could capture this fully lit up Charminar right here, the iconic spot in Hyderabad. And I have with me youth leaders from the BJP Yuva Morcha, Nitin joining me. We have Prashant from the BRS, who's a youth leader himself. We have the Congress youth president in this district, Rohit, who's also with us. So I got lucky to have all of the three here. Usually, if a media person or if a reporter isn't mediating, I understand that the groups are quarreling, finish their quarrel and then they all go have chai together like this. So I'm starting from reverse. I'm getting them to have chai first and then fight. All right, getting straight to the political heat as the state is gaining steam now. BRS is in power. Prashant, you're the youth leader. What is it that you're promising the youth this time? And have you delivered on your promises for the youth in the past?
Yes, definitely. We have delivered so many promises. After formation of state in 2014, till now in 2020, up to 2023, we have delivered 2,25,000 jobs, where 1,36,000 jobs already has given notification, and we have given the appointment also.
And delivered 2 lakh odd jobs, and yet Telangana is has the highest unemployment rate in the country, 15.1%. Nitin is from the BJP Yuva Morcha. Nitin,
हाईएस्ट फेलियर है टीआरएस गवर्नमेंट इसलिए है क्योंकि पिछले 9 साल से तेलंगाना इसलिए बना हुआ है कि यहाँ के युवाओं को नौकरी मिलना चाहिए और नौकरी के साथ साथ उनका भविष्य उज्जवल होना चाहिए। लेकिन आज हम देख सकते हैं कि 9 साल से अब तक नोटिफिकेशन नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगातार 9 साल से हम लड़ रहे, पिछले 2 साल से भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा जेल में भी गए, कितने केसेस भी बुक हुए, लेकिन अब तक नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आया। अभी जैसा कि हमारे भाई बोल रहे हैं कि नोटिफिकेशन आया, 2 लाख आया, सिर्फ वो नोटिफिकेशन तक।
So no, it's just limited to notification. But if I'll come to you, the Congress is now promising that you will ensure all the 1.9 lakh vacant jobs within the government departments will be fulfilled.
Yes.
How do you plan that?
See, I'll tell you one thing. The state of Telangana has been formed on the promise on the fight of the youngsters who have been fighting for the jobs. So after the formation of Telangana, the youth of the state have been hopeful of getting a lot of jobs for the youngsters. But unlike what they've expected, in the past 9 years, nothing has been done for the youngsters. No jobs. And this year, becoming the election year, they have announced a few notifications, and the Group 1 exams also have been held, but the paper leakages and all the scams have brought them down. And the youngsters are so disappointed that this BRS government has not been able to organize a proper examination. So this BRS government has completely let down the youth of the state, and the youth of the state are looking towards the Congress party.
Completely let down by the youth. I mean, the youth are completely let down by BRS. The TSPSC examination postponement constantly, the paper leak of that. One student has committed suicide because of the delays and their future's uncertainty. Will the BRS take blame for it?
No, absolutely not, because the student has committed suicide for some other reason, not for the job reason. As far as the TSPSC paper leakage is concerned, there is a thorough investigation that is going on, and I am just not talking about the TSPSC jobs that we are created. Under the dynamic leadership of our KTR Gar, in these 10 years of Telangana, there has been a largest ecosystem that has been developed where EODB, we are standing at the first, and there are 20 lakh employment which are being created due to the software companies that has gone.
Software companies, 20 lakh jobs that are going to be created in the future.
These are already created. We have created the employment and the ecosystem that we have created. Every time we go to UK, every time we go to USA, KTR is getting investments to Telangana, and there is a larger ecosystem.
Like, for example, a Foxconn. At max, a Foxconn will give, I mean, it's great that you are bringing it. You've invited and you've laid the foundation for Foxconn to come here. 500 jobs at max. How can it really solve the 15% rise?
Coming here. Yeah. No, I would like to ask my learned friend to tell me how many of the Telangana youth have got jobs in these software companies, because people from all over the country are getting the jobs, but
outsiders are taking away.
Very true, very true. And they need to do something for the home youth of Telangana.
बाहर से जो लोग आ रहे हैं वो ज्यादा जॉब दे रहे हैं।
देखिए मैडम, आज आपको मैं एक डेटा भी देने के लिए तैयार हूँ। यहाँ पर इतने सारा तेलंगाना में यूथ ग्रेजुएशन, डिग्री, इंटर करने के बाद भी रोडों पर स्विगी जैसे इसमें काम कर रहा है।
क्यों?
इसलिए कर रहा है क्योंकि यहाँ पर अगर यकीनन KTR यूथ है, यूथ के नाते अगर उन जॉब नोटिफिकेशन देते तो आज जो यूथ रोड पर काम कर रहा वो आज ऑफिसों पे काम करता था।
At the end of it, the welfare and the well-being of the youth is what all that matters. The youth today really have the power in their hands. They are the deciding factor here in Telangana, with a whopping 30% of population all falling in that category. As we call them youth, they are the ones now who will really decide which government comes back. Would it be the BRS? Would Congress be pushed to power? Would there be a motivating answer for the BJP? Thank you very much, all of you guys, for joining us. This is Nabila Jamal signing off from Charminar right outside Hyderabad with camera person Prashant for India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
दिल्ली के अंदर वाहनों के पोल्यूशन को कम करने के लिए जो पीओसी को चेक करने का अभियान ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट और ट्रैफिक पुलिस ने किया है। आप जानते हैं कि जो पीओसी वायलेशन होता है 10,000 रुपए का फाइन लगता है। 123 ग्रैब के दौरान 28,471 चालान जो है वो किए गए। जिससे कि लोगों में पीओसी को लेकर के जो पोल्यूटेड गाड़ियां हैं उनको कंट्रोल किया जा सके। जो चूंकि ये संभावना दिख रही है कि दिवाली के बाद प्रदूषण का स्तर बढ़ सकता है, उसको देखते हुए दिल्ली के अंदर दिवाली के अगले दिन 13 नवंबर से 20 नवंबर तक एक हफ्ते का जो है वो ऑड इवन फार्मूला जो है वो दिल्ली में जो है लागू किया जाएगा। ये 13 दिवाली के अगले दिन 13 नवंबर से शुरू होगा और 20 तारीख तक वो चलेगा। उस एक सप्ताह के ऑड इवन की समीक्षा करके उस समय जो प्रदूषण की स्थिति होगी उसकी समीक्षा करके फिर आगे का निर्णय लिया जाएगा।
If I brush harder, my teeth will be cleaner. I don't really need to deal with bad breath. Popping mint will solve it. I can't get a dental X-ray. It can be dangerous. Pregnant women should not go to a dentist. I have crooked teeth, but how can I wear braces? Is that not for kids? These and many more myths around oral health prevents us from getting the right kind of attention our teeth and gums deserve. We are busting a dozen of these myths and our experts are weighing in on each one of them. Do you have yellow teeth and brush till your gums bleed? Then stop immediately. It's important to brush your teeth thoroughly. However, brushing too hard can wear down the enamel and cause discoloration and sensitivity. In addition, brushing too hard may also damage your gums and even cause them to bleed and recede. While we all love chewing gum and the fresh breath it leaves us with at least for some time, this is not the solution to bad breath. It is not to say that chewing gum does not have its benefits for oral health. However, it is never a replacement for brushing your teeth. Sugar-free gum can help displace bacteria in the mouth, increase saliva production, and freshen your breath, but it will not remove the sticky plaque that builds up on your teeth.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Israel, Hamas have been at war. Women, children, men are being attacked. And innocent lives have been lost on both sides. The conflict has impacted every aspect of Israel's infrastructure, including the film and TV industry. Angelina Jolie, who is widely known for her humanitarian work, took to Instagram and condemned the Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, describing it as the deliberate bombing of a trapped population. In an Instagram post, she shared a photo depicting the devastation caused by an airstrike at Jabalia, Gaza's largest refugee camp. Even singer and actor Selena Gomez announced that she will be deleting her Instagram account amidst all the trolling and hate that she received online. However, just a little while later, she deleted the story in which she had made this announcement, and her account is still active. The Hollywood pop icon had recently shared a heart-touching note on Instagram condemning the violence against innocent civilians, especially children.
Hi everyone, I wanted to take a moment and say thank you to everyone for their messages, for their prayers, for their wishes. I'm back, I'm home, I'm safe, I'm fine. But just 2 days back, I woke up in a hotel room in Tel Aviv with bomb sounds around me and sirens blaring, and we were taken down to a basement and shelter areas. And मैं पहले ऐसे सिचुएशन में कभी रही नहीं हूँ, बट आज जब मैं अपने घर में उठी हूँ with no sounds and feeling safe and feeling fine, तो मुझे रियलाइज हो रहा है कि कितनी बड़ी बात है, हम कितने फॉर्चुनेट है कि हम इस कंट्री में हैं.
And with halted production and mass destruction because of the ongoing war, the country will require time to get back on its feet. With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Xiaomi, tech se smart, dil se smart. Titan I Plus, expert who cares.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. Today is the day we exercise our biggest power, the power to vote and elect our leaders. Chhattisgarh in central India, Mizoram in northeastern state. Two states that are heading now for assembly elections. The polling has started, so I'll be telling you all the latest, and Preeti Chaudhary is on the ground as well. Let's begin first with the headlines coming in. Big 2024 semi-final, as this is being called, is kicked off. Phase 1 of election polling in Chhattisgarh. 3-layer security for the Maoist-hit Bastar division. Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel will eye a second term. Northeastern state of Mizoram gears up for a fierce triangular fight. It will be a crucial battle between the ruling MNF, also main opposition ZPM, and the Congress party. Congress will aim to regain lost bastion, but the stakes are high for the BJP in this northeastern state. The state of Telangana not heading for polling today, but is one of those election-bound states, and Power Star is tying up with the BJP. Pawan Kalyan, actor turned Neta, and PM Modi on the same stage. BJP will want to bank on Kalyan's youth appeal, actor appeal and OBC appeal. Could Pawan Kalyan help power the BJP to victory in Telangana? In other news, meanwhile, in Delhi NCR, we are choking. The air quality remains in hazardous category for the 5th day in a row, but marginally dipping to 400. Remember, that also is by no means normal and very difficult to breathe with serious respiratory concerns. In international news, the war is raging on for 1 month and counting. Israel says Gaza city split into two. Gaza and some of its parts of the city reduced to ghost town. Shocking hate crime against the members of Jewish community. A Jewish man succumbs to injuries in the United States of America's California after he was hit in the head by a pro-Palestine protester.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy E-Bike. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
So Chhattisgarh phase 1 and also Mizoram election polling has already started and going on the ground. Preeti Chaudhary in this special telecast. Preeti, over to you. Of course, a beautiful day as election voting, one of our main democratic powers. Over to you.
Well, Pooja, thank you there. Yes, it is a beautiful day. It's a day at the hustings in 2 states. First phase Chhattisgarh and Mizoram full phase. Also from where you are, we have the sun shining here. But, Pooja, there's disturbing news that is just coming in. We're going to dip into the latest news break coming in from Chhattisgarh on the first phase of polling. And shocking news right now, just while polling is underway in Chhattisgarh, a Naxal attack in Sukma has been reported. Chhattisgarh polls are on, and what we are just getting in terms of initial information filtering in, a CRPF soldier has been injured in what is being reported as an IED blast in Sukma. Jawan who was deployed for poll duty has been hurt in this IED blast. Now this happened during patrolling. An IED exploded, injuring the Cobra 206 soldier. The blast occurred when Inspector who was patrolling by the name of Inspector Shrikant. His leg fell on an IED planted by Naxalites, injuring soldiers. What we are being given to understand is the injured soldier is being treated, but this is news that is coming in which can be disconcerting, disturbing, because Chhattisgarh is polling in exactly the same areas. Especially, because 20 seats of Chhattisgarh are going into polls as I speak. These 20 seats come from what were traditionally the disturbed areas of Bastar, Dantewada, and news coming in of an IED blast in Sukma will only queer that pitch that this area is extremely unsafe still. There's been a campaign which has been launched by the Chhattisgarh government stating that they have gone ahead and tried their best, especially where eradication of Naxalism is concerned. And news like that coming in on polling day is disconcerting. Not just that, it flies into the face of every claim that Maoism and Naxalism has been curbed in the state of Chhattisgarh. I want to cut across to my colleague Sumi, who's reporting, getting us the latest. Sumi, would you get us up to speed with this latest news break, please? Where exactly has it happened? How many soldiers are injured?
Yes, in fact, this IED blast unfortunately took place this morning at 6 at Tonda Marka Gaon. This is the Tonda Marka village we are talking about. And in fact, the Sukma, Dantewada, Bijapur, this entire belt has been extremely sensitive, and several IEDs have been detected in the past fortnight. And the CRPF personnel have been keeping a very strict vigil so that no untoward incident takes place. In fact, Rajnandgaon is also one of the areas that have been very sensitive all these years. but somewhere the 12 assembly seats of Bijapur has been extremely sensitive. In fact, yes, yesterday evening as well, there was an IED blast in which a personnel had been injured. In fact, we're talking about the personnel who got injured this morning. Shrikant, he's undergoing treatment at a very nearby district hospital. He was there to check and he was there for a very strict vigil in the area. And amid, I'm telling you this, amid the boycott calls were given by the Naxals. In fact, in Sukma, Bijapur, Dantewada and Narayanpur, these entire belt, the Naxals have been entering the rough terrain and they are combing through the forests, village, and they are actually asking all the villagers to boycott voting, to not trust neither the Congress or the BJP, to boycott voting altogether. Here in Rajnandgaon, we are in Dr. Raman Singh's bastion. He has been representing this particular seat from 2004, and in fact, voter turnout has been great in this particular polling station as well. Here we have elderly people, 90-year-olds who are coming to vote exactly an hour later after the voting began. And in fact, we'll go across to them and try talking to them as to what is their motivation to come so early in the morning to cast their vote. Ma'am, कितना उम्र है आपका?
मेरा 82.
82. और कितना उम्र है आपका सर?
88 साल.
88. अच्छा, आप लोग सुबह सुबह यहाँ पर वोटिंग देने आए हैं. क्या मोटिवेशन है? क्या मैसेज देंगे?
नहीं समझ में.
क्या मैसेज देंगे आप मोटिवेशन के लिए? लोगों को सवेरे 5 बजे से उठे हुए हैं वोटिंग के लिए, क्या मैसेज देंगे आप?
5 बजे से ही उठे हैं, लेकिन घर पे ये है कि 6 बजे से हमको वोट डालने जाना है, बस घर में यही है. पर घर में क्या ये है जो पैसे थोड़े से वो है, फिर भी वो यहाँ आए हुए हैं. और छोटे वाले भैया हैं जो अपने दुकान पे, तो वो खोल के आएंगे. पर फिर भी आना है. फिर भी हमने चाचा को बोला कि हमें जाना ही है वोट पे.
तो पहला काम वोटिंग देना है.
भैया जो हैं ध्यानचंद जो हॉकी प्लेयर हैं, उनके साथ हॉकी खेले हुए हैं राजनांदगांव. हॉकी प्लेयर हैं.
हॉकी प्लेयर हैं आप? हॉकी, उनको सुनने में जरा तकलीफ है. आप इनके तरफ से आप हमें बताएं कि किस तरह से आपने भी अपनी वोटिंग यहाँ पर दे चुके हैं. क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे उन लोगों को जिनमें वोटिंग अवेयरनेस कम है?
प्रजातंत्र का मंदिर है, वोट बहुत कीमती है. एक वोट से देश के संसद में एक प्रधानमंत्री का शासन गिरा, एक वोट से जर्मनी के राष्ट्रपति का हार गए. इसलिए एक एक वोट कीमती है. इस महादान का हर किसी को उपयोग करना चाहिए और इस मंदिर को सजाना चाहिए. और राजनांदगांव लोकसभा क्षेत्र जो है, यह ऐतिहासिक लोकसभा क्षेत्र है जहां मतदाता जागरूकता के आधार पर काम करती है.
जागरूकता के आधार पर काम करती है. सर, आपका मुद्दा क्या है? आप किन मुद्दों पर आज वोट करने वाले हैं?
हम विकास और राष्ट्रहित के मुद्दों पर वोट करने वाले हैं. जो यहाँ पर बहुत प्राथमिकता से वही चीजें दिखाई दे रही है. तो हर किसी को वोट करना चाहिए, राष्ट्रहित के लिए वोट करना चाहिए, अपने वोट का उनको उपयोग करना चाहिए.
आपको मैंने सेल्फी लेते हुए देखा, बहुत खुश नजर आ रहे थे मुझे पोस्ट वोटिंग. ये खुशी, ये सेल्फी, आप दोनों सेल्फी ले रहे थे, बताइए किसकी खुशी है? ये वोटिंग की खुशी है?
वोटिंग खुशी है.
किन मुद्दों पर वोट कर रहे हैं?
विकास के लिए.
विकास के लिए वोट कर रहे हैं. मैम, आप किन मुद्दों पर वोट कर रही हैं?
हमें भी अपने भारत देश की अपनी उन्नति की, विकास की चाहिए. विकास ही चाहिए.
People are voting here for development. People are voting here for a good change. And in fact, the excitement on their faces, people from all walks of life are walking in to vote. Specifically the oldies, but the goldies, they are walking here since early in the morning. The kind of excitement post-voting is incredible. In fact, there is a selfie zone that has been built here for voter awareness as well. People are coming out after casting their votes and taking selfies. More vote, more zimmedari is what the tagline of Election Commission. And in fact, the excitement that you're spotting here is certainly magnificent.
All right, Sumi, we're going to come right back. My colleague Sumi has been reporting right now, getting you the latest. She's in the constituency of former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Raman Singh from the BJP. We're going to continue to cut across to her. But, you know, what you're really witnessing, and, you know, what's an election without old political cliches, the dance of democracy, you know, the temple of democracy, all of that galore. But we're going to cut across back to Sumi. But more news break coming in on election day, where phase 1 of Chhattisgarh is concerned. 20 seats in the Dantewada, Sukma, Bastar region going into vote. And a war of words right now. And that is coming from the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, and the Deputy Chief Minister, T.S. Singhdev of Chhattisgarh. And the bone of contention is Ram and religion. Deputy Chief Minister Deo has said that BJP had abandoned this is T.S. Singh Deo. The BJP has hit back by Himanta Biswa Sarma, who says Congress for Babar and Aurangzeb. Moreover, suggesting that Baghel wanted help from Naxalists to win this election. Huge war of words. Religion, especially not a big issue where Chhattisgarh is concerned. Will it really transcend into the ballot where the vote comes into question? Not really, is at least what our boots on ground are telling us. Issues are slightly different, but the narrative and the rhetoric right now rife, and that is coming in from a face-off between the sitting Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, and the Deputy CM of Chhattisgarh. And it comes, the flashpoint here is Ram, where T.S. Singh Deo has accused the Bharatiya Janata Party of using the Ram card and trying to leverage or milk electoral dividends at the back of that. On the other hand, you have Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's hit back at the Congress and saying that the Congress has always stood for Babar and Aurangzeb, and Mr. Baghel, the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, has always wanted help from the Naxalisms or Naxalites to win election. Huge war of words on the day of first phase of polling. Let's listen in to the reactions and we cut across to a reporter.
उनके घोषणा पत्र में राम दिखे क्या? उनके घोषणा पत्र में राम है क्या? वो तो जय श्री राम के नारों को तक भूल गए। जब तक मकसद साधना था तब तक जय श्री राम के नारे आप गूंजते हुए सुनते थे। आजकल सुनते हैं कोई जय श्री राम नहीं करता जैसा उस समय करते थे। तो वो मकसद उनका था राजनीतिक हित साधने का। दुर्भाग्य से कहें या संजोग से कहें, सद गया। राम जी का नाम था। राम जी का काम छत्तीसगढ़ की सरकार ने दिखाया है।
बाघेल जी ये नक्सल को लेके चुनाव जीतना चाहते हैं। मैं थोड़ा दिन पहले कवर्धा गया था। बात में अकबर का खिलाफ कुछ निकाल गया तो इलेक्शन कमीशन जाके कांग्रेस लोग मेरा ऊपर कंप्लेन कर दिया कि अकबर का खिलाफ बोल रहा है। मैं बोला यार कांग्रेस लोग आप लोग क्यों अकबर को इतना प्यार करते हो? अभी तो बाबर का मस्जिद चला गया, राम मंदिर बन रहा है 11 जनवरी को। फिर भी अब अकबर का प्यार में फंसा हुआ है। हम धर्मांतर के खिलाफ भी हमें लड़ना है और हमने ये नया बाबर औरंगजेब भारत में दोबारा मुगल का जन्म ना हो इसलिए भी हमें लड़ना है। ये छत्तीसगढ़ मां कौशल्या का भूमि है। आप प्रभु श्री राम का नानीहाल है। अगर नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं होता था क्या राम लाला का भव्य मंदिर बनता था अयोध्या में? बोलिए बनता था? भूपेश बाघेल जी ये
Well, it's open political season. You can hear all the jibes, all the political narrative, the rhetoric rife right now in poll-bound Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh is going to go to vote in two phases. The first phase right now where, what were traditionally the disturbed areas and, of course, the news that came in of an IED blast continue to be so. Parts of Dantewada, Bastar, Sukma going into vote this morning, 20 seats. But there's more coming in terms of news break, and that is the Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, hitting out at his own nephew. Mind you, his nephew is standing against Bhupesh Baghel on a BJP ticket. Interesting choice of words. Bhupesh Baghel taking a swipe at his own nephew, saying, "Rishte mein to hum tumhare baap lagte hain." Understandable. Like I said, it's open political season. It's, word for word in terms of jibes. But Bhupesh Baghel hitting out at his own nephew, who's contesting against Bhupesh Baghel on a BJP ticket. Listen in.
अब अगर थोड़ा है कोरबा ये वाला क्षेत्र बचा है तो उन क्षेत्रों में फिर जाएंगे।
कौन भारी है? कतौर भतीजा में कौन भारी?
रिश्ते हम बाप लगते हैं। अब अगर थोड़ा है कोरबा ये वाला क्षेत्र बचा है तो उन क्षेत्रों में फिर जाएंगे।
कतौर भतीजा में कौन भारी है? कतौर भतीजा में कौन भारी?
रिश्ते
All right, trust the political attacks to only get sharper as Chhattisgarh moves into the second phase where the mammoth 70 seats go to vote. Today is the first phase, 20 seats where Chhattisgarh comes into question. But let's give you an overview. 70 seats, Chhattisgarh going into vote. It comes at the back, the first phase of a massive controversy where the Mahadev app is concerned and the alleged involvement of the sitting Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel, in it. Polling, meanwhile, has begun in Chhattisgarh. All eyes on the key battles that could change the game. The first phase of polling, like I said, 20 seats, including 12 from the Bastar division, has begun polling for remaining 70. Of course, it would be November 17th, where the second phase of polling will coincide with the polling of the state of Madhya Pradesh. Meanwhile, in Sukma, disturbing news this morning, reports of one Jawan of CRPF's Cobra battalion being injured in an IED blast triggered by Naxals in Tonda Marka area. The Jawan was deployed for patrolling duty on election, allegedly stepped on an IED. 60,000 security personnel have been deployed for the smooth conduct of polls in Bastar division. Remember, viewers, that results for all three states Rajasthan, of all 5 states of Rajasthan, Telangana, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Mizoram will come on the 3rd of December.
गिरिगाम तेलग्राम अपना पहला वोट डाली है अपनी तेलग्राम में और ये अपना निशान ये है और वाकई में बिल्कुल जीत के प्रति बहुत आश्वस्त हूँ। हम और हमारी सरकार जो काम करी है, विकास के कार्य करी, इनको देखते हुए ये क्षेत्र की जनता बिल्कुल उनका आशीर्वाद और सहयोग भरपूर मिल रहा है और निश्चित तौर पर हम रिकॉर्ड मतों से जीतेंगे।
देखिए, पूरे प्रदेश के लगभग 20 विधानसभा में लोकतंत्र का महापर्व चल रहा है और लगातार सुबह से ये संख्या जो आई हुई है वो इस बात को साबित करता है कि छत्तीसगढ़ पे कांग्रेस की सरकार को यहाँ से हटाए और विकास की गंगा बहाए। जिस उद्देश्य के साथ में छत्तीसगढ़ को बनाया गया था उन उद्देश्यों की पूर्ति नहीं हो पा रही है। कांग्रेस ने लगातार भ्रष्टाचार के एक नए आयाम स्थापित किए हैं। इस बार लोग घर से निकल करके कांग्रेस को हटाना चाहते हैं।
भूपेश जी मुख्यमंत्री हैं, सट्टा जुआ अपराध यदि हो रहा है तो 1-1.5 साल से हो रहा है। कार्रवाई करते, अरेस्ट करते, गिरफ्तारी करते, कोई कार्रवाई किया नहीं। FIR तक तो दर्ज नहीं किया छत्तीसगढ़ में। ईडी को क्यों आना पड़ा? PMLA में, प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट में, जब करोड़ों रुपये, हजारों करोड़ का ट्रांजेक्शन दिख रहा है तो ईडी को भी आना पड़ा, ईडी को भी आना पड़ा।
वीडियो जो है बीजेपी ने जारी किया है, है ना, प्रेस नोट है, ईडी ने जारी किया। तो मतलब कितना बढ़िया संबंध है। जैसे पहले कार्रवाई करते थे ईडी और प्रेस विज्ञप्ति जारी करता था रमन सिंह। तो ये तो ईडी और भाजपा की मिली भगत है, वो तो स्पष्ट हो गया है।
ये कांग्रेस की पहचान है। जहां कांग्रेस होगी वही भ्रष्टाचार होगा। ये एक ही सिक्के के 2 पहलू हैं। ये भूपेश बघेल की OSD, ऑफिसर ऑन स्पेशल ड्यूटी, क्या घर से पैसे मिले थे कि नहीं मिले थे? जेल में है कि नहीं है? 1.5 साल से जेल में है भूपेश बघेल की OSD। आप बताइए 5 साल में क्या क्या हुआ? ये घोटाले पे घोटाला हुआ कि नहीं हुआ? और तो और छोड़िए, गोठान घोटाला हुआ, सब तरीके का घोटाला हुआ। कभी आपने सुना था कि गोबर का भी घोटाला हुआ? भूपेश बघेल ने गोबर का भी घोटाला कर दिया।
All right, viewers, of the 90 seats, 20 going to polls in the first phase of election. My colleague Sumi has been reporting from Rajanandgaon. That is where former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Raman Singh, testing his fate. We're going to cut across to Sumi in a short while, but let's also bring in my colleague Aishwarya Paliwal joining me from Chitrakoot in Chhattisgarh. Aishwarya, Chhattisgarh first phase comes at the back of explosive allegations against the sitting Chief Minister of the Congress from Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel. Corruption has been a huge poll issue, especially where the BJP comes into question, attacking the state government on what it alleges have been a string of scams. And now the news of the Mahadev app and allegations associated with it, where the chief minister comes into question. Is this sticking? Do you see that poll narrative being bolstered on ground?
Well, definitely, as far as the BJP is concerned, the top guns of the party, none less than Prime Minister Narendra Modi Preeti himself, spoke from the dais in Durg in Chhattisgarh and spoke about the fact that the name of Lord Shiva, Mahadev, is now being used, and it's being used for massive corruption in the state. So obviously for the BJP, it has been a big poll plank. They've been speaking about the fact that there is an entire string of scams which has happened over the past 5 years. They obviously are saying if they come to power, then corruption is the first thing that they will put an end to. It's not that. From the other side is Lord Ram, and it was none other than Home Minister Amit Shah who in fact came and released the manifesto here in the state of Chhattisgarh. So all those things, this is a Congress versus the BJP fight, and both the parties are putting their might, wanting to make sure that they snatch, Congress wanting to make sure that they continue for the next 5 years, BJP trying their level best to make sure that they snatch power, because it was the BJP which was in power for the last 15 years, and then came the Congress rule. So obviously for BJP, corruption is a big issue. They've also made sure that they sprinkle in, the flavor of Lord Ram, when Amit Shah in the manifesto said that Ram Yojana, is something that they will come up with if they come to power. They'll take the people of the state of Chhattisgarh to Ayodhya and make sure that they can have they can see the temple and also worship there. On the other side, if we speak about the polling, Preeti, historically we have seen Chhattisgarh has been a state where the average polling has always been more than 65%. And the long queues that you are seeing here, this is a model booth. The long queues are speaking about the fact that we could see the state maintaining the average polling percentage more than 65%, and this is what both the parties are hoping for the people to step out. And especially in this region, the place where I'm standing, on an average more than 70% has been, the voting, more than 70% is what we know. So everyone now banking on the fact that people need to come out and to vote. At the moment, the region where I am is quiet and people are turning up in large numbers. Preeti.
All right, we're going to continue to cut across to Aishwarya, but what I'm going to do is briefly, and it's interesting, viewers, because the issue of religion polarization, will it stick in Chhattisgarh in terms of, the maximum voters? They come in from the OBC and the Adivasis, the STs. The Muslim population, just about 2%. Usually we've seen the card of Ram or religion queer the political pitch, especially if in terms of the voters there is polarization. Will it happen this time round? We don't quite know. But corruption is a huge issue, and that has been what the BJP has been going to town campaigning in Chhattisgarh. I'm going to cut across right back to the studio. Colleague Pooja Shali joining us and giving us the details. Pooja, take it over on what went down in 2018 and what we can expect now.
All right, so remember in 2018, just like this phase 1, 20 seats were where the elections had taken place. What did it look like in 2018? Congress managed a massive sweep. As you can see, out of 20 seats, 17 went to the Congress party, barely 2 to the Bharatiya Janata Party. And that is why this time Bhupesh Baghel, his party, will want to try and regain this clout for the Congress party this time as well, despite the allegations of corruption that recently surfaced on Mahadev application, corruption allegations. But apart from that, could these charges really work, or will it be the 5 years of work that had been done in the state of Chhattisgarh? Remember, other seats on November 17th, remaining seats for phase 2 for Chhattisgarh will take place. So this was about the seats. What about the vote share? How many people contributed to which party to win in those elections? Let me take you through that. 35% while went to the BJP. It was 46%, barely right there, touching the half margin was for the Congress party. And that is why the Congress party will want to be confident, but it can go haywire. Remember, if the people of Chhattisgarh feel that they're not happy and there is an anti-incumbency, they will want to perhaps go again to the BJP. Chhattisgarh has seen governments both from the BJP and the Congress party for fairly long term. And this time as well, while the Congress had 46% of vote share previously, will 23 be again lucky for the Congress, or will the BJP manage to make inroads with the massive campaigning that has been done in the state? Over now to Preeti Chaudhary on the ground.
Well, we're going to continue to come back to my colleague Pooja, who's going to break down the numbers, the data on what it stood for when Chhattisgarh went to election the last time around. But from the studio, let's cut across right now to Rajanaandgaon. That is where former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh is testing his fate. And joining me from there is Sumi. Good morning, Sumi. Especially where Raman Singh comes into question. Earlier on, there were also indications that the BJP might not even field him. But then, of course, that turned around. He was given a ticket. What are you witnessing this morning in Rajanaandgaon?
A very good morning to you, Preeti, as well, and to all our viewers who are watching India Today this morning. In fact, as you correctly pointed out, this is the Rajanaandgaon bastion for Dr. Raman Singh. He has been the 3-term CM, the longest-serving CM of Chhattisgarh, and he is testing his luck this morning. And the voter turnout you see around me, as Aishwarya was also pointing out, that voter turnout is incredible in Chhattisgarh. It has always been more than an average of 70%. In fact, the last time around as well, despite several threats by the Naxals, the voter turnout was close to 75% in the Naxal-affected areas as well. And here the long queues tell you the story, speak volumes about the voter turnout here at Rajanaandgaon as well. Their issues have been prominent about unemployment, and Rajanaandgaon has also been slightly touched upon by Naxalism in the past as well. But I would go across to these voters who have turned up exactly on time to cast their votes. क्या मुद्दों पर वोट करेंगे सर आप?
मुद्दा विकास, बेरोजगारी।
बेरोजगारी क्यों है मुद्दा यहाँ पर?
बेरोजगारी तो सबसे बड़ा, देश का सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा तो यही है, और राज्य का भी ये सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा बेरोजगारी है, और विकास प्रमुख मुद्दा है।
विकास प्रमुख मुद्दा है। अंकल, आप किसके लिए वोट करेंगे? क्या मुद्दा है?
विकास, बेरोजगारी और आपका महंगाई के लिए विकास सबसे प्रथम चीज है। अब बेरोजगारी ये भी बहुत बड़ी चीज है।
यहाँ पर बेरोजगारी इतना बड़ा मुद्दा कैसे बन गया? बीएनसी मिल के बंद होने की वजह से, या
बीएनसी मिल के बनने से उद्योग मंत्री खुद था रमन सरकार, उसके सांसद था, उद्योग मंत्री था, तो बीएनसी मिल बंद हो गया। तो 15 साल और विकास कुछ नहीं हुआ उसके।
कुछ नहीं हुआ। आप किन मुद्दों पर वोट करेंगे?
विकास के लिए करना है। विकास के लिए। यहाँ पे अभी 5 साल से भूपेश बघेल बना है, जब से राजनांदगांव में अभी तक दर्शन नहीं दिया है। एक भी दफे एक स्टेडियम जो यहाँ का है उसको भी रोकवा दिया है काम को।
तो आप चाहते हैं विकास हो। Development is on their minds while they go inside the to cast their vote, and in fact it is incredible how the voter turnout has been very huge. In fact, since this morning there was a voter called Lakshmi Babu Jha who couldn't sleep with the excitement of voting. He cast his vote for every time. He stands first at every polling station wherever he goes, whenever he could take part in the democracy festival. So certainly here many people putting forward their opinions that they want vikas, they want development, they want to get rid of corruption, and they also want employment and to get rid of inflation as well.
We're going to come right back to you, my colleague Sumi, getting us the very latest from Rajanaandgaon. But from Rajanaandgaon, Chhattisgarh, let's take you right now all the way back to the studio where my colleague Pooja is standing by to take you through where in the first phase, 20 seats, Chhattisgarh, who are the top contenders in fray. One of them, of course, from Rajanaandgaon, where Sumi is standing, Pooja, the former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Raman Singh.
All right, that's right. There are going to be, remember, while this is the phase 1 out of 2 phases for a Chhattisgarh election, let me take you through our election intelligence dashboard to tell you exactly who the key candidates are, what are the seats looking like. So this, in our map, let's go across to Chhattisgarh. And for phase 1, 20 seats is what we are talking about. What does that mean? Let me take you through on phase 1, we click here on the 2 big candidates. Dr. Raman Singh, like we were talking about, Rajanaandgaon is his constituency. He's been former Chief Minister several times. He's had a fairly long term with regard to being in the top position of the Chhattisgarh government. Can he again come back to the government, beat Bhupesh Baghel, or will Bhupesh Baghel not be giving BJP any surprises? But there's also from the Congress party, Deepak Baij. Remember, Deepak Baij is very interesting. He is the Congress party chief. The manner in which he was replaced and given this position just bears barely a few months ago. That also is reflective of how Congress wants to also ensure that they give these the candidates, while Bhupesh Baghel is on the senior most position, he also has his share of responsibilities. Both are experienced politicians, both are very important to phase one from the BJP and from the Congress party. Preeti, back to you on the ground.
Okay, we're going to continue to come back to Pooja and cut across all the way to Chhattisgarh as well, where our reporters boots on ground. But let's quickly slip into a break. We're back with more.
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadaknath.
मेथी के लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली।
बहुत अच्छा। PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया। बढ़िया।
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horn.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
What's a threat notification really? Well, Apple's threat notifications are a way of alerting users that their phones are being targeted by so-called state-sponsored attackers. Apple has also developed a system where it recognizes activities that matches certain patterns and sends out threat notification to users via email or iMessage to affected users' Apple ID. Now, Apple has revealed that state-sponsored attackers are not your average cyber criminals. They are exceptionally resourced and target a very small number of specific individuals and their devices, making these attacks much harder to really detect and prevent. These attacks are highly complex. It costs millions of dollars to develop and often have a short shelf life. Apple has stated that it cannot really disclose information about what causes the company to send out these notifications, as that can help attackers adapt their behavior to evade detection in the future. But what about non-Apple users? Is there a chance that they might also have been subjected to such attacks? Are they still unaware of it? The tech giant has also clarified that it's very possible that some Apple threat notifications may be false alarms, or that some attacks are not detected at all. Apple has said that since enabling the feature in November 2021, these threat notifications have been sent to individuals whose accounts are in nearly 150 countries. Well, to safeguard your Apple device from such harmful attacks, you need to know 5 things. Number 1, whether it's your phone or laptop, keeping your device updated is really very important for safety. Also, always make sure that your device is secured with a passcode to avoid any immediate attack. Number 2, always use two-factor authentication, which will add an extra layer of security to your device. Number 3, always refrain from clicking random links and downloading random files via SMS or any other source. Make sure to download authenticated apps from official app stores of the phones only. Number 4, if you suspect that you are being targeted on any Apple device like an iPhone or a MacBook, then you can use the lockdown mode for extreme protection. But lockdown mode, well, this really restricts access to many services. You can find this option though in the privacy and security features in your settings. Number 5, in addition to these steps, you can also get your device forensically examined for any kind of malware. But for this, you will have to submit your device for that test. Well, all this only reveals that all users now must be very well aware of such measures and use their devices with some level of safety measures. Adopt it so that you can avoid such situations.
Co-presented by Aapka Joy, Bharat Ka Joy, Joy e-bike. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
All right, welcome back, viewers. You're watching State of War, and 2 states are going into polling this morning. Chhattisgarh first phase with 20 seats, and the state of Mizoram with its 40 assembly seats is going into election. In the state of Mizoram, it's poised to be a triangular contest. The incumbent MNF facing off with the ZPM as well as the Congress, fighting on all 40 seats. However, the BJP also in the fray, viewers, with 23 seats. The big question here, which is being anticipated, will what went down in Manipur actually impact the electoral political outcome of the state of neighboring Mizoram? On the other hand, where election issues are concerned, Manipur, of course, a big election issue, as well as even corruption. The northeastern state set to see a triangular contest, like I just pointed out. The BJP on 23 seats fighting, the incumbent MNF Zoram People's Movement fighting on 40 seats, as well as the Congress fighting on 40 seats. Out of Mizoram's 1,276 voting centers, 149 are designate remote polling stations. What's rather interesting and, ironical as well, the Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga of the MNF was unable to cast his vote today due to a technical snag. After getting out from the polling booth, though, the Chief Minister seemed confident. Cut across right now, back from Mizoram. Let's cut across to Chhattisgarh. Listen in to former Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh, Raman Singh.
शराबबंदी भूल गए और झूठे वादे सारे भूल गए उन्होंने जितने वादे किए थे आज जनता उसी लिए शराब पूछ रही है। और शराबबंदी वो क्या करेंगे? शराब से जब 2100 करोड़ का घोटाला करते हैं, शराब का अवैध शराब बिक्री होती है, जहरीली शराब से लोगों की मौत होती है, इसमें भी राहत नहीं है, तो क्या स्थिति बनेगी छत्तीसगढ़ की?
सर, भूपेश कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी मतलब ईडी और ईडी मतलब बीजेपी।
सर, आप पे व्यक्तिगत आरोप भी लगाया।
ईडी से और पुलिस से वही डरता है जो अपराधी प्रवृत्ति का व्यक्ति होता है। ईडी से क्यों डरेगा भाई? क्यों डरेंगे? दुनिया के लोग क्यों नहीं डरते ईडी से? आपने 2100 करोड़ का घोषित शराब में घोटाला किया है, प्रमाण है 40% अवैध शराब बेचने का, हॉलमार्क नकली लगाने का प्रमाण है, बिना टैक्स दिए 40% शराब बेचने का, 25 रुपया प्रति टन कोयले का प्रमाण है, 600 करोड़ रुपया पीडीएस के चावल का प्रमाण है। कितने सारे प्रमाण चाहिए जिसपे एक एक भ्रष्टाचार, और महादेव वेब तो खुली किताब है।
डॉक्टर साहब, बिट्टू भैया का भी नाम लिया है उसने, शुभम सोनी ने, कि बिट्टू भैया की मौजूदगी में दिए हैं, ये किस ओर इशारा करता है?
ये सारा विषय ईडी के जांच का और खोद का विषय है, और इसमें कोई अपराधी ना बचे, सभी अपराधियों के ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। मैं तो इतना ही मानता हूं।
कार्रवाई क्या करेंगे? पहली कार्रवाई क्या करें? आपकी सरकार आती है तो महादेव मामले में क्या कार्रवाई करेंगे?
कार्रवाई न्यायालय करती है, न्यायालय में साक्ष्य प्रस्तुत किए जाते हैं।
पहले चरण की कितने सीटें मिलती थी?
कम से कम 14 सीट।
डॉक्टर साहब, आप लोग बीजेपी कर रही है मोदी गारंटी और कांग्रेस कर रही है प्रियंका और राहुल का भरोसा। मैं एक सवाल मोदी गारंटी या एक सवाल बस
भारतीय
मनीष भाई, सिर्फ एक सवाल सर एक डॉक्टर साहब।
All right, so let's quickly move from Chhattisgarh. Like I told you, viewers, both Chhattisgarh, Mizoram going into election. We've given you the breakdown, the lowdown, what the political arithmetic looked like in 2018 in the state of Chhattisgarh. We're going to give it to you in Mizoram. My colleague Pooja is standing by. But before we cut across to Pooja, lots of reaction coming in from the state of Mizoram, polling all 40 seats this morning. Interesting. Ironical, whichever way you look at it, the sitting chief minister of the state unable to cast his ballot because of a technical snag.
Sir, almost all political pundits have predicted that it's going to be a hung assembly this time. How do you see your party from henceforth? Like, will you go into a coalition if required to form the government?
Well, it will not be a hung assembly. It will be an eminent government. I have a full confidence in that.
He's saying his dream. Then,
will it come reality?
No, I don't think. He will not come again.
What the people's?
It seems from the movement of the people, the same government will not come again, because anti-incumbency wave is very much at this time.
Honestly speaking, I was thinking about, looking all the reports coming in. I was hopeful getting 22 to 25, but as days gone by, in the last couple of weeks, we have grown a lot. The wave is with us. If you could see, the whole state is painted yellow now. So definitely we are going to have 25 seats.
The border is very porous, and we have a visa-free regime. So 16 kilometers on both sides, people can freely enter the other country without any visa requirements. So that can be misused by antisocial elements. So considering the long border that we have and the visa-free regime that we have, we have to ensure that there is no unauthorized movement of contraband goods.
Mizoram is facing a major movement of drugs, and the drugs are transiting through Mizoram, which is then taken to various parts of the country and even beyond. Recently we have made various arrests. We have seized more than 45 worth crores of crystal meth. We are aware of the mountainous terrain and the difficulties in guarding the entire border areas. Nonetheless, we are up to it. We have formed a separate team of narcotics headed by an SP, which has been able to lay hands on these important seizures.
All right, so, what pre-poll surveys are suggesting, it could be a hung assembly, and that was the question that was put forth to the MNF government and the sitting chief minister of Mizoram. But what did it look like in 2018? Let's cut across right now to my colleague Pooja.
All right, so the northeastern state of Mizoram is very crucial. One, because it is a border state, but importantly for the political survival of the MNF ruling party, of ZP and the opposition parties. So the regional parties on one side and the national parties, BJP, Congress. Let me take you through our election intelligence dashboard to help you understand why Mizoram is so crucial and what does it really have for the political fate of the Congress party, the BJP and the regional parties as well. I want to take you through the seats and the votes, specifically the vote share that the state of Mizoram got. Take a look at this. 40 seats. 38% went to the ruling Mizo National Front. Zomthanga, who's the chief minister, was one of the first to try and come cast his vote. But the Congress party got 30% of vote share. So that's no less at all. Remember, before MNF was in the government, it was the Congress party that was in the government in the northeastern state. Can they make a comeback, or will MNF, with possibly an alliance, make through? 24% went to others. BJP also managed to win one seat. Very interesting trivia, I must add here. MNF and BJP are in alliance in the National Democratic Alliance in the center. But in Mizoram, that alliance does not stand. Will they want to work out that alliance for now? He has said no need. There will be no hung assembly. We will say through. But this is the northeastern state that Congress wants to desperately get back, because BJP in one way or another is in other states of the northeast. Back to you, Preeti, on this.
All right, Pooja, news break coming in. High voter turnout recorded in the state of Chhattisgarh is what we have been given to understand. We're going to just detail the figures right there for you. Chhattisgarh, traditionally a state which has seen very high turnout in successive elections. Those 20 seats which are going into, in the 20 seats that are going into polling as I speak, have already recorded a 15% voting percentage in just 2 hours' time. Viewers, let me give you a parallel to that. Chhattisgarh recording 15% in 2 hours, and possibly when a state like let's say Delhi goes into election, it records not more than a 3 or 4% in these 2 hours. So if you can see the difference, it's huge, it's mammoth. Chhattisgarh always eager to cast its ballot, and this time also what we are looking at in Chhattisgarh is a record polling, which is the best thing that can ever happen to a democracy. So word coming in, 15% voter turnout in just 2 hours in the state of Chhattisgarh. Healthy voter turnout, encouraging as well. What does it mean politically? Wait for our analysis later on through the course of the evening. Okay, with this news break, let's cut across right now back to Mizoram. Lots going on in the state of Mizoram. My colleague Surya Agni joining us from Aizawl. Surya Agni, interesting what's taking place in the state of Mizoram. Early this morning, the chief minister from the MNF himself couldn't cast his ballot, but rather sure when questions were posed to him whether it's going to be a hung assembly. The big question, Surya, is while you've been traveling through the state of Mizoram, is Manipur an issue? Because neighboring Manipur, had also, in terms of what is currently the context of Manipur, flowed into what's happening in Mizoram. Is that going to be a poll issue? All right, we don't have my colleague Surya. We're going to try and connect right back to him. But once again, putting the spotlight on the state of Mizoram. Mind you, viewers, Mizoram is voting in a single phase today with all its 40 seats. The Congress here hoping to make gains. The Congress very vocal of what went down in the state of Manipur. We're going to go into a quick break. To stay with us, cut across to all our reporters. We're going to get you the bird's eye perspective, the ringside view, or the front row seats, whatever you might call it, to this political thriller, viewers. And you can only catch the best reportage, the best analysis, the best number crunching right here on India Today. Well, election season truly off now. The first phase of polling in Chhattisgarh on with 20 seats, all 40 seats in Mizoram going into vote. Trust us to keep you ahead. A quick break. Stay with us. My colleague Pooja takes over on the other side.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
Debate is on and the jury out still on whether 70 hours of work per week is the ultimate recipe for success. Infosys founder Narayan Murthy stirred a hornet's nest with this remark. The controversy over it refuses to die down. While there are many who support Mr. Murthy, asking what is wrong, there are those who say this is lethal for your physical and mental health. Narayan Murthy claimed that the work productivity of Indians are among the lowest in the world, and unless Indians improve productivity, reduce corruption in government departments and reduce delays in bureaucratic decision-making, India may not be able to compete and use the potential of the youngsters to the fullest. Experts say that asking for 70 hours of work from the youth every single week is way too much, and science does not support it. Here is what science says. The World Health Organization, for example, says that working 55 hours or more per week is a serious health hazard. A study by McKinsey in 2022 found that 4 out of every 10 Indians working in corporate India experience high levels of burnout, distress, anxiety and depression. The report cites toxic workplace as the biggest reason behind these alarming statistics. Hustle culture is an environment where there's an unhealthy obsession with ambition, achievements and success with little regard for rest, self-care or any sense of work-life balance. This is being glamorized by celebrity CEOs, say experts. Another IT czar has come forward to offer some well-meaning advice on Twitter. Chairman of Wipro, Rishad Premji, has tweeted saying that mental health must be prioritized. A 2021 joint study by the World Health Organization and the International Labour Organization has found that in the year 2016, 488 million people, or roughly 9% of the global population, were exposed to long working hours. The research also said that in 2016 alone, nearly 750,000 people died due to heart disease and strokes as a direct result of overwork. This represents a 29% increase since the year 2000. The Japanese have also coined a term for it, karoshi, which means death by overwork. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
We won't have any of it. That is the word from the Government of India on allegations of Meta and Instagram tweaking content to make their platforms addictive. India has said that free pass and immunity to social media platforms are over and strict accountability will be enforced.
Social media app can be used maturely or mindfully only after understanding these consequences. That means that there has to be a capping of age. Young children are more impressionable, and when they are looking at content repeatedly, it forms their opinions, it forms their ideologies, it forms their personality, and they get less and less choice in forming an ideology, because that is the only ideology that they are being exposed to.
This comes in the backdrop of a lawsuit against Meta, which also operates Facebook, by more than 40 US states, saying that Facebook, Instagram features are addictive and target kids. The complaint says Meta has repeatedly misled the public about the substantial dangers of its platforms and knowingly induced young children and teenagers into addictive and compulsive social media use. Research has shown that young people's use of Meta's social media platforms is associated with depression, anxiety, insomnia, interference with education and daily life, and many other negative outcomes. Meta has been accused of intentionally designing its platforms to manipulate dopamine responses in its young users to maximize time spent on its platforms. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today TV.
Sorry. Yes.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. Delhi air quality remains in hazardous category for the 5th day in a row, but marginally dips to below 400 mark. Phase 1 of polling in Chhattisgarh underway. Chhattisgarh sees brisk voting in the initial hours. Naxal hotbed witnesses healthy turnout. Mizoram sees over 15% voting in the first 2 hours. Power Power star ties up with the BJP in Telangana. Pawan Kalyan, Prime Minister Modi on the same stage. BJP banks on Kalyan's youth and OBC appeal. Will Pawan Kalyan power BJP to victory? War raging for 1 month and counting. Israel says Gaza city split into two. Gaza reduced to ghost town. Jewish man succumbs to injuries in the US's California after he was hit in the head by pro-Palestine protester. People in the national capital region find it difficult to breathe. The air quality in the national capital continues to deteriorate. The AQI in several areas remains in the hazardous category. The average AQI in the national capital remains above 395. In Delhi's Jahangirpuri, the highest AQI has been recorded at 641, while in Noida, the AQI remained hazardous at 639. The AAP government in the national capital has brought back odd-even formula for vehicles in the national capital starting from November 13 to November 20. Along with that, the government has taken other measures like a complete ban on construction and no physical classes for class 6 to 11 students. Politics has erupted between AAP and BJP. AAP has slammed the centre for not taking action to control pollution in North India. On the other hand, the BJP has accused the AAP government of failing to control pollution in Delhi.
एक सनातन विरोधी पहले तो पटाखों के नाम पर आप ऑड इवन लगाकर दिवाली से ठीक पहले बंद करते हैं। जिसके पास एक गाड़ी है बेचारे के पास, वो बहन से मिलने कैसे जाएगा, ससुराल कैसे जाएगा, अपने दोस्त के पास दिवाली पे कैसे जाएगा। आप सनातन संस्कृति पर चोट मारना चाहते हो। विदेशी खालिस्तानियों को सपोर्ट किया आपने किसानों के नाम पर, और जो भारत को कमज़ोर करने वाली ताकतें हैं सनातन संस्कृति को, उनके हाथों खेलकर दिवाली से पूर्व में ऑड इवन बंद करने देना, तो ये बेगैरत है केजरीवाल साहब की। और कहीं ना कहीं भारत के लोगों को ये चोट देने वाली बात है कि उसकी संस्कृति को मिटाने के लिए लोग पैदा हो गए हैं।
प्रदूषण जो आता है, इसके जो छोटे पार्टिकल हैं हमारी बॉडी में रिएक्शन प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, और छोटे पार्टिकल जो PM2.5 है खून की नलियों में एंटर कर जाते हैं। इसके हमारे हमारी खून की नलियों की लाइनिंग ख़राब हो जाती है, ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल डिपॉजिट बढ़ जाता है, ब्लॉकेजेस बढ़ जाती हैं, और हार्ट अटैक और स्ट्रोक का रिस्क काफ़ी बढ़ जाता है। शॉर्ट टर्म एक्सपोजर से भी और लॉन्ग टर्म एक्सपोजर, खास तौर से कोई मरीज हो जिनको की टेंडेंसी हो, जैसे हाइपरटेंशन हो, डायबिटीज़ हो, ओल्ड एज हो, पहले से स्ट्रोक की बीमारी हो या हार्ट की बीमारी हो, उनमें खास तौर से ये बड़ा रिस्क है प्रदूषण के मारे हार्ट अटैक और स्ट्रोक का।
My colleague Ashutosh Mishra is now joining me live from Connaught Place in New Delhi. Ashutosh, the AQI levels in several parts of Delhi continues to be in the hazardous category. What are the measures that the government is taking aside from imposing the odd-even formula, which many are not welcoming about?
Well, those who are critical to this odd-even formula, and of course they have their own reason, but for now all you see the haze around, not just Delhi, not just NCR, but perhaps across North India. And any effective measures that you take, particularly in Delhi, doesn't really work, because it's not just a blockade. You can erect a 200-foot wall and prevent the airs coming from all over this area. So because there is a lack of will and there is a lack of coordination between the NCR state, because similar measures measures what Delhi takes is not taken by Haryana, not taken by Punjab, not taken by Uttar Pradesh. So because of lack of coordination, and you heard the BJP questioning that how Arvind Kejriwal doing political tourism, Aam Aadmi Party raising that when it comes to Delhi, you stake claim of union territory, you stake claim in the power. But when it comes to responsibility, the union minister and all leadership are holding political rallies. For now, the odd even measure that has been announced just is next to on Diwali, and the idea is that it will be peak of the pollution because there will be contribution of the crackers, the smoke, despite the crackers ban in NCR. So that will at least cut down the carbon emission, the vehicular emission, because there are less number of vehicles. That will cut down at least that some amount of. It may not be that significant, but at least it will cut down some amount of carbon emission. Also being festive season, there will be not really very much rush. And since so far there is no El Nino or any western disturbance approaching closer, so that will be topographically also will be very hazardous. Even at the moment that you see this thick layer of haze and smoke all around. In fact, yesterday by noon, the air quality index from severe went back to again the very poor. Even today, it continued to be way above 300 and 350 and multiple pockets, particularly in the bordering area. So grade 4 has been announced. There are sprinkling being done to control the dust and also the smoke in the open areas. Schools have been announced to work either online mode or primary schools have been shut down. So for now, because even Gurugram has announced similar measures, nothing we are hearing from Noida, Gautam Budh Nagar or Ghaziabad. So for now, different pockets, there are multiple different measures are being taken, and one key aspect is odd even idea. Of course, those are very critical. They believe there is not very much significant changes after, and of course, that's the same people who probably do not want to give up their car when it comes to traveling or using a public transport. But when there are less cars, there will be less traffic, there will be less carbon
so
emission.
that is of course the thinking as far as the AAP government is concerned in terms of imposing that odd even formula between November 13 to 20. My colleagues Anmol Bali and Shreya Chatterjee are also joining me live at the moment. Shreya, I'll come across to you. I see of course that you're wearing a mask at the moment. Clearly that is the grave situation on the ground. The air that we're breathing, clearly not something that we should be breathing. It's our jobs to be out there, but not something that anybody who's out there is liking at the moment.
Well, exactly. So, Paulami, most of the experts are suggesting that right now the situation in Delhi NCR is nothing less than smoking 25 to 30 cigarettes a day. So that's the level of hazardous air that we're right now breathing in. To give a sense to our viewers, what is the kind of the situation? You can see the Rashtrapati Bhavan behind me. It's barely visible. It's covered in thick smog, and this has been there for at least the past 1 week. Everyone's expecting that the weather condition will make this better, but clearly that alone can't be factored in, and our politicians who time and again suggest that they will be dealing with the situation despite so many policy changes, we haven't really seen any proper impact on the ground. The AQI continues to hover on the 400 category. That is already severe. There are things that have been initiated or even will be kicking in from the next week, but we only hope that the weather conditions improve soon so that people of Delhi NCR get some respite. If not, this is the kind of air we have to breathe at least for some time now.
Absolutely. Shreya, just stay on with us. Anmol Bali is also joining us live at the moment. Anmol is at the Mandi House right now. No different from where, in fact, Ashutosh and Shreya are. Anmol, the conditions continue to be extremely hazardous. It's unfortunate, of course, the politics that we're seeing play out, because the BJP now saying, given, of course, that this is the time of festivities, people would want to travel, go to their families, their relatives, etc., Diwali, to impose the odd even formula at this point of time. Clearly, the AAP government has no other solution up its sleeve, because this is what we're facing year on year.
Follow me. Amid rising pollution, a poster war has also started between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Yesterday, Aam Aadmi Party released a poster where Prime Minister Narendra Modi photo was mentioned with Vishkal, and mocking the Aam Aadmi Party. BJP has also launched the poster mocking the Aam Aadmi Party. The poster was named Apatkal. The politics is taking place, the blame game is taking place. Both the political parties are trailing gun and each other. Initially, Aam Aadmi Party used to say that the smoke smoke which comes from Punjab and Haryana due to the farm fire is now saying this is coming from the states which is ruled by the BJP, but the current condition on the ground is not good. The average AQI in the city is above 400, which comes into severe category. 2-3 days ago it was seen that it was above very severe category. GRAP 3rd and GRAP 4th was implemented. Now schools have been asked to shut till 10th, and then after the Diwali on 13th, odd and even will be implemented, but according to experts the situation will deteriorate and the national capital could witness more than 1000 AQI in the days near to Diwali. Follow me.
Right. Shreya, coming back across to you, of course, all of these measures are being taken, be it the odd-even formula, be it shutting down of physical classes for students in schools as well. But these are stopgap arrangements. These are temporary arrangements every time that a government takes in order to, of course, tell the people that they're taking steps when, of course, AQI crosses hazardous levels. But the point is, year on year, we're facing this situation, but there is no permanent solution that we seem to find, especially given that, as far as the politics of the neighboring states is concerned, they continue.
Well, absolutely. So, Paulami, one thing that we keep hearing about is about stubble burning. And especially when the Aam Aadmi Party government came to power in Punjab, there were expectations, especially because they were the ones who raised it as an issue when they were in Delhi. So it was thinkable that probably when they form government in Punjab, the situation will improve. We saw a biogas plant that was inaugurated in Sangrur. We saw that there were better seed qualities that were improved, so that there was time that was given to the farmers for the next cultivation, and they give the stubble instead of burning. But even then, the situation is not that good. We saw that initially in the start of the month, end of the October, the average farm fires were at 200, but now it's clocking to almost 2,000. So you can see the situation, even if it's improved slightly, it is not a solution yet. And somewhere down the line, vehicular emission is also an issue. So what is lacking on the ground is all these governments sitting together, talking together, instead of the politics being played out, be it the poster war, be it, saying that you are responsible. There is no solution that's being offered to the citizens of Delhi NCR, and year after year, it's a yearly ritual that we come over when we talk about these situations and we forget about it, but we again are left to breathe this toxic air, which is somewhere down the line very hazardous for everyone's health over here.
Absolutely. It's very hazardous for anyone to be breathing that air at the moment, clearly having far-reaching impacts on the health. Especially imagine the situation with children and the elderly. Shreya, Anmol and Ashutosh, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Now, here is what the average AQI level has been in Delhi for the last 5 days. So, on November 7th, it was, we're looking backwards now. So this is how it is going. On November 3rd, you saw it was about 466. On November 4th, about 400. These are AQI levels we're talking about. November 5th, about 454. November 6th, 400. November 7th, 395. In some areas, of course, it has crossed the 600 mark as well. Yesterday, in certain parts, especially in the Anand Vihar area, it had crossed 900. And that is the situation as far as Delhi is concerned. It is worse in areas like Noida and in Gurugram. As Delhi NCR continues to suffer from severe air pollution, stubble burning continues in Punjab. Punjab reported 2,060 farm fires in November 6, one day itself. In the last 9 days alone, more than 15,000 cases of stubble burning have been reported in Punjab. With the 2,060 farm fires, the total number of stubble burning incidents in Punjab so far this season stands at 19,463. Now, this is the air quality in large parts of Punjab remains in the unhealthy category. So you're looking at those stubble burning images from Punjab. Very disturbing, very alarming messages, in fact, that are being sent out, especially because this is one of the biggest factors as far as air pollution in the national capital and national capital region are concerned. Even in Punjab, people breathing that air. Just imagine 15,000 such cases over the last 9 days that have been reported. On one day alone, over 2,000 incidents of farm fires, fresh farm fires that have been reported. Absolutely alarming. And despite the hue and cry over air pollution, despite the hue and cry over the toxic air that everyone is breathing, these farm fires continue to rage on. Just look at the numbers at the moment in terms of fresh farm fires. This is as of November 5th, 2023. Daily stubble burning cases. As you saw how the graph showed, total fire count was about 50,590. We're looking at the same dateline, the same timeline. That was 2018. That we're looking at the year-on-year increase at that point of time, 10.3%. It has gone up. It has kept going up in some senses. Manjeet Sehgal, in fact, could bring in more on that. Manjeet is joining us from Chandigarh at the moment. Manjeet, we're seeing, of course, that farm fires continue to rage on in Punjab. The people of Punjab are also breathing that air. It's impacting the national capital. It's impacting the national capital region as well. What is the Punjab government saying about these raging farm fires?
Well, Polomi, as far as the fire counts is concerned, the number of fire incidents have gone down as compared to the corresponding period. As you said, 15,000 cases were reported during this week. The total cases, and nearly 26,000 cases were reported past year. But in fact, the cases are still rising as the harvesting of paddy is peaking in Punjab. As far as the government is concerned, the government officials are on the ground, but they are being compelled by the farmers to burn the paddy themselves. We have seen one viral video in which two officials were compelled to burn the farm residue. The government says that the farmers and the farmer societies have been provided stubble management machines up to 80% subsidy. But on ground, when we spoke to the farmers, they say machines were scarce, they were not available. At least two machines were available for 10 to 15 villages, which was not able to cater to the needs of all the farmers. So farmers, while one hand are not ready to adopt the technology, on the other also say that the technology and the machines being provided to them is not viable. Their diesel prices have gone up, so they are not ready to spend more money on clearing the stubble in the fields. But the government continues to claim that the government is doing its best to stop stubble burning. Be it Punjab, be it Haryana, but the reality is farmers continue to burn the stubble, giving lame excuses. But the government has in fact failed to stop the stubble burning.
Absolutely, absolutely. Manjeet, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. Manjeet there reporting from Chandigarh. Thank you for joining us. Now let's give you a sense of the farm fires over the last 5 days. We're talking about Punjab at the moment. You can see on November 2nd, it stood at about 1,644. These are fresh farm fire incidents in a day alone. On November 3rd, 1,551, a small dip. Then on November 4th, 1,360, a small dip again. And it goes up, it shoots up on November 5th, 3,230, and shoots down a little bit on November 6th, 2060. Remember, there were pictures of a Punjab official who tried to stop these farmers from burning the stubble instead. They made him burn that stubble. We're slipping into a very short break. Coming up next, our special segment, Health Boost, with my colleague Sneha Mordani.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company. Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics, and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Scan the QR code.
Indians are celebrating this festive season with Apple this year. According to reports, for the first time ever, iPhone sales have crossed the 15 lakh unit mark in just the first week of this festive season. And though iPhone 15 is really the latest model, it's actually the previous 13 and 14 models which are flying off the shelves. It's not just the iPhone. Other top-end handsets are also in huge demand. In fact, analysts here say the festive sales are being driven by premium phones this year. On Flipkart, premium segment sales grew almost 50% this year, driven by the iPhone 14 and Samsung Galaxy S21. On Amazon, the segment zoomed 200% on higher sales of iPhone 13 and Galaxy S23. The online retailers, as per a report, has clocked gross merchandise sales of 47,000 crore rupees in just the first week, growing at least 19% over the first week of 2022 festive season. And of this, 67% or nearly 32,000 crore rupees is due to mobiles, electronics and large appliances. Interestingly, it's the top-end smartphone segment which is really thriving. The mid segment is also growing, though the sub 15,000 rupee segment is shrinking this festive season. Analysts say that this could be, in part, indicative of the fact that rural and small-town India have not yet really emerged from their economic uncertainties of the last couple of years. In fact, a study has, however, noted a boom in sales of 5G-enabled handsets, especially in the 10 to 15,000 rupee price band. This is because companies like Samsung, Realme, Vivo have all launched phones in this very segment. According to Flipkart, its big billion sales saw premium smartphone segments grow a whopping 1.7 times over last year. There was a 50% rise in customers opting for exchange schemes and a 160% rise in customers going for no-cost EMIs.
The national capital is covered in thick layers of smog, choking Delhi eyes. The AQI on Monday clocked 450 for the fifth straight day, prompting the Delhi government to implement all possible measures to check air pollution. As the stage of the graded response action plan has kicked in, schools will be online for all classes except 10 and 12 till Friday. Here's a report. Pungent, dirty, toxic and lethal. The stink is in your face. The stink is in the air. Delhi and the National Capital Region, among other North Indian cities, are breathing filthy air. Air that will make you sick and kill you eventually. Not one organ of the human body is unaffected due to the toxic air your kids, your elderly parents and you are breathing. Our fertility has been affected. Men now have less sperm in their semen. Dementia, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, all of these diseases have a direct link with air pollution. 1/3 of children in Delhi have asthma. Our lung health has taken a hit. Our skin, eyes, hair, everything has been hit adversely due to air pollution. Experts say investing in HEPA air purifiers, high-efficiency particulate air and using N95 masks or N99 masks that filter PM 2.5 is advised.
N95 mask or preferably even N99. The reason being this number actually refers to the percentage of the so-called dangerous pollutants, which are PM 2.5, which can enter very deep into our airways. And these are the masks which can filter these particles, the so-called dangerous pollutants.
Doctors say 1 in every 3 kids in Delhi have asthma.
Air pollution affects extremes of age, that is, our young children and the elderly. And if I talk about Delhi, almost 1 in 3 child is suffering from asthma, which gets increased during this Diwali season when the air pollution goes up.
Studies show that the average lifespan of a Delhiite gets reduced by 10 years, given the long-term impact of this menace. Delhi air, like the air in major Indian cities, is filthy throughout the year. At this time of the year, given the unfavorable weather conditions and the increase in farm fires, the problem only gets aggravated. IIT Kanpur has a plan to create artificial rains. The Delhi government has announced the much politicized odd-even scheme. All solutions are stopgap in nature. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today TV.
Up next, my colleagues Pooja Shali and Sneha Mordani tell us a little bit more about the solutions to air pollution in our special segment, Health Boost with Sneha.
Welcome now to our special segment on issues that concern you and I directly, and that is the matter of health. Health Boost with me and Sneha Mordani, who gets you all the latest, and this time with pollution bothering us all, Sneha.
That's right.
Whether in my family or studio or newsroom, each one of us are reporting these respiratory concerns. And I'm sure you've also, I'm sure, received a lot of queries.
Absolutely.
Let's talk today about solutions, shall we? Can we do something to protect ourselves? Sneha, do I have to wear a mask when I go out? What are doctors telling you? What kind of mask, like COVID pandemic, can it save us?
Well, not the regular mask, definitely.
Okay.
Pooja. So surgical masks and cloth masks that we were wearing during the pandemic anyway weren't good enough, and certainly not for PM 2.5, the particulate matter which is in the air and has increased over so many years. Very, very fine. So if you have a particulate matter for 2.5, which means that it's going to travel into your bloodstream, you can imagine how fine it's going to be. So what is going to help us keep that out? N95 masks and N99, high quality, high grade. Invest in a good quality N95 or N99 mask. So certainly don't waste your time, energy, effort, etc. Put yourself through discomfort by wearing a surgical or a cloth mask. However, I must say there are nauseous and there are gaseous toxins also in the air, which will not be kept out by these masks. So it's just going to be the fine particulate matter which can be kept out to an extent.
We can only try and do as much as possible.
That's right.
Now that's outdoor, Sneha. What if I'm indoor and we have bought these air purifiers? It is, of course, a class issue. Let's not forget, not everyone can even afford a proper air purifier. But now that I have, or if someone watching this right now wants to buy an air purifier, are there categories to that?
Well, certainly. There are some air purifiers which are highly recommended, like the ones, and I'm going to take our viewers to the list, one is the HEPA filter. It's advisable. It may be expensive, but buy if you can. Also, if you have a pet at home to keep out the hair, that is helpful. It's actually effective in cleaning pollen, allergens, mold and dust as well. So we all know that mold is also a contributing factor when it comes to discomfort in the respiratory passage. HEPA filters are high efficiency particulate air filters, and also filters that have air purifiers that have activated carbon filters. Antibacterial filters are also good enough. Doctors essentially say that ozone filters is something that we must not be using. But higher CADR ratings filters, you can check that up when you're buying. Also, just to tell our viewers that when you're actually buying a filter, air purifier, you tell the dealer or the person who's selling you the product that this is the size of my room. It's important. You know, you can't have a huge room like as big as this newsroom and one filter in the corner. It's not going to be effective. So it's important to get that.
So these are some of the categories that you must check out if you're planning to buy an air purifier, and try to buy one if you possibly can. Now, I was reading somewhere, Sneha, about these artificial rains or sort of the smog towers that also throw a lot of mist. What is this artificial rain phenomenon that's connecting us to this pollution problem?
Okay, so as far as the smog tower is concerned, it's got, like the one in Delhi is locked up. We know it's not working, 50-meter radius, so anyway ineffective. How can that work? But as far as artificial rains is concerned, different countries use it for different reasons, but India plans to do it, and that is again a suggestion that has been made by IIT Kanpur, that we will have artificial rains to settle the pollutions and the dust down. Again, it's a band-aid solution, and unfortunately we only seem to be having band-aid solutions and nothing else.
That's actually true. Now there is a mist throwing vehicles that we see around. Sprinklers.
Yes.
Now there is an announcement as a temporary emergency measure that the Delhi government has announced, which is odd and even formula that will be implemented from 13th to 20th November.
Yes.
Is vehicular pollution really a big concern? Can this odd even really stop the kind of emergence of pollution?
Okay, so I said this and I drew this analogy earlier as well. So if a person's met with an accident, your immediate concern is to stop the bleeding of the person and take the patient to the hospital. Right? We will not worry about the long-term health of that person. Odd even is just that. Because we are dying, and let's not mince any words, the government has decided to come up with odd and even to bring down the vehicular pollution in Delhi, because that's a huge factor in Delhi, like it is in many other urban centers. In Delhi, all the more because it's a city with high density of cars, and that's the reason why this will help us in our current situation to some extent, but it isn't a long-term solution.
And as the viewer must have heard, I also have an aggravated cough because of this pollution. Most of us are reporting those issues. Does that mean if car pollution is a problem, odd even has been implemented, should I go for carpooling? I mean, does that reduction of cars, does it really impact Sneha?
Yes, it does.
It does?
Yes, not just now. I think we all need to look for alternatives to how does one bring one's vehicle to office, or just one vehicle. I mean, plan this out, Pooja. Like for example, in our office, so many of us live in Noida. Can we look at this option? Do we have the incentives, first of all, to look at this option? So the center has told the court that essentially work from home isn't going to be allowed, but carpooling is going to be encouraged. How are you encouraging it? We all know that humans work and behave in such a way where incentivized, they seem to be working more effectively. It's very normal, regular human behavior, human nature. Is the government going to make an effort to ensure that carpooling is incentivized? Like if I'm not bringing my car today, what do I save? I ensure that there is less pollution. I ensure there is less intake of fuel. I also ensure that there is less traffic on the roads. The number of accidents also come down if you carpool. So I definitely think that we must really, as a matter of practice all throughout the year, look at carpooling as a solution. It really is doable, but we have to coordinate.
And like we were discussing, Sneha, I think you also have some data of how car pollution or carpooling with regard to pollution can actually make a difference. Do you want to tell us more about it and what exactly is the difference possible?
Yes, essentially. So what carpooling does is this, and you should look at this very carefully, viewers. It cuts the emission by half. So if vehicular pollution is a cause of concern in a city like Delhi and many other major cities as well, then it's going to cut down your vehicular pollution. Also, like I said, it reduces the congestion on the streets. It's going to be easy when you drive around. It won't be that stressful. It won't be that difficult. Reduces the vehicle miles traveled. Essentially, your vehicle is going to have a longer life as opposed to just picking your car up and going everywhere that you want to. Also, there is research to support the fact that when you club your work together and use your vehicle, it is more cost effective, it is more fuel effective. So that is something that we must all be doing. Undoubtedly, Pooja, reduces greenhouse emissions.
We can always try, but the tragic part is, Sneha, isn't it? Netas continue to fight.
Yes.
They are putting out poster wars rather than putting out policies on the same negotiating
or
table.
Effective and long-term solutions.
At least good enough emergency measures too. I don't think it's enough right now, but nevertheless, it's still needed. Thank you so much, Sneha Mordani, and I will continue to bring you daily health boost so that you understand how important health to you. There is politics, there are other news, but health news is as crucial. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
India Today met up with some workers of the corporate culture who've in fact been there and done it all. Been a part of the hustle culture, and these people were unable to in fact strike a good balance between their work and their personal life. They learned the hard way. This is what they've had to say about the suggestion of a 70-hour per week culture that is being propagated by Narayan Murthy. Listen in. In today's fast-paced corporate landscape, a growing concern is casting a long shadow over the well-being of employees, that of stress driven by corporate burnout. The relentless demands of the modern workplace are taking a toll on individuals, leading to increased stress levels and health concerns. India Today spoke to Mr. Chandra, a 45-year-old F&B professional, to learn about his journey battling corporate burnout and achieving work-life balance.
I used to work in HR, so means there was a lot of turnover, and to block that turnover, we needed employees to be hired soon, and that stress would go on from workplace to home. Even when I was sleeping, I used to be thinking, oh, I've not hired this person, or I have to interview that person. So it was that stress which takes you on. This was sometime in 2002 when I was in Bahrain, and I used to be working from 8 in the morning till 8 in the night, and which was not so good. I fell ill, and it used to be like a burden to go to work.
Conversations with individuals even younger show that corporate burnout is real.
Do not work for promotions, do not run for promotions, just work for yourself and your mental well-being. Because at the end, everything what matters is your mental peace and your health.
I will share you this story where this doctor came from US and he was working continuously almost for 16 months with very few breaks, and he break down. He developed himself a psychosis. So working hard is good, but working hard at the cost of health, I'm not sure it's a best alternative. I think working in a balanced, productive way is the better alternative.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक, co-powered by पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात.
Telangana Congress is fielding its state unit chief Revanth Reddy against Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao from the Kamareddy Assembly constituency. This is the second seat on which Reddy, the sitting member of parliament from Malkajgiri parliamentary constituency, is contesting. That's the latest update that's coming in right now. Revanth Reddy will take on Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao from the Kamareddy Assembly constituency in the Telangana elections on November 30th. Listen in to Revanth Reddy.
कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले, सरकार बनाने वाले, गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए लोग आप देखे नॉमिनेशन में कितने लोग हैं. ऐसा कालेश्वरम कोलैप्स हो गए, वैसे ही केसीआर की सरकार और केसीआर के परिवार कोलैप्स होने वाले हैं. मोदी जी जितना भी मदद करके उनको बचाने के लिए कोशिश करे वो नाकामयाब हो जाए.
So that is, of course, Revanth Reddy, who himself will be contesting now from 2 assembly seats. One of the seats he will be challenging K. Chandrasekhar Rao, Telangana Chief Minister, who is contesting from 2 seats. From the Kamareddy Assembly seat, it will be Revanth Reddy of the Congress Party Member of Parliament, State Congress Chief, who will be challenging the Chief Minister. Remember that the Congress has been gaining in Telangana in the run-up to the assembly elections. It's expected to be a stiff contest between the BRS and the Congress party, though the BJP, of course, is looking to, in fact, upset both parties come November 30th. Hectic campaigning underway in the state of Telangana, which goes to polls on November 30th. Results will be declared on December 3rd, along with other states like Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Mizoram. Already this phase of 5 assembly elections has been kick-started today, with Mizoram going to polls and the first set of seats from Chhattisgarh casting their votes as well. So the Telangana Congress has decided to field its state unit chief Revanth Reddy against Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao from the Kamareddy Assembly constituency. Revanth Reddy, of course, very confident earlier there, speaking with my colleague Abdul Bashir, of a win. This is the second seat from where Revanth Reddy, the sitting member of parliament from Malkajgiri parliamentary constituency, will be contesting. So Revanth Reddy to contest from 2 assembly seats, the chief minister incumbent to contest from 2 assembly seats as well. Let's listen in to Revanth Reddy.
कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले, सरकार बनाने वाले, गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए लोग आप देखें नॉमिनेशन में कितने लोग हैं। इसका माहौल हर कोने कोने पे तेलंगाना में यही माहौल है।
सर, आने वाले चुनाव को लेकर कोडंगल के लिए क्या होगा, खास करके तेलंगाना के लिए क्या मुद्दे होंगे? बीआरएस काफी भारी तौर पर घेर रही है।
बराबर, ये कोडंगल का निशान है, कोडंगल का शान है। कोडंगल के एक बेटा अब इतना बड़ा होकर तेलंगाना में पूरा चुनाव जितवाने के लिए हम तैयार हो गए। हर कार्यकर्ता एक रेवंत रेड्डी है। कोडंगल में कांग्रेस पार्टी को यही लोग जिताने वाले हैं।
तो कालेश्वरम का जो इश्यू अभी चल रहा है सर, क्या लग रहा है कि इस इश्यू को उठाया जाएगा और क्या मुद्दा होने वाले आगे के कुछ दिन बहुत अहम होने वाले हैं, तो क्या क्या मुद्दे उठाए जाएंगे?
जैसा कालेश्वरम कोलैप्स हो गए, वैसे ही केसीआर की सरकार और केसीआर के परिवार कोलैप्स होने वाले हैं। मोदी जी जितना भी मदद करके उनको बचाने के लिए कोशिश कर रहे, वो नाकामयाब हो जाए।
It's big news coming in from the state of war, Telangana. Now, Power Star and Janasena chief Pawan Kalyan will be sharing stage with Prime Minister Modi at the backward caste Atma Gaurava meet in Hyderabad. The superstar has tied up with the BJP for the Telangana polls, even though his party is from Andhra Pradesh. Will Pawan Kalyan be able to power BJP into the state of Telangana?
It is now official that the Jan Sena is contesting the Telangana election in alliance with the BJP. But the big question is, will the power start help BJP come to power? Jan Sena is a political party with interests in Andhra Pradesh and nil presence in Telangana. Power star Pawan Kalyan's presence in the Telangana political landscape is not just a Telangana story. It is intricately entwined with the extremely hostile politics of the neighbouring state. A part of BJP's strategy is to shore up its fortunes in constituencies which have a significant population of people hailing from Andhra Pradesh. These are the constituencies mainly in and around Hyderabad and in Nalgonda and Khammam districts. Pawan is scheduled to share the stage with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 7th November in Hyderabad. Not only will this help the BJP to tap into his fan base, but will also make it tricky for Kalyan to rupture his relationship with the BJP 5 months from now, should the BJP continue to frown on his political friendship with the TDP. But what does Pawan Kalyan bring to the table? Of course, his stature as an extremely popular actor and his youth connect. Two, the Munuru Kapu is a significant segment among the OBC vote in Telangana, so his presence on the NDA campaign stage can be used by the BJP to tap into this community vote. More so when the BJP has announced that if it comes to power in Telangana, the state will see a backward class chief minister. 3. BJP Telangana chief Kishan Reddy revealed that the Jan Sena had lent a helping hand to his party in the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation elections in December 2020, in which the Saffron Party had done exceedingly well and would therefore like a repeat performance. 4. And the most significant aspect is that even though the BJP has no truck with the TDP, it wants Jan Sena to leverage its relationship with Chandrababu Naidu in order to ensure that the TDP vote in Telangana gets transferred to the NDA and not to the Congress. But will the Jan Sena set the Godavari on fire? Electorally speaking, we will know on 3rd of December. With T.S. Sudhir, Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. Owaisi dares Rahul Gandhi to contest against him, says Rahul comes to Hyderabad to blame AIMIM. Owaisi says Rahul lost his father and grandfather's seat will defeat Rahul every time in Hyderabad. So Asaduddin Owaisi there daring Rahul Gandhi to contest from Hyderabad because of the charges that Rahul Gandhi has made against the AIMIM chief while campaigning in Telangana. Let's listen in to Asaduddin Owaisi.
जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है बल्कि इनका जो यहाँ पर एक साहब आए हुए हैं जो अमेठी में इलेक्शन हार गए, अपने बाप दादा नानी का सीट हार गए और हैदराबाद को आकर मजलिस पर इल्जाम लगाते हैं श्रीमान राहुल गांधी, जिनको जनियोधारी कहते हैं कांग्रेस के लोग। तो श्रीमान ने कह दिया कि मजलिस इतनी पैसे लिए, तुम इलेक्शन तो हार गए स्मृति ईरानी से, तो स्मृति ईरानी से तुम्हारी क्या डील हुई? मैं तो नहीं लड़ा वहां पर। हैदराबाद में मजलिस का मुकाबला हैदराबाद की पार्लियामेंट की सीट से करके दिखाओ मुझसे। मुझे यकीन है कि हैदराबाद की आवाम तुमको शिकस्त देगी, पार्लियामेंट में भी तुम हारोगे।
My colleague Abdul Bashir is now joining me over the phone line from Hyderabad. Abdul, those are pot shots being taken by Asaduddin Owaisi against Rahul Gandhi for the kind of barbs that were thrown the AIMIM's way by Rahul Gandhi while campaigning in Telangana.
Yes, absolutely. What we have seen is Rahul Gandhi was here in the past for many rallies since the election notification has begun, and before that as well, 6 declarations by the Congress party had been given. But what we see is that now Owaisi had lashed out at Rahul Gandhi chief. This is not the first time. He had earlier asked Rahul Gandhi how did he lose in Amethi? Had he taken any money? This was a reply to Rahul Gandhi's statement that AIMIM has taken money to support the BJP indirectly, is what he meant in his sabha when he was in Telangana. So replying to it, Asad Owaisi told that he did not contest in Amethi, and now was he the reason for Rahul Gandhi to lose in Amethi is what he asked. And yes, yesterday what we see is in a public gathering where he was addressing a public, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi had lashed out at Rahul Gandhi, asking him to contest from Hyderabad. Now that Rahul Gandhi is very soon going to hold yatras in Hyderabad, he had asked the Congress party or Rahul Gandhi to contest from Hyderabad, and he challenged that definitely Rahul Gandhi will lose and he will be defeated here in Hyderabad, be it an MLA or an MP that he can contest here in the city of Hyderabad.
Right. Abdul, thank you so much for joining us with all of those details. So the politics in the state of Telangana, which is sport-bound, is only intensifying with several players in the fray, hoping, of course, to upstage BRS's rule. Now, as Madhya Pradesh gears up for the assembly polls, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh expressed confidence that his party, the BJP, will win an absolute majority. Listen in to this exclusive conversation.
पूरी जो जनता अभी तक जो आपकी सभाएं हुई हैं, वहां पर सबका उत्साह आपको आश्वस्त कर रहा है?
नहीं, मैं पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हूँ कि मध्य प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्लियर मेजॉरिटी से गवर्नमेंट बन रही है।
इंडिया अलायंस कोई खतरा पैदा कर रहा है?
नहीं, इंडिया अलायंस तो बिखर गया, टूट गया।
क्योंकि यूपी में हम देख रहे हैं अखिलेश यादव कह रहे हैं कि इतने सीटों पर हम लड़ेंगे, बाकी सब
नहीं, लड़ना चाहिए सबको। इंडिया के जितने भी अलायंस है सबको एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़ना चाहिए।
एक दूसरे के खिलाफ? वो तो साथ लड़ रहे हैं।
साथ कहाँ, कहीं नहीं लड़ रहे।
वो कह रहे हैं आप लोग इतना डर गए कि इंडिया का नाम भारत कहने लगे हैं।
नहीं, इंडिया तो भारत था ही कि कहने क्या लगे हैं, तो पहले से ही भारत है। इंडिया दैट इज भारत, भारत ही, उन्होंने कहा भारत ये तो हमारे भारत के संविधान में है।
पर अलायंस से कोई खतरा नहीं है?
हर कोई खतरा नहीं, सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता है।
राहुल गांधी पर काफी आपने कटाक्ष किया है।
काफी नहीं किया है।
नहीं किया?
मैंने काफी नहीं किया है।
आपने चंद्रयान से तुलना कर दी।
नहीं, वो तो चंद्रयान की लैंडिंग हो गई इसलिए मैंने कहा, और लॉन्चिंग भी हो गई, उसकी लैंडिंग भी हो गई।
राहुल
नहीं, वो तो मैंने कहा कि सबकी लैंडिंग होनी चाहिए जो भी काम कर रहा है।
राहुल गांधी की भी होनी चाहिए। लेकिन ये बताइए कि यहाँ पर कमलनाथ कहते हैं कि राम मंदिर में बीजेपी का कोई योगदान नहीं है, वो कांग्रेस की देन है राम मंदिर।
ये सारा आंदोलन, सब कुछ, सारा माहौल ये किसने खड़ा किया था?
कहने ताला उन्होंने खोला था।
कह रहे क्या हुआ?
उससे नहीं फर्क पड़ रहा है।
नहीं, सारा देश जानता है कमलनाथ जी बेचारे क्या बोलेंगे।
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you so much for watching India Today. For more news and updates, you can log on to indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. And as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections, join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team. Scan the QR code and you get all your latest election updates on your handsets.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest. Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
दिल्ली के अंदर वाहनों के पोल्यूशन को कम करने के लिए जो पीओसी को चेक करने का अभियान ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट और ट्रैफिक पुलिस ने किया है, आप जानते हैं कि जो पीओसी वायलेशन होता है 10,000 रुपए का फाइन लगता है। 1, 2, 3 ग्रैब के दौरान 28,471 चालान जो है वो किए गए, जिससे कि लोगों में पीओसी को लेकर के जो पोल्यूटेड गाड़ियां हैं उनको कंट्रोल किया जा सके। जो चूंकि ये संभावना दिख रही है कि दिवाली के बाद प्रदूषण का स्तर बढ़ सकता है, उसको देखते हुए दिल्ली के अंदर दिवाली के अगले दिन 13 नवंबर से 20 नवंबर तक एक हफ्ते का जो है वो ऑड इवन फार्मूला जो है वो दिल्ली में जो है लागू किया जाएगा। ये 13 दिवाली के अगले दिन 13 नवंबर से शुरू होगा और 20 तारीख तक वो चलेगा। उस एक सप्ताह के ऑड इवन की समीक्षा करके उस समय जो प्रदूषण की स्थिति होगी उसकी समीक्षा करके फिर आगे का निर्णय लिया जाएगा।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Israel, Hamas have been at war. Women, children, men are being attacked. And innocent lives have been lost on both sides. The conflict has impacted every aspect of Israel's infrastructure, including the film and TV industry. Angelina Jolie, who is widely known for her humanitarian work, took to Instagram and condemned the Israeli airstrikes in Gaza, describing it as the deliberate bombing of a trapped population. In an Instagram post, she shared a photo depicting the devastation caused by an airstrike at Jabalia, Gaza's largest refugee camp. Even singer and actress Selena Gomez announced that she will be deleting her Instagram account amidst all the trolling and hate that she received online. However, just a little while later, she deleted the story in which she had made this announcement, and her account is still active. The Hollywood pop icon had recently shared a heart-touching note on Instagram condemning the violence against innocent civilians, especially children.
Hi everyone, I wanted to take a moment and say thank you to everyone for their messages, for their prayers, for their wishes. I'm back, I'm home, I'm safe, I'm fine. But just 2 days back, I woke up in a hotel room in Tel Aviv with bomb sounds around me and sirens blaring, and we were taken down to a basement and shelter areas. And मैं पहले ऐसे situation में कभी रही नहीं हूँ, but आज जब मैं अपने घर में उठी हूँ with no sounds and feeling safe and feeling fine, तो मुझे realize हो रहा है कि कितनी बड़ी बात है, हम कितने fortunate हैं कि हम इस country में हैं.
And with halted production and mass destruction because of the ongoing war, the country will require time to get back on its feet. With Gyanisha Malik, Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Hello there, a very good morning. You're watching India Today TV. I'm Sneha Mordani. Here are the headlines in this edition. Phase 1 of polling in Chhattisgarh is underway. Chhattisgarh sees brisk voting in initial hours. Naxal hotbed witnesses a healthy turnout. Mizoram sees over 15% voting in the first 2 hours. Telangana Congress chief Revanth to fight against KCR. Revanth Reddy versus KCR battle in Kamara Reddy constituency. Delhi air quality remains in the hazardous category for the 5th day in a row, but marginally dips to below 400 mark. War raging for 1 month and counting. Israel says Gaza city split into two. Gaza reduced to ghost town. Jewish man succumbs to injuries in the US, California, after he was hit in the head by pro-Palestine protester.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक Co-powered by पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात
A top story at this poll battle begins in state of war, Chhattisgarh. Polling has begun in Chhattisgarh. All eyes are on the key battles that could change this game. The first phase of polling for 20 seats, including 12 from the Bastar division, has begun, and polling for remaining 70 seats in the state will take place on the 17th of November. Now, in poll-bound Sukma, a voting percentage of 4.21%, Dantewada recorded a voting percentage of 10.18% until 9 a.m. this morning. In Sukma, one Jawan of CRPF's Cobra battalion was injured in an IED blast triggered by Naxals in the Tondamarka area. Jawan was deployed for patrolling duty for elections. Remember, results for Chhattisgarh polls are going to be announced on the 3rd of December.
5 साल जो हम लोग काम किए हैं उसे नक्सलवाद बहुत पीछे हट गया है और यही कारण है कि जो सड़क के किनारे मतदान केंद्र थे अब अंदरूनी जो गांव है वहां मतदान केंद्र खोले गए हैं। अपने ही गांव में लोग अब मतदान करेंगे। तो इस समय जो नक्सल प्रभावित क्षेत्र है, अंदरूनी क्षेत्र है, वहां ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतदान होने की संभावना है।
सर, रुझान आने भी जो है वोटर टर्नआउट 5% अभी राजनांदगांव में, क्या इस बार लग रहा है? अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा राजनांदगांव में उभर के आ रहा है। कह रहे हैं कि बीएनसी का जो मिल था आपके कार्यकाल में बंद हुआ, उसके बाद कोई दूसरा स्रोत एम्प्लॉयमेंट का कोई दूसरा स्रोत लोगों को मिला नहीं। काफी नाराजगी उनमें नजर आई। क्या कहेंगे?
पहली बात तो बीएनसी मिल बंद हुआ कांग्रेस के शासनकाल में, केंद्र सरकार में जब कांग्रेस की सरकार थी और उनकी असफलता की वजह से हुआ और एक नहीं 65 मिलों को बंद करने का साजिश किया गया। जहाँ तक सवाल है तो कभी राहुल गांधी आके बोलता है मैं शुरू कर दूंगा, कभी भूपेश बघेल आके, ये झूठी घोषणाएं मत करें। यहाँ पे औद्योगिकरण के लिए हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे।
सर, आज सुबह ही 6 बजे एक आईडी ब्लास्ट हुआ जिसमें निरीक्षक श्रीकांत घायल हो गए हैं। काफी ज्यादा जो गतिविधियां हैं वो बढ़ गई हैं। 9 बीजेपी लीडर्स की किलिंग भी हो गई है और नक्सलिज्म करीब है, कह रहे हैं खात्मे के।
ये तो टारगेट किलिंग का मामला है। बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ताओं को चिन्हांकित करके मारा जा रहा है चुनाव को प्रभावित करने के लिए।
ईडी के लगातार रेवलेशंस हो रहे हैं। शुभम सोनी का जो वीडियो आया है, जो उसने ईडी को भी भेजा है रिटन कंप्लेन के साथ, बहुत सारे रेवलेशंस आ रहे हैं जिसमें बहुत ही एक्सप्लोसिव रेवलेशंस ये करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं कि उन्होंने 508 करोड़ रुपए भूपेश बघेल को दिए। ऐसा शुभम सोनी का कहना है। ईडी को वो बता रहे हैं
भूपेश बघेल चाहते हैं कि वो 509 करोड़ के साथ उनका पैसा लेते हुए फोटो आए। भूपेश जी यही चाहते हैं कि उनका फोटो ऐसे आए जिसमें 509 करोड़ शुभम सोनी उसको दे रहा हो और यही प्रमाण पत्र चाहते हो। अरे जब शुभम सोनी खुद बोल रहा है, जो महादेव वेब का डायरेक्टर है, कि मैंने दिया है, इससे बड़ा प्रमाण हिंदुस्तान के किसी न्यायालय के लिए और कहाँ होगा। बयान दे दिया उसने। भ्रष्टाचार के इससे ज्यादा पुख्ता और प्रमाणित मामला कहीं नहीं मिलेगा आपको।
सर, और ये भी कहा कि अब बीजेपी घबराई हुई है, इसलिए मोदी अस्त्र निकल गया है। ईडी बना मोदी अस्त्र।
आत्मविश्वास किसका गड़बड़ाया है? पिछले 4-5 दिनों से टीवी में एक एक चेहरा दिख रहा है, मालूम होता है। तो पूरी तरीके से महादेव ऐप के इस खुलासे के बाद मुख्यमंत्री जी का चेहरा छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता के सामने उजागर हो गया।
My colleague Aishwarya is getting us more details on that story. Aishwarya is joining us from Bastar right now in Chhattisgarh, which of course is a red zone. Aishwarya, as expected, the security would be extremely tight here, given that it's voting day. Talk to us about the kind of arrangements that have been made, and what about the voters? What's the turnout like? At least, what do the latest figures from the Election Commission indicate?
Well, let me start by telling you, you spoke about security. The security personnel, obviously, just for these 20 seats, just for this entire region, more than 60,000 security forces have been deployed. And one look at this polling booth, you will be able to see the number of police personnel who have been deployed. This is a clear indication of the fact that this is a highly sensitive zone, Sneha. And if you speak about the voters, a large number of people have turned out, Sneha. And historically too, Chhattisgarh has been a state where the average voting percentage has roughly been around 70%. Looking at, the queues that we are seeing at the moment, we can expect that the voting percentage might be around the same time, what it has been historically. So keeping all these things in mind, it seems like, apart from some of the incidents that have come to the fore, by and large, so far voting has been extremely smooth, and this, in fact, the entire Bastar region has been one of the most places where we have seen maximum number of incidents taking place. So keeping all those things in mind, 60,000 security personnel have been deployed in the entire region, 12 very crucial seats in this region and 20 overall. For the Congress, it is extremely crucial to hold on here because, as of today, out of these 20, Congress has 19 in their kitties. For the BJP, obviously, corruption this time has become a big issue. We saw how Prime Minister Narendra Modi also took a pot shot at Bhupesh Baghel, 508 crores. That's the amount that the ED charge sheet now speaks about. So corruption, obviously, a big issue for the BJP this time. But as far as the security and the polling, voting, if we speak about that, large number of people are turning up. The queues, especially women voters, Sneha, let me tell you, have turned up in large numbers. People are still waiting in the queue, waiting for their turn to come up. And it's about 11 o'clock and we are still seeing not just here. I'll also show you the queue that is outside the polling booth because in one go, only a certain number of people are allowed inside the booth. So the security personnel there trying to control the crowd of sorts. So this also speaks about the fact that this time too, we could see, at least in these 20 seats, the voting average to be roughly around 70% or maybe more this time around. Sneha.
All right, I'm going to thank you, Aishwarya, for getting us those details. Aishwarya, my colleague, was joining us from Bastar. Remember, this is the red zone from where Aishwarya is reporting. And Aishwarya did tell us that traditionally, in fact, this region has voted and the voting percentage is always overall at the end of the day hover around the 70% mark. Of course, the incumbent Congress government in the state of Chhattisgarh with Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel eyeing a second term in the state of Chhattisgarh. Getting in all the details as far as voting in Chhattisgarh is concerned, security has been tightened. Our reporters telling us that just for 20 seats, the number of personnel, in fact, the number of personnel is about 60,000. There are 60,000 personnel for just 20 seats, speaking volumes of, in fact, the concerns there as far as security in this region is concerned. Now, let's get our viewers, in fact, up to speed with how the state essentially votes as far as assembly elections concerned. In the year 2018, the last time around when the elections took place, phase 1, this is how, in fact, Chhattisgarh essentially voted as far as the in fact, the seats are concerned. The Congress with 17, the BJP with 2, and others, of course, 1. The government was formed by Congress in the state of Chhattisgarh. BJP at 2 and Congress at 17 and others essentially at 1. Look at the vote share. 35% of the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress had a larger vote share with 46% and others at 19%. Aishwarya, in fact, continues to be with us for the very latest on that story. Aishwarya, the big talking point these elections, irrespective of how much the Congress tried to, in fact, move away or distance the Chief Minister from this issue, the spotlight has been on corruption allegations, serious charges that Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel
is facing. Give us a sense of how the Congress is looking at this entire matter and whether they think that this factor can actually cause a dent in their vote share.
Well, one of the biggest, thing that the Congress party has done is to make sure that they give Qarz Maafi. So that is something that the people of Chhattisgarh and especially the tribals and the farmers are very keenly looking at. Sneha, what they call Tendu Patta here, it's called as green gold. So that's also something that the Congress focused on because the Congress party has understood that they do need to give out, a lot of things for the people so that they can have this second term. So keeping all those things in mind, for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the main poll plank has been corruption. But for the Congress, the idea is to give out to people as much as possible, and this idea of wavering off the loan is something that the Congress at the moment is banking upon. Bhupesh Baghel, since the day the ED came out with the figure 508 crore rupees, has been saying that we in our state have taken action against those who were involved with the Mahadev app, but now it is the central government who, if this is what Bhupesh Baghel says, that if the central government believes that there is corruption that has taken place and there are things which are wrong with Mahadev app, then he's put the ball in the central government's court and is now asking the central government, in fact, to take a call on this, and also going ahead and saying that we have done our bit. We, as the government of Chhattisgarh, have taken action against those who were involved with the Mahadev app. It is now the duty of the central government to maybe, put the people behind the bars. So Bhupesh Baghel very clearly saying that we have done our bit. Now it depends on the central government. And from Home Minister Amit Shah to JP Nadda to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, all of them, the moment they stepped onto the soil of Chhattisgarh, have been speaking about the massive corruption that is taking place. In fact, Home Minister also spoke about not just this scam, but all the other scams which, according to them, have taken place in the past 5 years. So definitely, it's a Congress versus the BJP battle, which is being fought here in Chhattisgarh. Congress fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they do get a second term in the state.
Well, absolutely. But, there's another big question here, Aishwarya, and that question really is that of the leadership issue here. This is, in fact, a challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party as well, isn't it? Like it is for the Congress.
Well, definitely, but one thing that the BJP now banks upon is the 15-year rule that they have had from 2003 all the way till 2018. So that's something that the BJP has been speaking about, trying to tell the people what they have done for the people in those 15 years. And yes, the way in which people are turning out, large numbers outside this polling booth, both men and women turning up in large numbers. So both the parties are now banking on, the high voter turnout, and both of them are hoping that it will be their party which will be big, which will be winning big. We also saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It was in fact in Chhattisgarh, in Durg, from where he made the announcement that free ration will be given out to close to 80 crore people for the next 5 years. Now, this was a scheme which was launched in the year 2020 when COVID was peaking, and then it got certain extensions. This time, keeping the elections in mind, this is what the Congress party is now claiming. This announcement has now been made that free ration will be given out to roughly 80 crore people across the country. So doling out and giving out things to the people of the state, both the parties, looking at it. But one of the biggest things that the Congress party has done is to tell the people that their loans will be waived off. The Qarza Maafi is something which again is a big issue for the people of Chhattisgarh. Sneha.
Thanking you for the moment, Aishwarya Paliwal, getting us all of those details. Aishwarya is joining us from Bastar, getting us that ground report. And this is a mega India Today exclusive. Union Mantri's Bhupe attack on Baghel. Anurag Thakur says Baghel must explain 508 crore loot. Anurag Thakur is hit out at Gehlot and the Congress as well, calling Rajasthan Chief Minister Gehlot. Says they are Chunavi Hindu. Well, that's the attack from Union Minister Anurag Thakur, who's called Bhupesh Baghel Bhupe. And Ashok Gehlot has said that, in fact, for Ashok Gehlot, he said that this is Gehlot, and saying that these are Chunavi Hindu in context with the elections in both of these states.
5 राज्यों के चुनाव का जोर भी है, शोर भी है और इस बीच आज वोटिंग हो रही है 20 सीटों पर छत्तीसगढ़ में, मिजोरम पर कुल 40 सीटों पर, नक्सल प्रभावित इलाकों में छत्तीसगढ़ में वोटिंग हो रही है। बात करने के लिए केंद्रीय मंत्री इस वक्त हमारे साथ अनुराग ठाकुर जी जुड़ रहे हैं, जो दरअसल चुनाव प्रचार कर रहे हैं मध्य प्रदेश में, लेकिन बात छत्तीसगढ़ की। और वो कह रहे हैं कि जैसे वोटिंग का टाइम आता है तो आप लोगों की ये तमाम एजेंसियां निकल जाती हैं बीजेपी की तरफ से। ये जो 508 करोड़ का आरोप आप लोग सीधे बघेल साहब पर लगा रहे हैं, ये साजिश है। वो कह रहे हैं आप लोग अंडर कॉन्फिडेंस में 15 सीटें नहीं जीतेंगे, इसलिए ईडी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं।
पहली बात यह कि जांच एजेंसियां स्वतंत्र हैं और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ कड़ी कार्रवाई करने के लिए, जांच करने के लिए उनको सब अधिकार हैं। दूसरी बात, जहां घोटाले हुए वहां वो दस्तक देती हैं। और छत्तीसगढ़ में पिछले 2 सालों में देखिए, शराब घोटाला, कोयला घोटाला, गोठान घोटाला, पेपर लीक घोटाला, अब महादेव ऐप घोटाला, घोटाले पे घोटाला। ये छत्तीसगढ़ की पहचान श्रीमान भूपेश बघेल जी ने बनाई है। जहां छत्तीसगढ़ में कहते हैं घोटाला करो और भूपे करो, और महादेव ऐप के बाद पता चल गया कि अरबों रुपए कमाओ और 508 करोड़ रुपया भूपेश बघेल को पेमेंट करो। और बघेल जी आज इतना पसीनो पसीनी हो रहे हैं, घड़ी बार बार देखते हैं, सवालों से भागते हैं। जनता गरीब, भाग भूपेश भाग, भाग भूपेश। कहाँ भागेंगे? जनता भगाएगी चुनावों से, कांग्रेस को बाहर का रास्ता दिखाएगी, लेकिन भ्रष्टाचार जो किया उसके जवाब तो देने पड़ेंगे, भागने नहीं देंगे।
भगवान राम का पैसे है, आप लोग पहले नाम ले रहे थे, अब आपने ओम नमः शिवाय त्रिशूल भी लगा लिया है। मंत्री जी ये बताइए ना कि आप क्यों नहीं बंद करते? वो सीधा कह रहे हैं आप क्यों नहीं बंद करते? जिस गाड़ी में पैसे मिले वो बीजेपी के नेता की गाड़ी है। बहुत सारे आरोप वो लगा रहे हैं कि ये सारे लोग मिले हुए हैं, आप क्यों नहीं बैन करते? बंद क्यों नहीं?
अंजना जी, राज्य की जांच एजेंसियां वो कहते हैं 1 साल से काम कर रही हैं। क्या एक पत्र एक बार भी लिखा किसी को बंद करने के लिए? क्या इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के एक्ट के अंतर्गत क्या वो अपना अधिकार इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते? क्या मजबूरी थी भूपेश बघेल जी की कि वो शुभम सोनी से 10 बार बात तो करेंगे, 10 बार पैसा भी लेंगे, लेकिन ऐप बंद करने के लिए लिखेंगे नहीं? एसपी को बुला के
लिखने का वेट कर रहे हैं सब?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, जांच वो कर रहे हैं। आखिरकार राज्य में कानून व्यवस्था का अधिकार राज्य की सरकार का है। क्यों मना किया उन्होंने? क्यों संरक्षण दिया? क्यों उनको दुबई जाने के लिए कहा? क्यों बुला के फिर पैसे लिए? क्यों एसपी के थ्रू मिले? क्यों एसपी के फोन से बात की? ये सारी बातें अनुराग ठाकुर नहीं कह रहा है, ये शुभम सोनी जिसने 508 करोड़ रुपया घूस भूपेश बघेल को दी, वो कह रहे हैं। और इसका जवाब नहीं है जो उनके पास, पसीना पहुंच रहे हैं। शायद ये कांग्रेस के लिए ऑल टाइम मनी बन गया था, एटीएम बन गया।
शुभम सोनी का वीडियो प्रमाण है, पर अगर वीडियो से चले फिर नरेंद्र तोमर के मामले में
उनका बयान है जी, शुभम सोनी का वीडियो नहीं, बयान दिए हैं। स्टिंग ऑपरेशन वहां पे हुए हैं और सबकी बातें वहां पर सामने आई है। और जहां दूसरी ओर तोमर जी के बेटे ने खुद वहां पर उन्होंने एफआईआर दर्ज कराई किसकी।
And we have some news just coming in. Let's go straight to that. The Supreme Court orally, in fact, remarks on Delhi pollution and issue of stubble burning. The top court says what we see is that there is a blame game. Everyone is trying to pass on this. Is the reason? That's the reason why no one wants the reason. No specific directions have been passed. Another Supreme Court bench is hearing the matter today. Passing the buck is happening is what the Supreme Court essentially has indicated. On the pollution fight, Supreme Court has said that everybody seems to be passing this blame. The blame game continues is what the Supreme Court says. Shrishti.
Yes, Neha, as we know, a bench of Supreme Court led by Justice Sanjay Kishan Kaul is today scheduled to hear in detail the matter regarding the Delhi pollution. Earlier, they asked 5 states to file affidavit before the top court, telling the court what steps they're taking to control the ongoing pollution and the rise in the AQI levels. Today, however, another bench led by Justice A.S. Bopanna was hearing the issue regarding burning of crackers. It's a 2015 matter that the case has been hearing, and orders have been passed over the last few years with regard to control of burning of crackers and also control on pollution. Today, when the issue of stubble burning and the Delhi pollution was raised before the top court, before that particular bench, the court orally remarked that what they're seeing is there's a blame game happening. Everybody is trying to pass on that this is the reason or that is the reason, but the court clearly said that nobody is interested in what the reason is. The court also said with regard to another issue of increasing pollution in Udaipur in Rajasthan, the court also said that what's also being shown is that it's just the court's responsibility to control environment pollution, but that's not the case. In fact, it's each and every citizen's duty to make sure that pollution is controlled. So that's strong remarks coming in from the Supreme Court. We know that a bench of Supreme Court, another bench of Supreme Court is already scheduled to hear the matter regarding Delhi pollution today, which is why no specific directions were passed by this particular bench today. However, they were considering that maybe the union government should be asked to convene a meeting with all the states because what they see is like everybody is just trying on to pass something is the reason for what the reason is for this particular issue that's going on in Delhi that the citizens and the Delhi people in Delhi are facing. What the court was considering is that maybe the union government can be asked to call all the states and convene a meeting in this regard. However, after being informed that Supreme Court bench is already scheduled to hear the matter today and might pass some directions, the court has not passed any directions as of now. What's also important here is that Delhi government has also filed its affidavit before the other bench, and they've laid down the steps that they have taken to control pollution in Delhi. Let me tell you this, that multiple teams have been deployed to stop open burning of garbage in Delhi. Anti-smoke guns have been installed. Diesel and petrol vehicles of 10 to 12, 15 years have been seized. Delhi government has also said that this year 1,93,000 challans have been issued for pollution violations till October 31st. Not just that, they've said that 3,200 vehicles are being checked daily for pollution levels. Other four states were also asked to file an affidavit, and once the hearing happens before the top court, we'll know what these states have said as far as the steps that are concerned that are being taken by them to control pollution in Delhi.
All right. Shrishti, I'm going to thank you for the moment for getting us those details as far as the Supreme Court is concerned. These are just oral observations that have been made by the Supreme Court of India. We have a series of reactions coming in as far as the politics over this entire matter is also concerned. Yes, odd even has been announced after Diwali, starting the 13th of November. Listen in to the reactions that have been coming in.
एक सनातन विरोधी पहले तो पटाखों के नाम पर आप ऑड इवन लगाकर दिवाली से ठीक पहले बंद करते हैं, और जिसके पास एक गाड़ी है बेचारे के पास, वो बहन से मिलने कैसे जाएगा, ससुराल कैसे जाएगा, अपने दोस्त के पास दिवाली पे कैसे जाएगा। आप सनातन संस्कृति पर चोट मारना चाहते हो। विदेशी खालिस्तानियों को सपोर्ट किया आपने किसानों के नाम पर, और जो भारत को कमज़ोर करने वाली ताकतें हैं सनातन संस्कृति को, उनके हाथों खेलकर दिवाली से पूर्व में ऑड इवन बंद करने देना, तो ये बेगैरत है केजरीवाल साहब की। और कहीं ना कहीं भारत के लोगों को ये चोट देने वाली बात है कि उसकी संस्कृति को मिटाने के लिए लोग पैदा हो गए हैं।
प्रदूषण जो आता है, इसके जो छोटे पार्टिकल हैं हमारी बॉडी में रिएक्शन प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, और छोटे पार्टिकल जो PM2.5 है खून की नलियों में एंटर कर जाते हैं। इसके हमारे हमारी खून की नलियों की लाइनिंग ख़राब हो जाती है, ब्लड प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है, कोलेस्ट्रॉल डिपॉजिट बढ़ जाता है, ब्लॉकेजेस बढ़ जाती हैं, और हार्ट अटैक और स्ट्रोक का रिस्क काफ़ी बढ़ जाता है। शॉर्ट टर्म एक्सपोजर से भी और लॉन्ग टर्म एक्सपोजर, खास तौर से कोई मरीज हो जिनको की टेंडेंसी हो, जैसे हाइपरटेंशन हो, डायबिटीज़ हो, ओल्ड एज हो, पहले से स्ट्रोक की बीमारी हो या हार्ट की बीमारी हो, उनमें खास तौर से ये बड़ा रिस्क है प्रदूषण के मारे हार्ट अटैक और स्ट्रोक का।
All right, let's now take a look at how Delhi is faring as far as the air quality index over the last 5 days or so is concerned. It's been in the very poor and the hazardous category. So let's take a look at how things were on the 3rd of November. 466 was the AQI. Then it improved very marginally on the 4th of November. Again, 5th of November, it touched 454. It's improved again at 400, and again a marginal improvement today at 395. So that's how the air quality index in Delhi is. Remember, this is all above the very poor category, dangerous, hazardous and very poor category. Not one day has the air been clean in Delhi city. Far from it, essentially. We're shifting focus right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Chhattisgarh. Let's take a listen.
ये लोकतंत्र का उत्सव है, हर नागरिक का उत्सव है। ये छत्तीसगढ़ के नए भविष्य के निर्माण का उत्सव है। इसलिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा संख्या में वोट डालकर आपको छत्तीसगढ़ में एक मजबूत सरकार बनानी है। साथियों, भारत में हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहनों की आबादी 9-10 करोड़ के आसपास है, लेकिन आजादी के बाद दशकों तक कांग्रेस के लिए आदिवासियों का कोई वजूद ही नहीं था। उन्हें उनके नसीब पे छोड़ दिया था। कांग्रेस ने कभी आपकी चिंता नहीं की, आपके बच्चों के बारे में नहीं सोचा, जबकि भाजपा ने हमेशा आदिवासी कल्याण को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता दी है। क्या कभी आपने भी सोचा था कि आदिवासी परिवार से निकली, गांव जंगलों में पैदा हुई, गरीब घर में पैदा हुई एक आदिवासी बेटी देश की राष्ट्रपति बनेगी? आपको गर्व हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? हर किसी को गर्व हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? कांग्रेस ने उन्हें रोकने की, उनके अपमान की इतनी कोशिश की आप कल्पना नहीं कर सकते हैं। लेकिन आदिवासी समाज की बहनों को ये सम्मान भाजपा ने ही दिया है। साथियों, जब केंद्र में कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तो उसे लगता था कि आदिवासियों के लिए पैसे खर्च करना मतलब गड्ढे में पैसे डालना, बर्बाद करना, यही उनकी सोच थी। लेकिन भाजपा ने जब भी आदिवासी हितों की बात आई, सरकार का खजाना खोल दिया, तिजोरी खोल दी। दोस्तों, भाजपा ने आदिवासी समाज के लिए केंद्र सरकार का बजट, ये याद रखना भाइयों, याद रखोगे? ऐसे नहीं हाथ ऊपर करके बताइए, याद रखोगे? पक्का रखोगे? आपने मुझे जो काम करने का मौका दिया ना, इस सेवा काल है मेरे लिए, तो सत्ता काल नहीं है। मैं सत्ता में विश्वास नहीं करता, मैं तो सेवा करने के लिए ही पैदा हुआ हूं और आपने मुझे सेवा का ही काम दिया है। आदिवासी समाज के लिए केंद्र सरकार का बजट 5 गुना बढ़ा दिया, 5 गुना। आप खुश हैं? आप खुश हैं? आपको संतोष हुआ? ये मोदी का काम है। आपके बच्चों की पढ़ाई अच्छी हो, इसलिए आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में 500 नए एकलव्य मॉडल स्कूल बनाए जा रहे हैं। अब आप देखिए, हमारे यहां गांव-गांव में अंग्रेजी वाली स्कूल तो है नहीं। गरीब का बच्चा अंग्रेजी स्कूल में जा नहीं सकता, और ये कांग्रेस के लोगों ने ऐसे नियम बनाए थे कि गरीब का बच्चा अगर अपने गांव की भाषा में पढ़ा है, अपने आदिवासी की भाषा में पढ़ा है, अपने राज्य की भाषा में पढ़ा है तो वो बच्चा कभी डॉक्टर नहीं बन सकता था, इंजीनियर नहीं बन सकता था, क्योंकि डॉक्टर बनना है, इंजीनियर बनना है तो आपको अंग्रेजी आनी जरूरी है। देश आजाद हो गया लेकिन इनके दिमाग में से अंग्रेजी का भूत नहीं गया। मुझे बताइए भाई, आप किसी डॉक्टर के पास जाते हो, आपके पेट में दर्द हो रहा है, सर पे दर्द हो रहा है, सीने में दर्द हो रहा है, पांव में दर्द हो रहा है, तो क्या डॉक्टर आपको अंग्रेजी में पूछता है क्या? आपकी भाषा में पूछता है कि नहीं पूछता है? आप अपनी भाषा में बताते हैं तो वो समझता है कि नहीं समझता है? तो फिर डॉक्टर बनने के लिए अंग्रेजी जरूरी है क्या? इंजीनियर बनने के लिए अंग्रेजी जरूरी है क्या? ये मोदी है जिसको आपकी तकलीफ का पता है, और इसलिए मैंने तय किया अब गरीब माँ का बच्चा भी डॉक्टर बनेगा, इंजीनियर बनेगा। जिस भाषा में वो पढ़ता है उसी भाषा में डॉक्टर बनेगा, उसी भाषा में इंजीनियर बनेगा।
Already heard from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's in Chhattisgarh. Of course, he's campaigning for the second phase of elections in the state. It's a wrap on this bulletin. You can, in fact, catch all of those reports going up on our website as well. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app. Now, as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections, join India Today on WhatsApp with the #1 election team. Scan the QR code that you see on your screens right now. You can catch all our exclusive ground reports. Thank you so much for watching.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest. Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest. Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company. Carved from the heat and dust, he's seen India's blood and sweat.
Nooh has been simmering with communal tension.
Shaped by a nation in motion, first-hand.
This alliance hasn't still worked out how they intend over the next 10 months to work together.
And that's why, when he hits the field to report India's politics and polls,
You've always done what the Gandhis have wanted you to do.
India's finest reporter and the ultimate newsman, Rajdeep Sardesai. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
All right, this is a beautiful location, and I have with me a beautiful friend. Or shall I say beauty and beast, the new Range Rover Velar here on Tech Today. And guess where I am? Well, it looks lovely. This serene surrounding happens to be right in the middle of wine country in France. We're on our way to Champagne, and all I can tell you is if you have a car like this, you can take it on-road, you can take your family in it as well, you can take it off-roading as well. That's going to be a surprise for you later on in the show. And honestly, this one is coming to Indian shores. Obviously in India, we'll only be getting the ICE option. We won't be getting the plug-in hybrid. Let me just walk you through what's new with the Range Rover Velar 2023, and also how this one is an ideal off-roading companion as well. All thanks to technology. All right, I'm standing here with this beauty and beast, so let me walk you through it a little bit. If you look at the front of the car, what's changed, right? Colors aside, it now comes with pixel LEDs. Also, with the Range Rovers, we've seen that technology across the lineup where when you're looking at oncoming traffic, high beam assist, all those things work in its favor. It adjusts the throw, the intensity, depending on the oncoming traffic, and of course, you know, how dark it is, how light it is. You see the wheels. The one we were driving was a 21-inch wheel spec. But let me be fully honest with you, this has been a fascinating trip where we've driven a bunch of Velars across the lineup, different specs. We've also driven other cars, which you'll see across our platforms. But we've taken some right-hand drive cars, some left-hand drive cars. So you'll see me doing all sorts of crazy things off-roading as well. And that's a spoiler alert for you. The color looks amazing. If you see this dual tone, honestly, it reminds me a lot of the iPhone 12 Pro Max's blue color, which I miss a lot, even with the new 15s and 14s. And you come on this side, very quickly, you'll see that it's a very sharp, minimalistic design. In fact, we spoke to the design head of Jaguar Land Rover for the Range Rovers when we had Tony on the show, and he told us that it's all about a reductionist approach, right? A lot of that really comes through in the inside of the car. When you get to the interiors is where you realize that they've really changed things up.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Welcome back. We're going straight to the Prime Minister, who in fact is addressing a poll campaign in Chhattisgarh. It's a public meeting that he's addressing in Bishrampur. Listen in.
मैंने तय किया था, मुसीबत बहुत बड़ी है, दिन रात दौड़ूंगा, जागूंगा, मेरे देश को बचाऊंगा, मेरे देश के लोगों को बचाऊंगा। याद कीजिए वो संकट के दिन, याद कीजिए अपने रिश्तेदार भी घर तक आने के लिए हिम्मत नहीं करते थे। उस समय ये मोदी दिन रात आपके लिए दौड़ता था, काम करता था। मैं सोचता था बाहर कारोबार नहीं है, लोग घर के बाहर जा नहीं पा रहे हैं, मेरे आदिवासी बच्चों का क्या होगा, मेरे गरीब बच्चों का क्या होगा? क्या मेरे देश में मेरा गरीब का बच्चा भूखा सो जाएगा? मेरे आदिवासी का बेटा बेटी भूखे सो जाएंगे? मैंने उसी दिन तय कर लिया था, सरकार के भंडार खोल दूंगा, लेकिन गरीब का चूल्हा बुझने नहीं दूंगा। अनाज के भंडार खोल दिए थे, इतना लंबा समय हो गया, आज भी गरीब को मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है, 80 करोड़ गरीबों को मुफ्त राशन मिल रहा है ताकि उनका चूल्हा जलता रहे। भाइयों बहनों, मुझे मेरे देशवासियों ने इतने आशीर्वाद दिए, और जब गरीब के पेट में अन्न जाता है ना, गरीब का बच्चा जब भूखा नहीं सोता है ना, तो उसके आशीर्वाद हमारी जमीन पर भी नजर आते हैं, हमारी फसल में भी नजर आते हैं, और हमारा किसान भी पैदावार ज्यादा करता है। और इसलिए मोदी ने एक बहुत बड़ा फैसला किया है, मैंने निश्चय कर लिया है, और ये मोदी की गारंटी है। ये योजना यूं तो दिसंबर में पूरी होने वाली थी। 80 करोड़ परिवारों को जो आज अनाज मिलता है वो दिसंबर में पूरा हो जाने वाला था, लेकिन ये आपका बेटा आपके लिए ही जीता है, और इसलिए हमने तय किया है आने वाले 5 वर्ष के लिए उन सभी परिवारों को मुफ्त में राशन मिलेगा। आपके मोबाइल की लाइट चालू करके गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए आपके मोबाइल फोन की फ्लैश लाइट चालू कीजिए। गरीबों के कल्याण के लिए आपके मोबाइल की फ्लैश लाइट चालू करिए। सब लोग अपना मोबाइल निकालिए। ये गरीबों के कल्याण का निर्णय है। ये गरीबों के बच्चों को रात को खाने पिया न सो जाए इसके लिए निर्णय है। आप अपना लाइट चालू करके इसका समर्थन कीजिए। ये गरीबों की भलाई के लिए हुआ काम है। भाइयों बहनों, आपका ये प्यार और ये गरीबों के लिए आपका प्यार, ये आपका गरीबों के लिए प्यार है, मेरे आदिवासी बच्चों के लिए प्यार है। आपका ये समर्थन, यही मेरी ताकत है। भाइयों बहनों, बोलो मेरे साथ भारत माता की, मेरे साथ बोलो भारत माता की। हमारे देश में अब किसी गरीब का बच्चा भूखा नहीं रहेगा। कोई मां, बहन, बेटी भूखी नहीं सोएगी। मेरे परिवारजनों, भाजपा सरकार जो कहती है वो करके दिखाती है। भाजपा ने कहा था हर गरीब को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा देंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था हर घर में शौचालय बनाएंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था हर गरीब के घर में उज्ज्वला का गैस कनेक्शन देंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था महिला आरक्षण का कानून बनाकर दिखाएंगे। भाजपा ने कहा था 3 तलाक के खिलाफ कानून बनाएंगे। हमने सारी गारंटी पूरी कर दी भैया, सारी गारंटी पूरी किया कि नहीं किया? किया कि नहीं किया? यही तो मोदी की गारंटी होती है। और भाजपा ने कहा था अयोध्या में भव्य राम मंदिर बनवाएंगे। और ये मोदी है, अयोध्या में भव्य राम मंदिर भी बनता है और 4 करोड़ गरीबों का घर भी बनता है। प्रभु श्री राम के ननिहाल, ये तो प्रभु श्री राम का ननिहाल है, और आपके लिए तो ये कई गुना अधिक खुशी का पल है। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है इस बार प्रभु राम जी का ननिहाल भी मोदी को भरपूर आशीर्वाद देगा। साथियों, मोदी ने गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े और आदिवासी परिवारों को उनका पक्का घर देने की गारंटी दी है। देश में 4 करोड़ से अधिक परिवारों को इस गारंटी का फायदा मिल चुका है। लेकिन छत्तीसगढ़ में कांग्रेस की सरकार गरीबों को पक्के घर नहीं मिलने दे रही है। मैं जोर लगाता रहा, समझाता रहा, लेकिन वो नहीं किया। अब मैं आपको कहता हूं कि अब कांग्रेस की विदाई पक्की है, आपका घर भी पक्का है। आपके पास अभी तक पक्का आवास नहीं है, आप लिख लीजिए मोदी की गारंटी। यहां भाजपा सरकार बनते ही फिर से मेरा काम शुरू हो जाएगा। आपको पक्का घर दे करके रहने वाला, और यही तो मोदी की गारंटी है। विशेष रूप से मैं अपनी बहनों बेटियों को बताना चाहता हूं, ये घर बनता है लाखों रुपयों का, लेकिन अब पहले हमें मालूम हमारे समाज में कैसी व्यवस्था थी। घर है तो पिता के नाम पे या पति के नाम पे, दुकान है तो पति के नाम पे या बेटे के नाम पर, खेत है तो पति के नाम पे या बेटे के नाम पर, गाड़ी लाए तो पति के नाम पर, बेटी के नाम पर कुछ नहीं, महिला के नाम पर कुछ है ही नहीं। सब कुछ या तो पति के नाम पर या तो बेटे के नाम पर। ये मोदी ने तय किया, अब जो घर देगा ना सरकार, माताओं बहनों के नाम दिया जाएगा। मालिक मेरी माताएं बहनें बनेगी। अब आप महिलाओं के नाम पर भी कोई संपत्ति होगी, अब आप महिलाएं भी लखपति होगी, अपने घर की मालकिन होगी। और जब ऐसा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड हो तभी लोग कहते हैं मोदी की गारंटी यानी हर गारंटी पूरा होने की गारंटी। तभी छत्तीसगढ़ का भरोसा होता है, भाजपा ने बनाया है, भाजपा ही संवारेगी। साथियों, एक तरफ भाजपा का संकल्प पत्र है तो दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस का झूठ का कारोबार। आप सभी को कांग्रेस ने विश्वासघात के सिवाय कुछ नहीं दिया है। कांग्रेस ने छत्तीसगढ़ के युवाओं को क्या क्या सपने दिखाए थे और दिया क्या? उन्होंने महादेव के नाम पर भी घोटाला कर दिया। महादेव के नाम पर महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाले की चर्चा आज देश और विदेश में हो रही है। कांग्रेस ने अपनी तिजोरी भरने के लिए आपके बच्चों से सट्टेबाजी करवाई है। क्या इनको माफ करेंगे क्या आप? आपके बच्चों को बर्बाद करने वाला काम ऐसे लोगों को माफ करोगे आप? और ये सब किसके इशारे पर हुआ? किसके इशारे पर हुआ? किसके इशारे पर हुआ? उनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए कि नहीं मिलनी चाहिए? पहले सजा आप दोगे कि नहीं दोगे? कमल के निशान पर बटन दबा करके कड़ी से कड़ी सजा ऐसे लोगों को करनी है भाइयों। मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालय, यहां सट्टेबाजों का अड्डा कैसे बना हुआ था? और ये कक्का आपका, सब लोग तो कहते हैं 30% कक्का, 30% कक्का, खुलेआम सट्टा। ये 30% कक्का खुलेआम सट्टा चला रहे थे। आज यहां के मुख्यमंत्री के करीबी जेल में बंद है। छापों में नोटों के बड़े बड़े ढेर मिल रहे हैं जी, सबूत के साथ करोड़ों रुपए पकड़े जा रहे हैं। जो घोटाले का सबसे बड़ा आरोपी है वो टीवी पर आकर कह रहा है कि उसने मुख्यमंत्री को 500 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा रिश्वत दी है। अब आपको सबूत की जरूरत है क्या? देने वाला खुद कह रहा है रुपये मिल रहे हैं और फिर भी आपसे वो वोट मांग रहे हैं। शर्म नाम की चीज नहीं है इनको साफ करना पड़ेगा भाइयों, साफ करना पड़ेगा। करोगे? हर पोलिंग बूथ में से सफाई करनी पड़ेगी, क्योंकि ऐसे आरोपों से घिरे मुख्यमंत्री को एक दिन भी सीएम की कुर्सी पर नहीं रहना चाहिए। आज आप देख रहे हैं कि यहां के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर लगे आरोपों के बाद कांग्रेस के बड़े बड़े दिग्गजों ने भी उनसे किनारा कर लिया है। यह आरोप इतने गंभीर है, सबूत इतने सटीक है कि कांग्रेस से अपने मुख्यमंत्री का बचाव करना भी मुश्किल हो गया है। हो सकता है आज जब मैंने कहा तो हो सकता है कांग्रेस के नेता कुछ उनके बचाव में दो चार आधी अधूरी बात बोल करके खाना पूर्ति कर लें, लेकिन कांग्रेस का एक नेता इनकी पापों के पक्ष में एक शब्द बोल नहीं रहा है। सब चुप हो गए क्योंकि उनको मालूम है कि इन्होंने अपने और अपने बच्चों की भलाई के लिए पूरी कांग्रेस पार्टी को डुबो दिया। लेकिन मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, आपको मेरे विश्वास पे भरोसा है? आपको भरोसा है? आपको मैं गारंटी देता हूं, महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाले में भाजपा दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी करके रहेगी। कोई कितना ही बड़ा नाम क्यों ना हो, कितना ही चमरबंदी क्यों ना हो, आपके बच्चों को बर्बाद करने वाले ऐसे लोगों को जेल जाकर के जिंदगी पूरी करनी पड़ेगी। आपके बच्चों के साथ खेला गया है। मेरे परिवारजनों, कांग्रेस के नेताओं को कभी आपके बेटे बेटियों की, आने वाली पीढ़ियों की परवाह नहीं रही है। कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने आपके बच्चों को नौकरी देने का भी वादा किया था।
Alright, the Prime Minister they're reiterating the Mahadev app attack on Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel and spoken about the fact that the state of Chhattisgarh has not seen any development under the Congress. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. Here news continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
We won't have any of it. That is the word from the Government of India on allegations of Meta and Instagram tweaking content to make their platforms addictive. India has said that free pass and immunity to social media platforms are over and strict accountability will be enforced.
Social media app can be used maturely or mindfully only after understanding these consequences. That means that there has to be a capping of age. Young children are more impressionable, and when they are looking at content repeatedly, it forms their opinions, it forms their ideologies, it forms their personality, and they get less and less choice in forming an ideology, because that is the only ideology that they are being exposed to.
This comes in the backdrop of a lawsuit against Meta, which also operates Facebook, by more than 40 US states, saying that Facebook, Instagram features are addictive and target kids. The complaint says Meta has repeatedly misled the public about the substantial dangers of its platforms and knowingly induced young children and teenagers into addictive and compulsive social media use. Research has shown that young people's use of Meta's social media platforms is associated with depression, anxiety, insomnia, interference with education and daily life, and many other negative outcomes. Meta has been accused of intentionally designing its platforms to manipulate dopamine responses in its young users to maximize time spent on its platforms. In New Delhi, Sneha Mordani for India Today TV.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
What really should be your alternatives to white refined sugar, which clearly is something that you must avoid? Let's talk about what you can use instead of this white sugar. Number one, organic brown sugar. Organic, then all the very better, because this is extremely healthy. Now what it does essentially is that this is processed, but it is made in the most natural way to retain most of sugarcane's nutrition, and that's the reason why this should be an alternative. Coconut or palm sugar, again extremely healthy sources of sugar, which are alternatives as well, extracted from the flower buds of the coconut palm tree. The sugar has a mild caramel taste and can be used in a number of ways in your delicacies, also for daily consumption. Date sugar, extremely nutritious natural sweetener. Date sugar can be a great addition to your diet. This also is a good alternative. Jaggery or gur, as we know, it has got a world of benefits in terms of what it does to your body. Essentially, a lot of people have spoken about the fact that during pollution, you should be consuming a lot of gur. It's a great alternative to sugar. Also, the fact that it is rich in iron is really an added benefit and added advantage. Raw or unprocessed honey. This too is a great alternative. You can use it in various forms, like you use white refined sugar. It tastes extremely good as well.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Hello there, a very good afternoon. You're watching India Today TV. This is Lunch Break. I'm Sneha Mordani. Here are the headlines. First phase one of polling in Chhattisgarh and Mizoram is currently underway. Chhattisgarh sees brisk voting in Naxal hotbeds. Mizoram sees over 31% voting till 11 a.m. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's huge Mahadev attack on Baghel, claims illegal betting in the name of Mahadev, says Congress got your kids into betting racket.
कांग्रेस ने अपनी तिजोरी भरने के लिए आपके बच्चों से सट्टेबाजी करवाई है।
Telangana Congress Chief Revan to fight against KCR. Revan Reddy versus KCR battle in Kamara Reddy constituency. Delhi air quality remains in hazardous category for the 5th day in a row, but marginally dips to below 400 mark. Jewish man succumbs to injuries in US, California, after he was hit in the head by pro-Palestine protester.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय, जॉय ई-बाइक. Co-powered by पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात.
And we have some news just coming in. This is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's huge Mahadev attack on Bhupesh Baghel. Modi says illegal betting in the name of Mahadev. Congress got your kids into the betting racket, says the Prime Minister, during the course of the election campaign for the second phase of voting in Chhattisgarh. The Chief Minister's office is a hub of bookies, says Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his scathing attack. There, listen in.
एक तरफ भाजपा का संकल्प पत्र है तो दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस का झूठ का कारोबार। आप सभी को कांग्रेस ने विश्वासघात के सिवाय कुछ नहीं दिया है। कांग्रेस ने छत्तीसगढ़ के युवाओं को क्या क्या सपने दिखाए थे और दिया क्या? उन्होंने महादेव के नाम पर भी घोटाला कर दिया। महादेव के नाम पर महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाले की चर्चा आज देश और विदेश में हो रही है। कांग्रेस ने अपनी तिजोरी भरने के लिए आपके बच्चों से सट्टेबाजी करवाई है।
The BJP has been going all guns blazing against Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel in Chhattisgarh, the incumbent government, that of the Congress, saying that this is the Mahadev book app racket that was run by Chief Minister's office. The Chief Minister's office is the office, in fact, the hub of bookies, says the Prime Minister. In fact, urging the people of Chhattisgarh to not vote for the Congress, saying that it is the Congress that got your kids into the betting racket. Listen in.
एक तरफ भाजपा का संकल्प पत्र है तो दूसरी तरफ कांग्रेस का झूठ का कारोबार। आप सभी को कांग्रेस ने विश्वासघात के सिवाय कुछ नहीं दिया है। कांग्रेस ने छत्तीसगढ़ के युवाओं को क्या क्या सपने दिखाए थे और दिया क्या? उन्होंने महादेव के नाम पर भी घोटाला कर दिया। महादेव के नाम पर महादेव सट्टेबाजी घोटाले की चर्चा आज देश और विदेश में हो रही है। कांग्रेस ने अपनी तिजोरी भरने के लिए आपके बच्चों से सट्टेबाजी करवाई है।
Sumi Rajapan is getting asked more details on that story. Sumi has been tracking the investigations very closely as expected. The Prime Minister is in fact launching an attack on the Chief Minister, saying that the CM's office is actually the hub of bookies there. Sumi.
Yes, absolutely. As anticipated, another scathing attack by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact, last time around, he had made a similar speech in Durg where he had
in a moment from now, we have more news that's just come in. Let's go straight to developments. And this is from the Supreme Court of India. Okay, we have these developments from the Supreme The top court's hard-hitting observation on pollution. The Supreme Court has told Punjab, stop farm fires right now. The top court has said we are at zero patience level. Justice Kaul says if I start a bulldozer, won't stop. Supreme Court has told Delhi your buses are causing pollution. So that's in fact the court, the Supreme Court of India, coming down heavily on Delhi and Punjab, saying that we are at zero patience level. The Supreme Court says that you have to stop farm fires, is what the court has said. Asking, in fact, the Punjab government to ensure that farm fires don't take place. That's what the Supreme Court has said. Now, as far as the Delhi government is concerned, the court has told Delhi that your buses are causing huge amount of pollution. So you have to, in fact, ensure that that does not happen. This is, in fact, the Supreme Court that's been hearing the matter on pollution. Of course, that is an issue that concerns all of us. A perennial problem in Delhi with the Supreme Court now coming down heavily, saying that stop farm fires right now. If I start the bulldozer, I won't stop, says Justice Kaul. Supreme Court's hard-hitting observations, even as the court hears this matter on farm fires and the reasons for pollution in Delhi city and the National Capital Region. We are at zero patience level, says the Supreme Court. Zero patience level. Stop farm fires right now is the observation of the Supreme Court of India, directing Punjab government to ensure. Also, we can't make Delhi go through this every year, year after year. Kanu, in fact, is getting us more details on that story. Kanu Sharda joining us live right now. The Supreme Court says you have to stop farm fires. That's the instruction from the Apex Court. It's been said in the past as well, but we've seen that as far as adherence is concerned, there is a lot that needs to be done, Kanu, isn't it? Okay, trying to connect with Kanu Sharda in a moment from now, but Justice Kaul says I saw raging farm fires in Punjab. The Delhi government has to ensure that the buses are not polluting in nature, and the Punjab government has to stop the farm fires, says the Supreme Court. A series of observations that have been coming in, expecting also from the court to in fact deliver an order today as far as pollution is concerned. Yes, these are more developments that we're reporting on. It's the same political party governing Punjab and Delhi. So what's going wrong is the question that the Supreme Court of India is asking. It's the AAP government in Delhi and the AAP government in the state of Punjab. Supreme Court talks tough on pollution. The Supreme Court of India is talking tough on pollution. The Supreme Court says stop farm fires. To the Delhi government it says stop your polluting buses. We can't make Delhi go through this year after year, is what the Supreme Court has said. These observations coming in from the Supreme Court, even as it hears this matter concerning pollution, a perennial problem in this region at this time of the year. Supreme Court says the same party is in fact governing Delhi and Punjab. So what is going wrong? These are the Supreme Court's hard-hitting observations, even as it continues to hear the matter on pollution. These are very hard-hitting observations of the Supreme Court of India today, as it hears the matter on pollution. Srishti, in fact, has more on that. Hard-hitting observations. I'll connect with Srishti in a moment from now, but the court has said same party continues to govern Delhi and Punjab. So why can't you do this? It's the same pollution nightmare year after year after year, says the Supreme Court of India. We can't make Delhi go through this every single year. Same party, same political party, referring to the Aam Aadmi Party, is governing Delhi and Punjab, says the Supreme Court. So why can't you fix this problem? That's the Supreme Court's observations on pollution. Kanu Sharda is getting us more details on that. Kanu, just elaborate on what has just been said by the court.
The court is pulling up the Punjab government for sowing the paddy crop at this point of time during this season, and says that this pollution is basically in Delhi because of the sowing of the paddy crop in Punjab. The court also categorically told the Punjab government that the situation in Delhi needs to be improved, and this can't happen year after year. We are monitoring this pollution case since 2018. Various directions have been passed, but no concrete solution has been achieved so far. And the court also has, in its oral observation, said that Delhi and Punjab government are run by the same party. Then what is the problem? You can't pass on the buck from here and there. So a solution needs to be found out, and that is why the Supreme Court is saying that it will now regularly monitor the pollution hearings week after week until the situation improves in the national capital. And it went on to say that the lives of the citizens are more important than anything else, and this increasing pollution has to be controlled.
Well, absolutely. Even as the political blame game continues, what has been said by the Supreme Court, Kanu, is that it's the same political party. So why can't you fix this? Earlier there was blame game that we are not ruling in Punjab, but right now it's the AAP in Punjab, the AAP in Delhi.
Yes, Sneha, very right. You think, in fact, the top court has also observed that because of the sowing of the paddy crop around this season, the water level in Punjab goes drastically down, and that is creating another problem for the state of Punjab as well. State of Punjab, in its arguments before the top court, has said that they want a 3,000 crore package, which they have estimated, and they have said that 25% the Punjab government is going to bear the cost, and 25% is they are seeking from the Delhi government, and rest 50% is what they are planning to seek from the centre. What they are seeking is that they want all the chief secretaries of the states to sit together and find out a concrete solution. As we are talking, the order is still being pronounced from the Supreme Court as to what action now the Supreme Court is planning.
Be with us. Coming back to you, in fact, BJP's Amit Malviya is also now joining us. Mr. Amit Malviya, very hard-hitting observations just now by the court, says AAP is ruling Delhi, AAP is ruling Punjab. So where is the problem? Why can't you fix it?
The problem is Arvind Kejriwal. He does not want to do anything. He has been in power in Delhi for the longest time, and an AAP government has been in Punjab for the last 1.5 years. When they came into power last year, they had 6 months. Arvind Kejriwal wanted another year to ensure that he fixes this problem. Of course, they have done nothing. In fact, the instances of farm fires have gone up. And where is Arvind Kejriwal right now? He's campaigning in other states where elections are happening, when he should be focusing on the problem on hand. Millions of people, young children, infant, old people are dying because they're inhaling poisonous air. We are looking at AQI of 999 when the acceptable number is 30. I mean, the kind of rancid, acrid air, the poisonous air that we are inhaling, it is obviously going to cause a lot of problems. People have various kinds of ailments, asthmatic patients, all kinds of issues. And it's not as if you can escape it. You can be anywhere, but you're inhaling this poisonous air.
Well,
and
absolutely.
Arvind Kejriwal is responsible for it, no one else.
Yes. You know, there are some important other observations as well, and I understand, Mr. Malviya, like for any political party, it will be very difficult to, in fact, act tough on farmers. The court has also spoken about the fact that the idea of paddy cultivation is worrisome, and this is the time when we probably should stop growing paddy. You know, the perception is that political parties find it difficult to take a tough call when it involves farmers. Mr. Malviya.
It is about incentivizing the farmers. It is not about taking a tough call on farmers. If you give the farmers an option to dispose of their stubble, they will do it. But if you do not put in a program, you do not put in a policy, you do not have a conversation with the farmers, in the last 1 year, show me anything that the Punjab government has done in terms of engagement with the farmers, in terms of putting up industries. And you look at Arvind Kejriwal's pronunciations before they won Punjab, he has all the solutions as far as addressing the stubble burning is concerned, but they have not implemented anything. So it's not about acting against farmers. Let's not blame the farmers, because unless you give them an option, unless you incentivize them, unless you help them change their cropping pattern, naturally they will do what they've been doing for years. But that's not the solution. Governments are elected for the solutions they bring around. And Arvind Kejriwal came on the promise of addressing these issues, but he has done nothing. Because he actually does nothing. All that he does is offers freebies and wins elections. And we are paying the price for it.
Okay, Mr. Malviya, I want to ask you, as far as the central government is concerned, how can the centre step in and ensure that we are not made to go through this problem year after year? I'm just, generally asking you from the point of view of citizens of Delhi, because everybody around us is suffering.
Madam, the central government has no role in it. Agriculture is a state subject. Stubble burning is something that the states have to address. Punjab government has to be asked, please dial up.
But Mr. Malviya, Mr. Malviya, I'm just simply asking you from the point of view of this being a huge health emergency. Yes, health is a state subject. I understand. COVID was the state's responsibility, but the centre stepped in, right? So that's my question. What can the centre do? What is the centre planning to do is my question. Because we need help, be it from state governments or from the central government.
Let's not draw false equivalence. COVID was a national emergency, and so the central government stepped in. It was not a state subject. Agriculture is a state subject. And I repeat again, this is the problem perpetuated by the Punjab government, and they have to address it. Bhagwant Mann and Arvind Kejriwal, since they are campaigning together all the time, have to be asked what are they doing about it. Let's not bring in the central government, because it is not for the central government to fix this problem. It is a Punjab government issue. It's a Delhi government issue. Arvind Kejriwal and Bhagwant Mann have to fix it.
All right, I'm going to thank you, Mr. Malviya, for joining us. It's a Punjab issue. It's a Delhi issue. The state governments of both of these states have to fix it, says the BJP, but it's a crisis. Nevertheless, it's a huge health concern. It's a health crisis. It's a wrap from the Supreme Court of India. And this is a story that we are, in fact, breaking right now. It's the Supreme Court's observations in which the court essentially has said it's the same story year after year. How long can the people suffer? It's the same party, in fact, which are ruling both in Delhi and in Punjab. And why has the solution not been found? The court essentially has said that growing paddy is not more important than the lives of people. That's what the court essentially has said. Because this concern, of course, is after the paddy is grown and the stubble burning that takes thereafter in this season, and that is what leads to farm fires and of course adds to the woes of Delhiites and the people living in the National Capital Region, particularly polluting many other cities in the northwestern part of India, involving the national capital as well. The court essentially has said that growing paddy is not more important than the lives of people. That's what the Supreme Court has said. Also wrapping the up, saying that you are in fact in Delhi and in Punjab, so why can't you fix it? We are at zero patience level. If I start the bulldozer, says Justice Kaul, it won't stop. Supreme Court to Delhi government says your buses are also causing pollution. That's what the court essentially has said. Very hard-hitting observations. Given that the air quality index in Delhi is above the 400 mark, marginal improvement to 395 today in Delhi city, but the entire national capital region is suffering. Now, Gurugram has asked children to in fact be at home. Online classes are on from grades 1 to in fact 5. Faridabad has done the same. Noida has made this optional. In Delhi, of course, the schools continue to be closed or even to be in effect from the 13th of November. The Supreme Court's observations is what Kanu is telling us about. Kanu, tell us more.
Yes, even the amicus curiae Prajita Singh, who was assisting this court since very long time, has told the top court that even the IIT study says that the 20% of the Delhi pollution is because of the crop burning which is happening in the adjacent states, and 15% is the vehicular pollution which is causing a lot of issues. And since the draft rulings are already there from the Delhi government, she has also cited that because of those steps taken by the Delhi government, the vehicular pollution has come down. It needs to be cut down further so that the weather, which is, we are entering the winter season, the air quality gets safe. It's difficult to handle this kind of pollution around this side. That is why she has said that, the IIT has done a detailed study on that and listed out some measures to it. But she was also of the view that, the pollution is happening year after year in the same situation, year after year. This needs to be stopped. And the court is saying that, the lives of the citizens are more important, and you cannot, we cannot allow the younger generation to face a situation like this in the past. And that is why they are keening on, having this matter week after week, so that this pollution issue can be resolved for once and for all. As I told you earlier also, since 2018, the Supreme Court is monitoring this issue, and no result has, been achieved so far.
The Supreme Court has said there is zero patience that we have right now, isn't it, on farm fires. What has the Council for Punjab essentially said? Talk to us about that, Kanu.
The Punjab government has basically said that, they have eliminated various steps in the state. They have given the farmers the stubble burning machines, which comes at they have given it on a subsidized rate of 50%. But they're still saying that, the issue is not only this. The issue needs to be solved by sitting together. And they have sought some monetary relief of 3,000 crore, from which they are saying that 25% will be taken care of by the Punjab government, 25% by the Delhi government, and rest of the amount, 50% of the amount, should be brought by the centre government, and the situation of the stubble burning can be controlled. But at this, the Supreme Court has categorically said that the paddy crop should not be sowed in the state anymore, because it is not only generating the pollution in Delhi, but this is also a problem for the water level going down to the state of Punjab. And that is why they are saying that the paddy crop should not be sowed at all, especially during this season, so that the pollution which is happening in Delhi should stop for once and all.
Yes, it's a problem as far as placating the farmers is concerned, but these are solutions that the Supreme Court has come up with. Also saying that buses in Delhi are also polluting, isn't it, Kanu?
Yes, they have. They have also said that the buses currently plying in the Delhi capital is also creating a lot of pollution. As quoting the IIT study, which seems that the 15% pollution is there in Delhi just because of the vehicular movement, especially those trucks which pass through Delhi and go to the other states. This should be, but now we are seeing that the draft ruling, the draft notification is already there, imposed in Delhi, but this has now happened just a day before, not before the start of the season. So the Supreme Court is saying that we should take the decision early and and we should now act and don't confine ourselves only over the committee meetings happening here and there.
There are details that are emerging right now. Kanu is getting us up to speed with that. The Supreme Court has said it's still the same pollution nightmare year after year. Are we expecting an order from the court as well today itself?
Can you repeat your question, please?
I was asking you, the court, of course, has said we've got 0 patients, but are we expecting a concrete order? And has anything said about the role of the centre in all of this, Kanu?
Yes, the centre wanted to intervene when the Supreme Court then interfered and said that the centre can't interfere in such issues, and centre should at least come forward and help those states, and the issue should be resolved and convene a meeting of the officials and resolve this issue. So most likely the meeting is going to take place tomorrow, as far as I understand, because when we are speaking, the order is still being pronounced in the open court. So that needs to be seen whether the court will, all these observations come out in the proper order or not. That needs to be seen. And the only thing is that why Justice Kaul, who is one of the senior most members of the Supreme Court, has said that there is a 0 patients level, which is because the Supreme Court is monitoring this case since 2018, and no concrete solution has been found so far. And remember, Justice Kaul is the same person who was once heading the demolitions which happened in Delhi in the past, and that is why he has used the phrase that if I start using bulldozer, I will not stop. So the issue over here is that the Justice Kaul is pressing very hard to the all government.
In fact, we're getting in more details that we're getting, and this is extremely important. The Supreme Court has not just come down heavily on Punjab and Delhi, but has directed other adjacent states also. In fact, other adjacent states have been asked to stop farm fires, and this includes the states of Haryana and Rajasthan. The states of Haryana and Rajasthan have to stop farm fires, is what the Supreme Court of India has said. Not just Punjab and Delhi are responsible for this, but the other states as well. Rajasthan, of course, ruled by the Congress party there. This is what the court essentially has said. I'm going to go across to Kanu for more on that. UP and Haryana by the BJP. So it's collective responsibility is what the court is getting at, hinting at. Kanu.
Yes, the court is actually seeing the 5 states which joined Delhi. They are seeing Punjab, Rajasthan, Haryana and UP also, and they have now issued directions for all the states that it is a collective responsibility of all the states so that Delhi doesn't suffer because of them. And that is categorically the main crux, that the pollution problem is year after year, and this needs to be curbed once for and all, for every reason. And that is why the directions are being passed to other states as well to help Delhi citizens to maintain their health. The court at one point in time also said during the hearing that that health of the citizen is a prime responsibility of the state governments, and state governments should not shy away from doing this. And this is the way we are actually murdering. We are not controlling the pollution at this point of time. We are actually leading to murdering our citizens like this. So that is why the observations are coming from the top court, because year after the situation remains the same.
Triple situation as far as Delhi city and the neighbouring cities are concerned, neighbouring areas, not just cities, but even rural centres. Now, with the Supreme Court directing Delhi's neighbours to stop farm fires, here's what the court has said, that we have 0 patients level, and growing paddy not as important as saving the lives of people. Supreme Court has asked Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Haryana and Punjab to stop farm fires instantly. These are observations from the Supreme Court of India, even as they continue to hear this very important matter. With that, it's time for a quick commercial break. News continues on the other side.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code now.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
An app with a glitzy facade. Mahadev app, a notorious online betting platform, becomes the hottest political poker table just before the Chhattisgarh elections. This after an India Today investigation found the app's network operating actively in the state where it originated, despite a crackdown by local police and the Enforcement Directorate. Following our probe, the central government swiftly wielded its regulatory sword, pronouncing a ban on the Mahadev app and 21 other digital betting realms.
मीडिया और सरकार मिलकर उनके साथ एक प्रयास के साथ उनको डिटर करने के लिए, उनको ब्लॉक करने के लिए हम काम करें। आपका अवेयरनेस, आपके प्रोग्राम से एक अवेयरनेस भी बढ़ेगा कि कैसे ये क्रिमिनल लोग हमारे देश में एक क्रिमिनलिटी फैला रहे हैं और उनके कैसे पॉलिटिकल सपोर्टर्स भी हैं।
The BJP government and the centre accused the ruling Congress in Chhattisgarh of allowing the app operations to flourish even during 1.5 years of investigation by the state police.
हमारे एक तरह से पॉलिटिकल क्लास हैं, भूपेंद्र बघेल जी जैसे लोग हैं जो इस तरह के क्रिमिनल एलिमेंट्स के साथ मिलकर हमारे बच्चों को, हमारे युवाओं को भड़काना चाहते हैं, उनको मिसलीड करना चाहते हैं और एक तरह से गैम्बलिंग और बेटिंग में एडिक्शन क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं।
जब मेरा मीटिंग हुआ उसके बाद से मैंने अब तक 508 करोड़ रुपए दे चुका है।
In a video message, a key accused in Mahadev betting case, identified as Shubham Soni, made a sensational claim, accusing the Chhattisgarh Chief Minister of encouraging him to set up this online gambling business. CM Baghel dismissed the claims and questioned the authenticity of the suspect, now described as the original owner of the banned platform.
And the Supreme Court's big directions to stop pollution in Delhi. Here's what the court has said. Stop crop burning by Delhi neighbours. Local cops to be made responsible to stop farm fires. Chief Secretary of State's culpable for farm fires. Penalise Punjab farmers for breaching the law, says the Supreme Court of India. A series of directives from the Supreme Court of India. The police is to ensure that farm fires don't happen. That's what the court has said. The Chief Secretary of States are culpable for farm fires. Penalise the farmers for breaching law. Penalise the farmers in Punjab. And not just Punjab, the court has also gone on to say that other states too are responsible, like Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh. To Delhi, it says if you have the same political party in Delhi and in Punjab. So why is it that you are not getting this right? Is what the Supreme Court of India has said. Penalise farmers for breaching the law. Local police to ensure that farm fires don't happen. Here are the observations of the Supreme Court of India as far as farm fires are concerned. These are directions to stop pollution in Delhi and the neighbouring national capital region. In fact, as far as politics on this matter is concerned, it continues. Manjeet is getting asked more details on that. Manjeet, the court today has in fact offered some solutions, and this involves farmers. The big question here is that which political party will want to upset them? Stop stubble burning, and also as far as the cultivation of paddy is concerned, the court says the cultivation of paddy isn't more important than human lives. Okay, we'll try and go across to Manjeet in a moment from now, but this is what that's been said by the Supreme Court of India on the issue of pollution, saying that you should penalise Punjab farmers. Now, not just farmers in Punjab, the court has also in fact gone on to make a series of other observations, saying that it's not just farm fires in Punjab, but in Haryana, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. In that sense, it's collective action and farm fires must stop. Stop crop burning to in fact ensure that the air in Delhi remains clean, says the Supreme Court of India. Also asking questions of the Aam Aadmi Party, coming down heavily, saying that you are in fact in power in Delhi and in Punjab as well. Now, the court has also questioned the efficacy of the odd-even scheme. These are more developments. Remember, we are telling you all about the observations from the Supreme Court of India, and we're getting you up to speed with that. Now, the Supreme Court has asked questions. Now, so Supreme Court has questioned the efficacy of the odd-even scheme. Shreya, in fact, is getting us more details on that story. The court has said odd-even scheme is merely an optic, Shreya, even as the scheme is going to be implemented from the 13th of November onwards.
Well, clearly so, Sneha, we're seeing the Supreme Court once again come down heavily on the Delhi government specifically because of the hazardous AQI conditions in the national capital. First and foremost, they've clearly observed that the odd and even scheme seems to be an optics. Even if it was implemented before, it hasn't really worked as a solution to get down the AQI levels. Not just that, there has been clear directions now to the governments of Punjab, Rajasthan, Haryana to ensure that crop burning is stopped immediately. That is what has been suggested by the Supreme Court. Important to tell, these are suggestions that had come in earlier as well. We've seen solutions. There was a biogas plant that was inaugurated in Sangrur to acquire the stubble last year. Even then, the stubble burning peaked since the last week. Figures touched 3,000, 2,000 farm fires per day. So somewhere down the line right now, we are seeing the Supreme Court making the decision at the behest of what the government should have been doing, coming together, sitting on board on one single table. Once again, the order is right now coming in from the courts to ensure that everything as is done at a level of emergencies. Crop burning has to stop immediately. Local police will also have to take action on that. And there has been a clear directive, or an observation rather, that the odd and even scheme seems to be nothing less than an optics that has been initiated in the NCR region.
Yes, but what's the solution is the big question here. Manjeet is joining us from Chandigarh. Manjeet, if you can hear me now, I'm just wondering, the court has said that, growing paddy isn't as important as human life. Saying that you have to, in fact, penalize farmers. The problem here always has been that none of these political parties will take the farmers on, isn't it?
In fact, Sneha, this is not to say that Punjab government and the Pollution Control Board was not taking any action against the farmers who are accused of burning the stubble. Hundreds of them have been fined, and over 24 lakhs of fine has been recovered from them. But farmers continue to burn the paddy stubble without fearing the law. They say they are not ready to accept the technology being offered to them, as the machines on which a subsidy was offered to them during the past 3 to 5 years were obsolete and were not very effective, and also not cost effective. It was costing more than 600 rupees per hectare to them. So the farmers, while at one hand have been demanding a compensation for not burning the paddy, the government on the other hand claims that it has provided nearly 1,50,000 machines to the farmers so that in situ management of the paddy can be done. But the reality is this: Punjab has been producing over 20 lakh metric tons of the stubble every year, and half of this paddy is consigned to the flames. There are claims and counter claims, but the reality is these farmers were continuously burning the paddy stubble to clear the fields, as there is a shorter window of up to 30 days to show the next crop. The government this year had taken some steps as well. One particular variety of the rice, which was late maturing variety, has been banned in Punjab. Some measures have also been taken as regards the in situ. Some industrial units have been asked to use the stubble as a fuel. Besides establishing some other industrial units which also be using and utilizing the stubble for other purposes. But as far as the air quality index in Punjab is also concerned, in many places like Batinda, it is reaching severe, and in other towns like Jalandhar, Ludhiana, it is moderate. So people of Punjab are also paying the price for burning the paddy. On the other, the farmers who are accused of compelling a couple of officials for burning the paddy last Saturday, 2 of them have been arrested, and an FIR has already been registered against 9 farmers. More farmers can be arrested today. So the government maintains that they are taking every step to ensure that farmers do not burn the paddy.
Okay, now a series of observations from the Supreme Court of India, and we're just going to come back to you in a moment from now. Remember, we're tracking the story very closely now. Odd even scheme is a mere optic, says the Supreme Court. I'm going to go across to, in fact, Shreya for more on that. But the court has questioned the efficacy of the odd even scheme, amongst other things, spoken about the control of vehicular pollution. Stubble burning must stop in various states, says the Supreme Court. Shreya, as far as odd even scheme is concerned, the Delhi government has spoken about it, saying that at least for the time being, it's going to bring down vehicular pollution a little. But this we know is not the solution, isn't it? Not the long-term solution. Also asking questions on smoke towers not working.
Well, Sneha, these are very serious observations that are coming in from the Supreme Court, because obviously odd and even has been put in place when we have seen such pollution levels happen in the past as well. Had that offered a solution? It hasn't. And that's exactly why the Supreme Court has come forward and suggested that the odd and even looks like nothing less than an optics. Talking about the smog towers, there were enormous amount of money that was actually spent to actually put these smog towers in place. We have also got reports of these smog towers not working, and that's exactly what the Supreme Court is saying, that why why aren't they working? They should be working immediately. Right now, there has to be an emergency mode on which the government should be working on, because time and again, these discussions have happened in the past, but the solutions that have been offered, we can say are nothing but nil. But clear and strict directions coming in from the Supreme Court. We only hope that with the top court taking such cognizance, there will be some speedy action taken on the part of the government, especially, again, why the Delhi government? Because they are both in power in Delhi and Punjab and have the possibility to offer better solutions to ensure that the AQI levels can actually be drastically brought down.
Absolutely. The court has made a series of observations, and this has got to do with smog towers as well. Shreya, in fact, we put out that report showing how these smog towers were not even working. Kanu is back with us, I'm being told, from Supreme Court of India. Smog towers not working. What are you doing? Also questioning the efficacy, importantly, of the odd-even scheme that causes a great amount of inconvenience at the end of the day, isn't it, Kanu? But the court is saying that has this worked in the past as well?
Yes, Sneha, the court has, in its order, has now said that, they've taken note of the fact that the smog towers are not working. And that is why, they have summoned the TPCC chairman in the top court personally, asking for the details of how many smog towers are working or not working and why they are not working. They have also sought the meetings of all the chief secretaries of all the states will be convened positively by tomorrow, and they have to join either physically or through virtually. But the meeting has to happen tomorrow to find out what is the solution for the increasing pollution levels in the country. The Friday is what the Supreme Court is going to hear this matter again. But the Supreme Court has also asked the Delhi government as to what analysis they have done on the odd-even scheme, when they have, yesterday announced that the odd-even scheme will be implemented from next week or so on in Delhi. So the court is asking the Delhi government to prepare an analysis as to what this scheme has done in the past for the national capital, and also asking the Delhi government a report on the smog towers as well. The Supreme Court also has also asked the chairperson to have all the real-time data available, whatever they have on the increasing pollution level. They have also asked the DPCC not to reveal this data in public, but only share it with the top court on the next date of hearing, which is November 10th, Friday. So we have to wait and watch that, what data DPCC will give to the top court, and what will be the Supreme Court's Supreme Court's view on that. Also, remember there was a sticker policy which was imposed in Delhi in the past, that certain kinds of color stickers were given to the vehicles, categorizing them as diesel and petrol. So the Supreme Court has also come down heavily on that scheme and said that, whether the scheme is only implemented in Delhi and why not in other states, when the Delhi is suffering because of the other states' pollution. So this is another thing which, the Supreme Court is saying, asking all the other states that give a report as to why the scheme is only implemented in Delhi, of identifying the speakers, the vehicles based on the stickers pasted on them. So a lot of directions from the Supreme Court to all other states now.
Absolutely. Series of instructions that have come in, but the big question is who's going to bite the bullet when it comes to farmers. Not just farmers in Punjab, Kanu, but other states as well. Rajasthan, Haryana, like we said, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh also, for example, where stubble burning continues. So obviously it's not just the responsibility of Delhi, but also of the other states that the court is hinting at.
Yes, it is the collective responsibility. This is what the Supreme Court has categorically told all the 5 states, including National Capital, that pollution is a collective responsibility and we have to find a solution. Supreme Court again and again said that, we cannot monitor this case like this. We are being monitoring this case in 2018, and this is high time. Our patience level is already up and we have to find a solution. They have also said all the states will have to work together to help the citizens of Delhi to curb this issue which comes up every year after year. The court has not only asked the Punjab government to stop sowing of the paddy, but has also asked the other states as to what measures those states are taking so that Delhi doesn't, feel the wrath of all the pollution which is coming to Delhi. The court also took a note of the fact that since the winter season is coming in Delhi, the wind becomes little heavier than usual, and that is also one of the key things. But the Supreme Court has said that the paddy sowing in Punjab has to stop because it is creating a lot of issues for the citizens of Delhi.
In fact, the court has made a series of observations as far as the solutions offered is also concerned. Importantly, questioning the efficacy of the odd-even scheme as well, because this is not the first time that this has been announced in the past. The contribution of this bringing down vehicular pollution has been questioned by experts as well, isn't it, Kanu? Many have said it actually causes more inconvenience than benefits. Parties have gone on to, in fact, say that this is an issue of, the AAP being against the Sanatan Dharma, essentially.
Yes, you've correctly pointed out. Even the amicus curiae appointed in this case has cited an IIT study which says that the 20% pollution is because of the stubble burning, but 15% of the pollution which Delhi is facing is because of the vehicular pollution. Vehicular pollution, especially those trucks which passes through Delhi and goes to other states. So the guidelines of barring those vehicles, the trucks and all, have been only done yesterday. The court has also criticized the fact that, why the Delhi government is not, taking these steps at the beginning of the season when they are monitoring that the season is going to change and the pollution is going to continue. Justice Kaul, who was one of the judges on the bench, has also told the counsel for the Punjab government that he was going to Amritsar last weekend, and he could only see the fires along the roadside, and said that the fire burning, the stubble burning is a huge issue and it has to be curbed down. The Punjab government again categorically said that we are working on it and we will work on it, but we need certain funds, and that is why we are convening a meeting of all the chief secretaries from all the states so that a solution can be done. Centre will also be part of this meeting to understand the issues.
All right, I'm going to thank you, Kanu, for getting us up to speed with that. These are developments that we're reporting on from the Supreme Court of India. A series of observations on odd even, questioning whether that really works. Isn't this just optics? Stubble burning must stop, not just in Punjab, in Rajasthan, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh. Questioning what the AAP is doing in Delhi, given that they have the same political party ruling in Punjab. A story and much more going up on our website too. That's indiatoday.in. You can also download the India Today app for all news and updates. Now, as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections, join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team. You can scan the QR code that you see on your screens right now and get all the best ground reports and all our exclusive stories. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
दिल्ली के अंदर वाहनों के पोल्यूशन को कम करने के लिए जो पीओसी को चेक करने का अभियान ट्रांसपोर्ट डिपार्टमेंट और ट्रैफिक पुलिस ने किया है, आप जानते हैं कि जो पीओसी वायलेशन होता है 10,000 रुपए का फाइन लगता है। 1, 2, 3 ग्रैब के दौरान 28,471 चालान जो है वो किए गए, जिससे कि लोगों में पीओसी को लेकर के जो पोल्यूटेड गाड़ियां हैं उनको कंट्रोल किया जा सके। जो चूंकि ये संभावना दिख रही है कि दिवाली के बाद प्रदूषण का स्तर बढ़ सकता है, उसको देखते हुए दिल्ली के अंदर दिवाली के अगले दिन 13 नवंबर से 20 नवंबर तक एक हफ्ते का जो है वो ऑड इवन
फार्मूला जो है वो दिल्ली में जो है लागू किया जाएगा। ये 13 दिवाली के अगले दिन 13 नवंबर से शुरू होगा और 20 तारीख तक वो चलेगा। उस एक सप्ताह के ऑड इवन की समीक्षा करके उस समय जो प्रदूषण की स्थिति होगी उसकी समीक्षा करके फिर आगे का निर्णय लिया जाएगा।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 32 and minimum 17 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 33 and minimum 26 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 31 and minimum 20 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 26 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 30 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 28 and minimum 21 degrees.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
It is not just affecting your lungs or causing you breathlessness. There is enough evidence and more to show that air pollution is actually causing a lot more damage to different organs of our body. Much more damage than we can actually imagine. In fact, there is evidence to now show that air pollution is also affecting the unborn child in the mother's womb. It's also leading to dementia. This report gives a sense of the kind of problems that air pollution is causing in the short run and in the long term.
It is not just your eyes that are watering, or the disgusting stench of smoke in the air. It is not just the breathing difficulties you face at this time of the year. Long-time exposure to air pollution kills you silently, and this has been documented. Delhi NCR's air quality continues to be in the very poor category as the region's average air quality index stayed above 350. And it is not just Delhi. Most Indian cities have air which is not worth breathing. Here is why an air quality index of over 100 should alarm not just you but also wake political decision makers from their slumber. It has gone way beyond worsening asthma and reducing lung capacity. Air pollution has reached the womb. Scientists find pollution is reaching babies in the womb and slashing boys' future sperm counts.
You heard that right. We are harming unborn babies. Man-made pollution is making unborn children very ill even before they've taken their first breath. Doctors for the longest time have believed that air pollution has an impact on fetal health, and this research, amongst many more, just validates those fears.
Have undoubtedly played a massive role in the Telangana formation. They've been part of the freedom struggle, but it's sad that they are not spoken about as much as the men who've struggled for this movement.
I feel the acceptability of a woman among the leadership position is a bit low.
We are multifaceted. We can take care of the family, we can do our work, we take care of the children. I think we can do it all. We are far, far, far better than the men.
KCR's government has literally
crushed the women population in Telangana.
It's the BRS which has kept the women out, kept the men in. It is a Dorala party, as they say. So it's a man's party, you know. It's the woman's budget. It's the woman's decision which is going to decide the verdict of this elections in Telangana.
This is all I've grasped. Follow me with me, Nabila Jamal, in this special to find out what the women of Telangana really want.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali, and with Nabila Jamal and I, we'll continue to bring you the big election telecast from different states right now. And remember, it is Chhattisgarh and Mizoram today, phase 1. We'll get you all the latest. First, the headlines. Phase 1 of voting in Chhattisgarh and Mizoram underway. Chhattisgarh witnessing a brisk voting queues in the Naxal hotbed too. The northeastern state of Mizoram witnesses 32% and over voting till 11 a.m. Prime Minister Modi's huge Mahadev app attack on Bhupesh Baghel claims illegal betting is in the name of Mahadev. Says Congress got your kids into the betting racket.
कांग्रेस ने अपनी तिजोरी भरने के लिए आपके बच्चों से सट्टेबाजी करवाई है.
Meanwhile, in the southern state of election-bound Telangana, Congress chief Revant Reddy to fight against KCR. Revant Reddy versus KCR battle in the Kamareddy constituency will be a high-stakes battle for both. It's a Supreme Court wrap for Delhi pollution villains. The Supreme Court has termed the odd-even rule mere optics. Orders Punjab to stop the crop burning right away. Tragic hate crime in USA. A Jewish man succumbs to injuries in United States of America's California after he was hit in the head by a pro-Palestine protester. 65-year-old elderly man dead.
Co-presented by
आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक.
Co-powered by
पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात.
And India today has its #1 election team on the ground. I'm now going across to Telangana, where Nabila Jamal is to tell us about not only, of course, the Chhattisgarh and Mizoram elections that are kick-starting, but Telangana too, which are going to be very high stakes. Over to you, Nabila.
Thank you, Pooja. I'm right now at the very beautiful state of Telangana, Hyderabad. This is the state secretariat area, and at the far end there, you see that structure, which is basically a martyrs memorial. It was built in honor of many of those fighters, the people who struggled for the freedom struggle for Telangana. A lot of them lost their lives. So in honor of them, that's a memorial that's been built for the Telangana freedom fighters. Well, as I'm right here at ground zero, I'm bringing you all the latest updates coming in from the state of Telangana as elections is fast approaching November 30th, and it's going to be a very interesting fight between the BRS and the Congress, which is seeing a real resurgence in the state of Telangana. Of course, in this special, a host of other political stories, but let me start straight with Asaduddin Owaisi, who hails from this very bastion of Hyderabad. He's now taken on Rahul Gandhi, dared Rahul Gandhi that if you have the guts, then come to Hyderabad and contest. Well, in all the more, while speaking exclusively to India Today, Asaduddin Owaisi has said that Rahul Gandhi has no political maturity. He has zero political maturity. He suffers from selective amnesia. This is the big update coming in as Asaduddin Owaisi now facing off with Rahul Gandhi directly. And this comes right on the heels of Telangana elections, where the Congress is really trying to consolidate their Muslim vote base. Precisely what Asaduddin Owaisi has captured for so long. The Muslim votes, by and large, in the state of Telangana goes to the AIMIM. The Congress this time, just like what it did in Karnataka, is trying to consolidate the Muslim votes. AIMIM giving a direct challenge to Rahul Gandhi here, that if you have the guts, then come to Telangana, come to Hyderabad and contest in Hyderabad. That's a challenge that he's given to Rahul Gandhi, while also saying that Rahul Gandhi lacks political maturity and suffers from selective amnesia. In fact, I myself spoke to Asaduddin Owaisi on the Congress resurgence here in the state of Telangana and the party's bid to try and draw the Muslim votes from the AIMIM. How does Asaduddin Owaisi view it? Let's cut across to this exclusive chat. So how are you going to help uplift the Muslim community in let's speak of Telangana itself?
Well, we all these examples which I have given to you.
Yeah, you said, just to interrupt you, do you call yourself right or secular? Since you say BJP is right, are you right or are you secular?
I am the one who believes in the Constitution of India. I am the one who does not believe in discrimination. I am the one who believes in equality. I am the one who says that this country has no religion. This country celebrates even people who don't believe in religion. I am the one who, and my party believes that whether it's Muslim, Dalit, Adivasi or voiceless people must get their share in power.
Yeah.
Whereas my nationalism is Indian nationalism. And my party didn't open the locks of Babri Masjid. It was Kamal Nath who said Rahul Gandhi and Rajiv Gandhi did that. It is not our party. It is the Congress party. So I am hopeful that come January, Mr. Narendra Modi will take Rahul Gandhi along with him.
You've challenged.
And take him along. Mr. Modi should not do the honors alone. He should take Rahul Gandhi also.
You've challenged Rahul Gandhi to contest.
Yeah. Because he comes and talks nonsense. That man has no political maturity at all. He has a he's suffering from selective political amnesia. He says, I went to Assam and contested Tripura. I have never contested. He says BJP gives me money. No.
I'm going to ask you that very commonly asked question. B team of the BJP.
It doesn't matter. Because my name is Asaduddin Owaisi, I happen to have a beard and a cap on my head. So Rahul Gandhi takes the liberty of making all these stupid allegations. Would he say the same thing to Scindia? Why? Because his name is Asaduddin Owaisi. Would he say the same to Jatin Prasad?
He says it to Arvind Kejriwal.
No.
That AAP is a B team.
No. Arvind Kejriwal, what he says? Has he said taken money? Mr. Rahul Gandhi's whole idea, he sees things to prism of money. I maybe suffer something from these financial issues, but why take it on me? If you have some problems, please go to your party president or your party leaders and talk to them. But we supported them during nuclear deal. What money was given to us? Please tell us. What money was given to us? They have no proof. So Rahul Gandhi does a politics of entitlement. And I want to tell the Congress party, those days of Nehru Parivar have gone. This is a country which believes in any political leader who is willing to work hard. Those days have gone. Forget about it.
They fielded Azharuddin in Jubilee Hills. They have a bunch of minority Muslim candidates, popular faces.
People don't know who is he. Who is he? What is he? He had played for India in 99 Test, a fantastic batsman. But as a politician, he was a failure. Why didn't they give him Moradabad? He was an MP for Moradabad. Yeah. He was not repeated. And moreover, his tenure as the president of HCA has been mired in controversies and corruption. It's not an issue. Our candidate is there. Our candidate will defeat and become an MLA from Jubilee Hills.
All right, Asaduddin Owaisi there with his sharp attacks. In fact, as part of that conversation, which we may have missed out to play for you, where he says Rahul Gandhi suffers from selective amnesia and lacks political maturity. In fact, he has no political maturity. These are sharp words as he strikes at Rahul Gandhi in a state of Telangana where the Congress is trying to make a hard comeback. Nagarjun Dwarkadar joining me here, very closely tracking the developments here in Telangana. Nagarjun, Owaisi is trying all that he can. Of course, the Muslim votes in the state of Telangana usually lean towards the AIMIM. He's doing everything he can to keep it consolidated. The Congress now posing a threat or so? OAC says it's no threat, but one can be sure that the Congress seems to be gaining steam, especially after its whopping victory with the absolute majority that it got in Karnataka. Tell us more.
That's absolutely true, Nabila. In fact, Congress is heavily banking on the minority votes, and that's the reason why they're directly attacking AIMIM and Mr. OAC as well. In Karnataka, what they saw was the sweep was because of minority en masse voted for the Congress party, and if that repeats in Telangana also, the Congress can come back to power is what they feel, and hence they are saying that Mr. OAC is B team of BJP and he's taking money from BJP is what the Congress has been saying, that it's a three-way pact. BJP, BRS and MIM are together is what the Congress is saying, while Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi is saying it's nafrat that Rahul Gandhi and Congress party is showing because I have a beard and I belong to the certain community, and that's the reason why Congress is attacking me and my party members. While after the Prime Minister came and spoke that KCR wanted to be a part of NDA, since then there is some ripple effect among the minority voters that do we support BRS or not, and that's why the Congress is trying to encash more with this community.
All right. Well, Nagarjun, do stay with us. We also know that AIMIM President Asaduddin Owaisi, as he strikes at Rahul Gandhi, attacks Rahul Gandhi over allegations that AIMIM takes money from BJP and fields candidates against the Congress. Basically, what the Congress has been saying for long, AIMIM is a BJP B team, and all the funding for AIMIM to contest elections is coming from the BJP. Now, Owaisi has questioned Rahul Gandhi how much money he has taken to lose elections from Amethi Lok Sabha constituency. A real direct attack at Rahul Gandhi for losing his long-standing constituency of Amethi. OAC has challenged Rahul Gandhi to contest elections here in Hyderabad, like I did mention. Let's cut across to that reaction from them.
जहां भी कांग्रेस पार्टी चुनाव लड़ती है, महाराष्ट्र కానివ్వండి, రాజస్థాన్ కానివ్వండి, उत्तर प्रदेश जहां भी हम जाते हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश गानी ఎక్కడైనా कांग्रेस पार्टी पोटी చేస్తే वहां पे जादू से एमआईएम के कैंडिडेट आ जाते हैं. అక్కడ सडन గా एमआईएम कैंडिडेट प्रत्यक्षमవుతారు और सारे के सारे कैंडिडेट जो आते हैं वो बीजेपी की मदद करने वाले कैंडिडेट आते हैं. तो ये भी एमआईएम वाले लोग पैसा लेकर 24 घंटा बीजेपी की मदद करते हैं.
ओवैसी साहब, आप अपना फर्ज बखूबी निभा रहे हैं. जो आपको मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, जाने या अनजाने, आप वही बोलते हैं जो आपका जुड़वा भाई भाजपा आपसे बुलवाना चाहती है. दोनों जुड़वा भाई के लिए पूरे देश में आचरण करते हैं, एक दूसरे के पूरक हैं. हम वहाँ असेंबली भी 3/4 बहुमत से, नहीं तो 2/3 बहुमत से जीतेंगे, और हैदराबाद में तो हम जीत ही रहे हैं. हर आदमी दुखी है जो आपका समर्थक भी है कि आप बिल्कुल जाने अनजाने स्पोक पर्सन बन गए हैं बीजेपी के.
All right. Now, we saw AIMIM, who's an ally of the BRS here in the state of Telangana, and they've really seen power, enjoyed power for 10 years. Now the Congress really seems to be trying to gain inroads in the state. And to threaten KCR, the Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the Congress has decided that they're going to be fielding their Congress chief, the president of the Congress party here in Telangana, Revanth Reddy, against KCR. So this is the big update as the Congress has released its third list of candidates for Telangana. They have now positioned Revanth Reddy opposite KCR in the constituency of Kamareddy. So this is huge. In fact, both KCR and Revanth Reddy are going to be contesting 2 seats each. The Telangana Congress president now will be challenging KCR in Kamareddy constituency, and also will be vying for the Kondagal seat where he last time, 2018 assembly, he faced a defeat there. KCR, on the other hand, is of course contesting Kamareddy, and also will be contesting from Kajwel seat, where he's going to be, his tough opposition there is a BJP candidate from that constituency, who he won over the last time. Now, Revanth Reddy itself, meanwhile, speaking to India Today, has said that Congress will win this upcoming November 30th polls. and that's a foregone conclusion. He's super sure that the Congress is coming back because of the pulse, or rather several internal surveys that show that Congress's vote share, seat share, is going to increase exponentially from what it was in 2018. The Congress now releasing a parody video with KCR lookalike to target the BRS government, and also seeing a change for the state of Telangana. Basically trying to say that KCR, Tata bye-bye. It's about time that KCR goes away and the Congress is coming back to power.
ప్రజలారా నమస్తే. ఈసారి కూడా మాకు ఓటేస్తే మేము చేసేటి వాగ్దానాలన్నీ ఏంది భయ్యా ఇది? ఇంటింటికి గవర్నమెంట్ జాబులు, మీ భూములు, మీ పొలాలు.
कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले तेलंगाना में कांग्रेस पार्टी जीतने वाले, सरकार बनाने वाले, गरीब लोगों को मदद करने के लिए लोग आप देखे नॉमिनेशन में कितने लोग हैं. माहौल हर कोने कोने पे तेलंगाना में यही माहौल है.
सर, आने वाले चुनाव को लेकर कोडंगल के लिए क्या होगा, खास करके तेलंगाना के लिए क्या मुद्दे होंगे? बीआरएस काफी भारी तौर पर घेर रही है.
बराबर, ये कोडंगल का निशान है, कोडंगल का शान है. कोडंगल के एक बेटा अब इतना बड़ा होकर अब तेलंगाना में पूरा चुनाव जितवाने के लिए हम तैयार हो गए. हर कार्यकर्ता एक रेवंत रेड्डी है. कोडंगल में कांग्रेस पार्टी को यही लोग जिताने वाले हैं.
तो कालेश्वरम का जो इश्यू अभी चल रहा है सर, क्या लग रहा है कि इस इश्यू को उठाया जाएगा और क्या मुद्दा होने वाले हैं? आगे के कुछ दिन बहुत अहम होने वाले हैं, तो क्या क्या मुद्दे उठाए जाएंगे?
जैसा कालेश्वरम कोलैप्स हो गए वैसे ही केसीआर की सरकार और केसीआर के परिवार कोलैप्स होने वाले हैं. मोदी